Chapter 284. Wanjian School. On the 1,000-foot sword peak. Inside a large hall. Su Qin sat cross-legged. On the surface, he looked calm as if he was an ordinary person sitting there. But in fact there were earth-shaking changes taking place inside Su Qin's body. The endless divine sense continued to fuse and converged into an extremely illusory figure beside the golden Buddha in Su Qin's ancestral aperture at the center of his eyebrows. The transformation of the primordial spirit was a qualitative change on the spiritual level. It had nothing to do with the spiritual vigor of heaven and earth in the outside world, so it would not cause too much of a commotion. Time passed slowly. As several elemental spirit pills entered his throat again and turned into endless spiritual power, the figure that slowly appeared in Su Qin's ancestral aperture gradually turned from illusory to real. At the same time, outside the hall where Su Qin was in seclusion, Li Wan, the white-haired old man, and the others were quietly waiting. Li Wan carefully looked around the hall. After confirming that Su Qin had not come out, a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. Then she took out a long sword that was half the height of a person. She had found this long sword on the sword peak. Swords had a spirit. At that time this long sword was about to fly out, but Li Wan arrived and took the initiative to fly to Li Wan's side, constantly emitting sword cries. The white-haired old man was dumbfounded when he saw this. He recognized this long sword. It was one of the magic treasures passed down from Wanjian School. It was enough to make the hearts of ordinary peak mythics burn. In the end it took the initiative to fly to Li Wan and wanted to recognize it as its master. Li Wan was also fond of this long sword. She immediately activated the cultivation method that Su Qin had given her before he went into seclusion and constantly refined it. While refining this long sword, Li Wan could faintly feel that the sword will in her body was constantly rising and forming a strange resonance with her. The cultivation method that third uncle gave me is really useful. Li Wan happily refined the long sword, constantly guiding the sword intent in his body to resonate with it. Kenzu would never have imagined that everything he had done would end up benefiting Li Wan. Grandpa Feiyu, when do you think third uncle will come out of seclusion? Li Wan practiced his sword for a while and turned to look at the white-haired old man. Through this period of communication, Li Wan learned that the old man's name was Feiyu. You flatter me. The old man Feiyu broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly waved his hand and said, You call Sir third uncle, but you call me grandfather. Isn't the seniority in the family messed up? In the eyes of the old man Feiyu, Su Qin had long since been like an immortal god. How could he dare to take advantage of these words? But if Sir continues his seclusion, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Feiyu seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. Ever since Su Qin went into seclusion, it was fine in the beginning. Even though the outside world already knew that Wanjian School was destroyed, they did not dare to send people to investigate. Therefore the old man Feiyu and Li Wan had a comfortable life. But in the past few days the old man Feiyu clearly felt a few faint divine senses sweeping past. Apart from that, the old man Feiyu often felt an inexplicable sense of being spied on, which made his heart palpitate. To be able to spy on him without being discovered, it was obvious that their power had far surpassed the old man Feiyu. If it were not for Su Qin's lingering influence, someone would have already arrived at Wanjian Island. No matter what trouble it is, Wan will definitely protect third uncle in his seclusion. Li Wan heard the old man Feiyu's words. He clenched his fist, waved the long sword in his hand and said seriously, I hope so. The old man Feiyu sighed softly and did not say anything else. The existence who dared to investigate Wanjian School after Wanjian School was destroyed and even set foot on Wanjian Island clearly had a certain degree of confidence. Although they might not be able to transform their primordial spirits like Kenzu, they were at least very close to it. Such an existence stood at the peak even in the martial arts world overseas. They looked down on all living beings and could overturn rivers and seas with just a thought. How could a small martial artist like Li Wan, who had not even reached the myth realm, be able to stop them? I should be able to stall for another month. Within a month, no matter how curious the outside world is and how they investigate Wanjian Island, they will not set foot on the island, the old man Feiyu thought to himself. But if it takes more than a month, I'm afraid that someone will set foot on the island and visit my lord. If they find out that my lord is in seclusion, it will be a disaster, not a blessing, the old man Feiyu thought quickly. Even a peak myth realm expert was at his weakest when he was in seclusion. Most of his energy was focused on breaking through. Even if he sensed that a great enemy was coming, he would not be able to do anything. If seclusion could be interrupted at any time, it would not be called seclusion. If others found out that Su Qin was in seclusion, the old man Fei Yu really did not know what would happen. After all, Su Qin's destruction of Wanjian School had already attracted the attention of some overseas forces. If Su Qin was still at his peak, these forces would naturally not do anything to avoid unnecessary losses. But now Su Qin was not like that. Although the old man Fei Yu was anxious about this, he could not change anything. He could only hope that Su Qin could come out of seclusion as soon as possible. Just like that, they waited outside the main hall. During this time, Li Wan, in order to fulfill his promise to protect Su Qin, worked hard to practice the sword. Under the nourishment of the sword will in his body, he broke through several realms and transformed his body and true essence in a short time, becoming a top great grandmaster who had undergone the second transformation. Of course, that was the end of Li Wan's progress. The reason why he was able to break through so quickly, in addition to his recent hard work in cultivation, was also because of the elixirs and divine pills that Wanjian School had fed him during this period of time. The effects of these elixirs and divine pills had accumulated in Li Wan's body. After his cultivation during this period of time, they were completely stimulated, resulting in a rapid improvement. However, with the completion of the two transformations, the effects accumulated in his body had basically been used up. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. After a month, the old man Fei Yu vaguely sensed a huge aura approaching the Myriad Sword Island. All of a sudden, in the main hall on the 1,000-foot sword peak, a terrifying wave quickly spread in all directions. This wave was not a divine thought or a domain, but a more illusory but extremely condensed power. The power of the essence soul? Lord has come out of seclusion. The old man Fei Yu was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of excitement. However, in the next moment, under Fei Yu's incredulous gaze, the power of the essence soul that spread out from the main hall almost swept across half of the Myriad Sword Island, and continued to shroud the distance as if it was endless. After sensing the power of the essence soul, the aura that was slowly approaching the Myriad Sword Island suddenly grunted, as if it had suffered a great loss, and began to retreat rapidly, far away from the Myriad Sword Island. That's not right. How can the power of Lord's essence soul be so vast? Even if an ordinary pinnacle myth metamorphoses their essence soul, it can only cover a radius of a few dozen miles. Even Kanzu, who had obtained the inheritance of the 10,000 sword Taoist, could only expand the power of his essence soul to a radius of 100 miles. A radius of 100 miles is the limit of the power of the essence soul. How can the power of the essence soul be so far beyond 100 miles? It's almost 200 miles. Could Lord be in seclusion to break through to the earth immortal realm? The old man Fei Yu was so shocked that he could hardly hide it. The terrifying power of the essence soul swept out in all directions like a storm. Countless myths who were close to the Myriad Sword Island only felt a rumble in their minds, and their divine sense was severely damaged, causing them to faint on the spot. After an incense stick's worth of time, the essence soul storm that covered a radius of 250 miles slowly dissipated, but the old man Fei Yu could clearly feel that all the essence soul began to shrink and pour into the main hall. Creak. The door of the main hall silently opened, as if an invisible hand had pushed it open. Come in. A calm voice came from the main hall, resounding in the ears of Fei Yu, Li Wan, and the others. Yes. Li Wan blinked her eyes. Immediately, she walked briskly towards the large hall. The old man Fei Yu and the others followed closely behind. The main hall was dimly lit, and everything was no different from when they left. But the old man Fei Yu immediately noticed the figure sitting at the center of the main hall. The moment he saw the figure, Fei Yu felt that everything in the world had become illusory, as if he had also begun to turn illusory, and only the figure was real. Just as Fei Yu was about to fall into the endless illusory world, a cold snort suddenly sounded in his ears. Suddenly, Fei Yu woke up with a start, and beads of cold sweat flowed out of his forehead. He had just looked at Su Qin, and he had almost fallen into his trap. It was simply appalling. If it wasn't for that cold snort, Fei Yu's divine sense would have collapsed, and even if there were no injuries on his body, he would be like a living dead. Congratulations, Lord, for achieving great success. Fei Yu quickly knelt on the ground and said loudly, Get up. Su Qin glanced at the terrified Fei Yu and said in an indifferent voice, This was the terrifying power of the essence soul. After transforming the essence soul, one didn't even need to do anything to deal with martial artists who had yet to transform the essence soul. The terrifying power of the essence soul could suppress the opponent's divine sense with a crushing force. For example, Fei Yu was also a peak legend with a powerful divine sense, but he couldn't resist Su Qin at all. Of course. This was also because Su Qin was different from other peak legends who had transformed the Essence Soul. He had taken more than 50 Essence Soul pills to transform the Essence Soul, and increased the power of his Essence Soul to 100 times that of an ordinary Essence Soul. Otherwise, with Fei Yu's strength, even if he couldn't defeat the Essence Soul, he shouldn't be so weak. I've finally transformed the Essence Soul. Su Qin's gaze moved away from Fei Yu and a trace of emotion appeared on his face. After transforming the Essence Soul, the next step was to enter the Earth Immortal realm. Throughout history, even during the Vitality Tide's heyday, Earth Immortals were enough to suppress an area, and during the Vitality Tide's quietness, Earth Immortals were even rarer. If I were to meet the Sword Ancestor now, I would only need 3 moves to completely obliterate his primordial spirit. Su Qin stood up slowly and thought to himself. Now that the Essence Soul is formed, let's see what changes there are. Su Qin's mind merged into the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows and looked at the Essence Soul that had just transformed. Chapter 285. Inside the primal aperture at mid-brows. The Essence Soul that was sitting cross-legged was exactly the same as Su Qin, and it was faintly surging with the power of the Essence Soul that was as vast as an ocean. What a strange feeling. Su Qin's mind merged with the primordial spirit and controlled the body of the primordial spirit. All kinds of feelings surged into his mind. To Su Qin, this primordial spirit body was like a second physical body that could exist independently in the world. Of course, without the nourishment of a real physical body, the combat power of the primordial spirit body would definitely be reduced by a lot. If I were to face Kenzu again now, I wouldn't even need to use a large amount of qi and blood to wear him down. I would be able to crush his primordial spirit within 10 moves. Su Qin slowly raised his head and looked at the golden Buddha beside him. Even though Su Qin had transformed into a primordial spirit body, he was still extremely small in front of the golden Buddha that filled the world. If the golden Buddha was like an eternally burning sun, then the primordial spirit body at this moment was equivalent to a star orbiting the sun. The difference between the two was more than 10 million times. Let's go outside and take a look. Su Qin's primordial spirit body leaped up and out of the primordial aperture at mid-brows. In an instant it was outside. Boom. As soon as the primordial spirit left the body, Su Qin clearly felt all kinds of heaven and earth essence qi and spiritual opportunity tearing apart. However, these heaven and earth essence qi and spiritual opportunity could not shake the majestic primordial spirit body at all. Indeed, everything is different. Su Qin slowly felt the world from the perspective of the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was different from the divine will. The divine will needed a host and could not exist independently. For example, the wooden sword that Su Qin gave to Xian Ku was a host of the divine will. Without a host, the divine will would quickly dissipate no matter how strong it was. But the primordial spirit was different. For example, Su Qin could completely leave the Myriad Sword Island with his physical body and travel thousands of miles to return to Chang and city with his primordial spirit. Of course, Su Qin would not do that. Without the protection of the primordial spirit, the physical body was just an empty shell. It was very dangerous. In particular, Su Qin's physical body was already half a step into the level of Dharma body. His vital energy and blood were abundant to the extreme. For existences like Kenzu whose physical body had long decayed and were only left with vital spirit, he was simply a rare target for possession. Next, Su Qin's primordial spirit wandered around the Myriad Sword Island a few times. After completely adapting to the environment, he returned to his physical body. The transformation of my essence soul is going very smoothly. A smile emerged on Su Qin's face. The metamorphosis of the primordial spirit was not the same as breaking through a major realm. It did not have any risks. At most, it was just a matter of time. Su Qin's accumulation was robust, and his spiritual sense was far beyond that of an ordinary peak myth. In addition, he had taken more than 50 elemental spirit pills. If this transformation failed, perhaps no martial artist in the world would be able to transform their primordial spirit. I've been in seclusion for more than 2 months. Su Qin seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his heart was slightly moved. In the past 2 months, Su Qin hadn't really immersed himself in cultivation. In addition to cultivation, Su Qin signed in on the Myriad Sword Island every day on time. In 2 months he had signed in more than 60 times and obtained a large number of Sword Dao manuals, as well as some divine pills and spirit liquids. He even signed in several Dharma treasures. The harvest was quite bountiful. These powerful sects overseas have been around for a long time and have accumulated a lot of Dao accumulations. They are all treasured places to sign in. Su Qin's eyes lit up. Even the Wanjian school, a powerful sect that had only been around for more than 4,000 years, allowed Su Qin to sign in so many good things. He even obtained an extremely rare primordial spirit secret technique. One could imagine how much Dao accumulations those sects that had been passed down since the last Vitality Tide recovery era, such as the Witchcraft sect. Unfortunately, if I want to sign in successfully, I have to be close to the core where the Dao accumulations are located. Like the Wanjian school, I can only sign in on the Sword Peak here. Su Qin sighed softly and thought silently in his heart. Generally speaking, the core of any Dao accumulations is an important place of the powerful sections. For example, this Sword Peak is the place where the ancestors of the Wanjian school sleep. How can outsiders be allowed to enter? Besides, even if any of the powerful sects invited Su Qin wouldn't go in at all. Moreover, entering the core of a high sect alone was equivalent to handing over the initiative to the other party. What if there was a group of peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirits lying in ambush in this high sect? Plus, there were layers upon layers of killing formations restricting them. Su Qin is really in danger. Therefore, in order to have a foolproof check-in, he had to do what he did to the 10,000 Swords sect. He had to completely annihilate a great sect and cut off all resistance. But if Su Qin really did that, it would inevitably cause the rejection of all the powerful sects overseas. Su Qin's destruction of the Wanjian school had already made these powerful sects feel insecure. During his seclusion, Su Qin noticed more than once that there were inexplicable auras spying on the myriad Sword Island. The owners of these inexplicable auras had vast auras and the power of the primordial spirit pervaded the air. They were all peerless powerhouses who had transformed their primordial spirit. Su Qin even faintly felt that the power of the primordial spirit of several auras was in an extremely vigorous period, far from being decayed like Kenzu's primordial spirit. Obviously, the owners of these auras had not only transformed their primordial spirit, but also had vigorous blood and qi. Shoyuan was abundant. In other words, in this era of the overseas martial arts world, there were peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirit. This made Su Qin a little strange, but he thought about it and felt that it was normal. Peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirit were not like the land immortals, which were hard to come by in thousands of years. In every era of the overseas martial arts world, there were peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirit. This was especially true for major sects like the Witchcraft sect and the Daoyi sect, which had been passed down from the previous Vitality Tide era. In addition to their sleeping ancestors, there were at least peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirit. However, these peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirit would not usually show up. They were all in seclusion trying to break through the shackles and step into the land immortal realm. This was also the reason why the current sect masters of the major sects were all at the 6th heavenly layer. Once the realm exceeded the 6th heavenly layer and became a peak legend, they would no longer care about the secular affairs of the sect and would instead go into seclusion, thinking about going further. After all, no matter which major sect, as long as an land immortal could come out, they would lead the sect to prosperity for thousands of years, which was far more than the role of a sect master. Although I have transformed my primordial spirit and the power of the primordial spirit is abundant, far surpassing other peak legends who have transformed their primordial spirit, it is still impossible for me to fight against the joint forces of all the major sects overseas. Su Qin thought seriously for a while and gave up on the idea of continuing to destroy a major sect and then signing in there. If Su Qin really did that, he would probably be hunted down by the entire overseas martial arts world. This was contrary to Su Qin's original intention. Okay. Let's go back. Su Qin glanced at the old man Fei Yu Li Wan, and the others who were standing respectfully beside him and said, in the 2 months he left Chang'an City, not only did he save Li Wan, but he also successfully transformed his primordial spirit, not to mention the treasures he had obtained from signing in on the myriad Sword Island. It was definitely a worthwhile trip. The old man Fei Yu hesitated for a while and couldn't help but say, my lord, there are people approaching outside. Don't worry, they're all gone, Su Qin said casually. During the period of seclusion, there was indeed more than one aura slowly approaching, but the owners of these auras all left after Su Qin came out of seclusion. The power of their primordial spirits was vast and mighty, and after covering a radius of more than 200 miles, they all quickly left. Among them, the owner of one aura directly suffered a backlash from Su Qin's primordial spirit power and suffered a loss. Su Qin, Li Wan, and the others slowly left Wanjian School and rushed towards the Empire of Tang. Along the way there were several gazes peeking from afar. After confirming that Su Qin didn't continue to stay overseas, they didn't dare to follow. Su Qin was too lazy to pay attention to this. For Su Qin, the most important thing now was to return to Chang and city and slowly think about breaking through the shackles. As for other things, they could be pushed back. When Su Qin completely left the overseas range, a few hours later, several figures with magnificent auras appeared, looking in the direction Su Qin left in the distance, which was the land of the great battle. Did he really leave? One of the voices spoke slowly as if he was relieved. Although with their strength they were not afraid of a peak legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit, and could even join forces to kill him. If Su Qin counterattacked before death, he could at least drag one or two of them down with him. They were the foundation of their respective sects, who would offend a powerhouse of the same level for no reason. As for Wanjian School, a great sect that had been completely destroyed was not worth the risk of these people. However, after a while, I'm afraid it will be the first spiritual world point of the Vitality Tide recovery, right? At that time, the vitality and spiritual vigor of the land of the great battle will welcome the first surge, and the great opportunities left behind from the last Vitality Tide era may appear one after another. At this time the second figure said slowly. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people's expressions changed slightly. Vitality was like a tide, rising and falling, and the current era was the rising period of the Vitality Tide. However, during the rising period of the Vitality Tide, there were 9 spiritual world points. Once these 9 critical points are crossed, the Vitality Tide recovery will usher in its true heyday. And now, according to their speculation, the first critical point of the Vitality Tide was about to arrive. In the process of the Vitality Tide recovery, the critical point was crucial, and the reason why the land of the great battle was called the core of the Vitality Tide recovery was that when the critical point arrives, all the great opportunities will appear in the land of the great battle. It seems that we have to go to the land of the great battle. The few of them stood in the void and exchanged glances with each other, as if they were gods high up in the sky. At the same time, as soon as Su Qin returned to the land of the great battle, his brows furrowed slightly. The vitality of heaven and earth seems to be subliming? Su Qin narrowed his eyes, his mind quickly merged into the primordial spirit of the primordial aperture at mid-brows, observing everything in front of him from the perspective of the primordial spirit. After all this last night, Su Qin was still not satisfied, and directly used the Eye of Truth in the body of the primordial spirit. The Eye of Truth was a theurgy that had been bound to Su Qin's true spirit. Whether it was the physical body, the primordial spirit, or the incarnation, they could all share this theurgy. The moment he opened the Eye of Truth, Su Qin's face suddenly changed slightly. Chapter 286. The Eye of Truth is the first divine ability that Su Qin obtained from signing in. It has the terrifying effect of observing all the qi in the world. At this moment, Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth in his primordial spirit body and immediately discovered the reason for the sublimation of the heaven and earth primordial spirit. In Su Qin's vision, the entire world was like a huge riverbed, and the heaven and earth primordial spirit and spiritual vigor were the surging river water in the riverbed. Now, as the primordial spirit tide continued to rise, the river water also began to surge, and it was about to overflow the riverbed and flow to the shore. Soon, the primordial spirit tide should rise to another level. Su Qin touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. When the river water that represents the heaven and earth primordial spirit and spiritual vigor crosses the riverbed and reaches a critical point, the primordial spirit and spiritual vigor will rise explosively. However, this is also beneficial for me to enter the realm of Great Arhat. Su Qin nodded slightly with a satisfied look on his face. Whether it is an earth immortal or Great Arhat, they all have to use their primordial spirit to communicate with the primordial spirit in the depths of the void. This is also the reason why the primordial spirit is transformed. Only the primordial spirit, which is like a physical spiritual force, can pass through the layers of the void and be drawn to the primordial spirit sea. However, the void is so mysterious that even with the power of the primordial spirit, it is only a possibility. Whether it can be done or not is another matter. But now, as the primordial spirit tide continues to rise and break through a certain critical value, the primordial spirit sea in the depths of the void also began to rise. In this case, it is tantamount to reducing the difficulty of breaking through to the earth immortal level, making it easier for the power of the primordial spirit to be drawn to the primordial spirit sea. Of course, No matter how high the primordial spirit tide rises and what critical value it reaches, it only slightly reduces the lower limit of entering the Earth Immortal or Great Arhat realm. It is still very difficult to become an Earth Immortal, 1 in a billion. Third uncle, are you okay? Li Wan next to him saw Su Qin stop and asked in a low voice. It's nothing. Su Qin smiled and said lightly, I'm just a little emotional. What are you feeling? Li Wan asked subconsciously. When the old man Fei Yu and the rest beside him heard this, they stealthily pricked up their ears. For an existence like Su Qin, any random sentence would have an extremely deep meaning. Perhaps it would be able to benefit them greatly, let alone lament. Only Li Wan, relying on her identity as Su Qin's niece, dared to ask. Otherwise, like the old man Fei Yu and the others, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to ask Su Qin what he was lamenting about. Heaven and earth are sublimated again, Su Qin said meaningfully and continued to rush toward Chang'an City. Heaven and earth sublimate. Li Wan blinked as if he understood. The pupils of the old man, Fei Yu, and the others shrank as if they had realized something. Very soon, Su Qin led them back to the palace. When the Emperor of Tang and the others heard about it, they immediately came to Su Qin. When they saw that Li Wan was alive and kicking, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although everyone had great confidence in Su Qin, this time Su Qin was going overseas and was about to face a colossus like Wanjian School. It would be a lie to say that they were not worried at all. Even the Lao Dao master of Dao One School was also worried. Su Qin was indeed very strong, but was Wanjian School weak? In the eyes of the Lao Dao master, Su Qin was still a peak legend who had condensed a domain. Such a powerhouse could certainly dominate overseas, but it would be a joke to say that he could take on an upper sect head-on. Any of the major sects had countless resources. How could they be shaken by a mere pinnacle myth who had condensed a domain? Senior Wanjian School handed over Princess Li Wan so easily? The Lao Dao master looked at Su Qin and asked carefully. After the Lao Dao master asked, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. According to his understanding of Wanjian School, they would not let go so easily. Su Qin heard the Lao Dao master's question and smiled without saying anything. But Li Wan could not help it. She stole a glance at Su Qin. Seeing that Su Qin had no intention of stopping her, she said in a crisp voice, Wanjian School has been destroyed by third uncle. Destroyed? The Lao Dao master did not react for a moment, but Yen Hai and Ruan Qing's expressions changed drastically as they stared at Li Wan, dumbfounded. The next moment, the Lao Dao master's eyes widened. His mind was in a mess. After a long time, the Lao Dao master managed to regain his senses. He asked with a trembling voice, Wanjian School has been destroyed. As soon as he said this, Yen Hai and Ruan Qing also stared at Li Wan. They did not dare to look away for a moment, afraid that they would miss something. Compared to the Emperor of Tang who had never been overseas, Yen Hai and Ruan Qing were independent cultivators and disciples of the Daoyi sect. They naturally knew what the destruction of Wanjian School meant. This was an upper sect. An upper sect that stood at the top of overseas and looked down on countless martial artists. How could it be destroyed just like that? And it was destroyed by Su Qin? No matter how much the Lao Dao master and the others overestimated Su Qin, they felt as if they had heard a fantasy story. Of course, Li Wan took out the longsword magic treasure that he had obtained from the 1,000-feet sword peak on the Thousand Swords Island and waved it in front of the Lao Dao master and the others as if he was showing off. The sword chi on this? Is this really the legacy magic treasure of Wanjian School? The Lao Dao master's pupils shrank as he muttered to himself. Wanjian School's sword chi was famous overseas. Aside from the 10,000 swords Taoist from more than 4,000 years ago, who else could leave behind such a magic treasure that was filled with sharp sword chi? If it was said that Wanjian School had handed over Li Wan in order not to completely offend Su Qin, a pinnacle legend who had condensed a domain, it would barely make sense. But at this moment, Li Wan was holding the legacy magic treasure of Wanjian School in his hand, which was completely inexplicable. How could Wanjian School hand over Li Wan and give him a legacy magic treasure? After all, the importance of a legacy magic treasure was definitely above that of a pinnacle legend. After all, pinnacle legends would die of old age. Even if they could use a self-sealing secret technique to hibernate, there was still a limit. On the other hand, legacy magic treasures could be passed down for generations to come and protect Wanjian School. Unless it was really as Li Wan said, that Su Qin had destroyed Wanjian School. And after Wanjian School was destroyed, many of the magic treasures were naturally selected and brought back by Su Qin. However, the Lao Dao master was still a little in disbelief. Because if this speculation was true, Wanjian school had indeed been destroyed. But how was this possible? Throughout history there had indeed been great sects that had been destroyed, but it was basically the result of some earth immortal killing their way to their door. But Su Qin, the Lao Dao master, swallowed his saliva and looked at Su Qin as if he was looking at a god. Su Qin was able to return to Chang and city after destroying Wanjian school. His strength was probably far beyond the level of just condensing a domain. After that, the few of them chatted for a while more before going their separate ways. Su Qin finally reminded the Emperor of Tang to pay attention to the situation in the world. Just now, Su Qin observed with the eye of truth that the qi and spiritual opportunity of the weather seemed to have reached a critical point and would inevitably affect the entire continent. After that, Su Qin taught Li Wan a sword technique. These sword techniques were all obtained by Su Qin over the years, as well as some of the divine sword techniques that he had obtained in Wanjian school. Now that Li Wan's body was nurtured with the sword intent of Wanjian school, he would not be lacking in the realm of the sword Dao. What he needed was a lot of cultivation methods. And today Su Qin did not lack any cultivation methods. South of the border of the Empire of Tang, in a mountain forest covered with dark clouds. This was where the Thunder God sect, a great overseas sect, established their branch in the land of great struggle. At this moment hundreds of Raytheon disciples were sitting cross-legged, absorbing the power of thunder between heaven and earth, slowly increasing their strength. And on a high platform Raytheon's vice sect master, who was wearing a dark blue robe, was sitting there quietly. Suddenly, at this moment, a terrifying aura pierced through heaven and earth, breaking through the endless dark clouds and descending in front of Raytheon. The owner of this aura was tall and there was thunder faintly surrounding his every move, just like the legendary Thunder God. Raytheon's vice sect master was shocked when he saw this scene. He immediately stepped forward and bowed. Raytheon's 129th generation disciple, Lei Fan, greets Patriarch Lei Xing. After vice sect master Lei Fan bowed, hundreds of Raytheon disciples who were cultivating immediately reacted and bowed together. Greetings, Patriarch Lei Xing. The tall man who suddenly descended here was called Lei Xing, the ancestor of Raytheon who transformed into an essence soul 1,000 years ago. Get up. Patriarch Lei Xing was shrouded in thunder, his face was faintly discernible, and the thunder was like a long dragon, constantly entwining his body. Patriarch, this disciple is unfilial. How glorious am I, Raytheon overseas? I control thunder and punish on behalf of the heavens, but now, I only occupy a remote corner of the land of battle, far away from the real core. I have let down the Patriarch's expectations. Vice Sect Master Lei Hong knelt on the ground and said with tears streaming down his face. It's not your fault. Even Wanjian school was destroyed in the hands of the legend of the Empire of Tang. It's already good that you can establish a foundation again. Patriarch Lei Xing said slowly. What? Wanjian school was destroyed? Vice Sect Master Lei Hong was shocked. He never dreamed that Wanjian school would be destroyed, and at the hands of the legend of Chang and City. Didn't they say that the legend of Chang and City had just condensed a domain not long ago? How could he be so strong? Lei Hong was horrified and it took him a moment to calm down. Then why are you here, Patriarch? Lei Hong swallowed and asked tentatively. The recovery of the vitality tide is about to reach a critical point. I'm here to seize the opportunity for Raytheon at the critical point. At this point, Patriarch Lei Xing paused for a moment, and then continued, by the way, I'm going to have a chat with the legend of Chang and City. Otherwise, if we allow the other party to occupy the core of the land of battle, do they really think that there's no one left in the great sects? Patriarch Lei Xing's tone was calm, but it was full of strong confidence. The reason why he didn't care about the Empire of Tang before was that the vitality tide had just begun to recover, and the various opportunities had yet to appear. Even if Raytheon occupied the entire land of battle, it would be useless. But now, the first critical point of the vitality tide was about to appear, and it was related to the great opportunity of the last vitality tide era. Raytheon would naturally fight for it. Chapter 287. Raytheon was not the only one. Almost at the same time, the Snow God Palace, the Kuragenkyo, and other major sects welcomed their most powerful ancestors. The far north ice field. A woman in a palace dress had appeared outside the Snow God Palace. The woman in the palace dress stood there quietly. Her temperament was weak, just like an ordinary person. But if one looked closely, one would find that there was a world of ice in the depths of her eyes. When they saw the woman in the palace dress, All the disciples and elders of the Snow God Palace who had come to the battlefield bowed and greeted her respectfully. Ancestor, did you wake up this time because the critical point of the recovery of the vital chi tide is approaching? The deputy palace master of the Snow God Palace asked the woman in the palace dress carefully. That's right. The woman in the palace dress looked indifferent, like an iceberg that would not melt for thousands of years. She said softly, I also want to meet the legend of the Empire of Tang with my friends. The deputy palace master of the Snow God Palace was slightly shocked when she heard this. She quickly said, but Ancestor just said that the legend of Chang and City destroyed the Wanjian school by himself. His strength is unfathomable, the deputy palace master of the Snow God Palace said hesitantly. When she learned from the woman in the palace dress that the destruction of the Wanjian school was caused by Su Qin, she was extremely shocked. Now that she heard that her ancestor wanted to meet Su Qin, she was obviously worried. Don't worry. The woman in the palace dress shook her head slightly and said contemptuously, the Wanjian school has only been around for 4,000 years. How can it compare to the Snow God Palace? In the entire Wanjian school, Kanzu was the only one who had transformed his primordial spirit in the past 2,000 years. But even so, Kanzu's body died of old age a long time ago. Without the nourishment of his body, his Yuan spirit is like a rootless duckweed. Besides, many of our killing moves rely on our bodies. Kanzu doesn't have a physical body and can only rely on his soul to maintain a large portion of his combat strength. But in a battle between cultivators of the same level, even the slightest difference can affect the outcome of the battle, much less when one side has lost their physical body. The woman's tone was flat and monotonous. Kanzu, who only had a primordial spirit body, could easily deal with a legend below the primordial spirit. However, when facing an existence of the same level, he would pale in comparison. The woman was not surprised that Su Qin had killed Kanzu because she was confident that she could do the same. As for destroying Wanjian school, after all, the Wanjian school was the orthodoxy left behind by an earth immortal. Su Qin was able to destroy the Wanjian school, so his strength must have surpassed the peak legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit. However, the woman was not going to Chang and City alone this time. Instead, she was going with several fellow cultivators from other major sections. With several peak legends who had transformed into a primordial spirit working together, no matter how strong Su Qin was, as long as he did not set foot in the territory of an earth immortal, they would have nothing to fear. This was also the biggest source of confidence for the woman in the palace dress. At this moment, Chang'an City. Inside the palace, Su Qin went into seclusion for a while. After stabilizing his primordial spirit, he returned to the East Palace and gave guidance to Family Su's cultivation. After all, Su Qin had gone overseas for several months. Naturally, he wanted to see the progress of Family Su's martial arts. Qin, you've broken through again? Outside the right spring square, Su Shimin was practicing the Arhat fist. This Arhat fist was a fist technique that Su Qin had brought out from the Shaolin Temple. It was a basic fist technique. However, at this moment in Su Shimin's hands, it showed a different kind of demeanor. It was as if the real venerable Arhat was punching. It was simple and majestic. As it stretched and unfolded, a large amount of heaven and earth's essence chi surged into Su Shimin's body and increased his cultivation base. A slight breakthrough, Su Qin said casually. For other peak legends, transforming into a primordial spirit was already a qualitative change. Once a primordial spirit was formed, it could break free from the shackles of the physical body, travel thousands of miles, and be reborn. It was simply unbelievable. However, in Su Qin's eyes, it was indeed a slight breakthrough. It was only a matter of time. Qin, your slight breakthrough in the eyes of mortals like us, is probably all the breakthroughs between an ordinary person and a martial arts legend. As Su Shimin spoke, he continued to practice the Arhat fist. Father, your strength is advancing very quickly. There is hope for you to reach the myth realm. Su Qin looked at Su Shimin's Arhat fist and a smile appeared on his face. In just a few years, Su Shimin had already become a second-grade grandmaster from a fifth-grade grandmaster. He was only a step away from the first-grade grandmaster realm. Of course, this was due to the essence chi tide and the elixir cultivation method that Su Qin had given him, but it was also due to Su Shimin's own hard work. Although I used to like martial arts, I knew that my conditions did not allow it. Now that I have Qiner's help, if I can't make any progress, I might as well be a rich man and spend the rest of my life. When Su Shimin said this, he paused for a while as if thinking of something and sighed softly, it's a pity that Yuan is not interested in martial arts. Otherwise, I would definitely drag him to practice with me. The Yuan that Su Shimin mentioned was the current crown prince of the Empire of Tang, Li Yuan. Compared with Li Yuan, who was addicted to martial arts since childhood and always followed Su Qin around all day, Li Yuan was the opposite. He had no interest in martial arts at all and devoted himself to state affairs. Everyone has their own path to walk. Su Qin shook his head slightly and said lightly. He had already given Li Yuan a choice. If the other party insisted on giving up martial arts, it had nothing to do with Su Qin. Next, Su Qin chatted with Su Shimin for a while, and after walking around the palace, he returned to the majestic underground hall again. Let's set up this Buddhist lamp first. With a thought, Su Qin saw a slowly burning Buddhist lamp appear in front of him. This Buddhist lamp was the 10,000 spirits Buddhist lamp that Su Qin obtained in the 10,000 Buddhas hall. When the wick is lit, it is invulnerable. Of course, the invulnerability here was only relative. At the very least, this 10,000 spirits Buddhist lamp would not be able to block Su Qin's attack. But no matter what, this Buddhist lamp was still a very rare Buddhist treasure. After hanging the 10,000 spirits Buddhist lamp at the top of the majestic hall and letting its faint Buddhist light envelop the entire hall, Su Qin once again took out a yellow flag. It was the Wutu flag. The Wutu flag was a treasure that Su Qin obtained from signing in at the origin of the earth element. It contained several earth element arrays. As long as the Wutu flag was inserted, the arrays would automatically operate, which was very convenient. But, as the Wutu flag was inserted into the hall, in an instant, the entire hall was faintly shrouded in layers of yellow light. Under the cover of the array in the Wutu flag, the entire underground black majestic hall seemed to have completely disappeared. Even if a peak myth-level divine sense were to scan it, they would not be able to detect it at all. Not bad. It even has its own concealment effect. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He was very satisfied. With his attainments in the formation path, setting up a concealment heaven and earth great array was just a matter of a thought. However, once the heaven and earth great array was set up, it would need to be maintained and nurtured every once in a while. It was unlike the Wutu flag, where as long as the treasure itself was not destroyed, the great array would continue to exist. Now that my primordial spirit is formed and my territory is stable, it's time to consider breaking through to the great Arhat realm. Su Qin sat cross-legged and stopped cultivating. Instead, he pondered in his heart. If I want to enter the great Arhat realm, I need my primordial spirit to merge with the primordial spirit ocean and draw in the endless primordial spirit to forge my Dharma body. However, the primordial spirit ocean varies in depth. The primordial spirit ocean at the shallow end and the primordial spirit ocean at the deep end are obviously on a different level. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. When an ordinary peak myth-level Earth Immortal attempted to break through to the Earth Immortal realm, it would be a blessing if they could successfully merge with the primordial spirit ocean. Who would dare to consider the depth of the primordial spirit ocean? Originally, I planned to use the picture of the Great Sun as the foundation and merge my primordial spirit with the primordial spirit ocean. The picture of the Great Sun is the embodiment of the essence of the most powerful fire-type divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. It can definitely bring my primordial spirit to the deepest part of the primordial spirit ocean. However, my picture of the Great Sun is only at the entry level. This level of picture of the Great Sun only allows me to possess a wisp of the three-legged golden crow's aura. It can't be used in the primordial spirit ocean at all. When Su Qin thought of this, his eyes narrowed slightly. If it was only to enter the great Arhat realm, Su Qin could have touched it when he was at the earth elemental source in the 10,000 Buddhas hall. However, Su Qin rejected it. Even among the land immortals, there was a distinction between high and low. If Su Qin stepped into this realm, he naturally hoped that he would leave the other land immortals far behind him. At least the picture of the Great Sun at the small mastery level allows me to possess some of the three-legged golden crow's divine ability talent. Only then can it lead me into the deeper level of the primordial spirit ocean. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. The cultivation of the picture of the Great Sun was divided into 3 levels. Entry, small mastery, large mastery. As long as the picture of the Great Sun was completed, it would be equivalent to completely cultivating the picture of the Great Sun. At that time, Su Qin would be able to transform into the most powerful fire-type divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. As for entry and small mastery, the entry-level picture of the Great Sun could allow Su Qin to possess a wisp of the three-legged golden crow's aura. As for small mastery, it would allow Su Qin to possess some of the three-legged golden crow's divine ability. Thinking of this, Su Qin glanced at the fire-type magic pills and treasures that were piled up in a certain location in the system space. Over the years, most of Su Qin's sign-in opportunities were used in the underground volcano in the cathodic city of the cave world. As a result, he obtained a large number of fire-type magic pills and other fire-type treasures. However, Su Qin wasn't sure whether these fire-type magic pills and treasures could push his picture of the Great Sun to small mastery, because his sign-in time at the underground volcano under the cathodic city of the cave world was too short. If he was given another 10 years to obtain more fire-type magic pills and treasures, Su Qin was confident that he would be able to push the picture of the Great Sun to small mastery. Whatever. Let's give it a try first. Su Qin calmed down and suddenly made a decision in his heart. Next, Su Qin once again fell into seclusion. Time passed slowly. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this half-year period, Su Qin had been swallowing countless fire-type magic pills and treasures, constantly pushing the picture of the Great Sun towards small mastery. On a certain day, Su Qin quietly opened his eyes. The moment Su Qin opened his eyes, screech! An invisible roar burst out, and in the depths of Su Qin's eyes, a great sun that seemed to be burning eternally appeared. And in the depths of the great sun, a three-legged divine bird roared towards the sky, and terrifying flames suddenly erupted, burning heaven and earth. Chapter 288. It's a pity. After a long time, Su Qin closed his eyes again, and when he opened them again they had returned to normal. The scene in Su Qin's eyes just now was just some memory fragments of the three-legged golden crow that he received when he was cultivating the Great Sun painting. It was just an image, not a real three-legged golden crow. I'm still a little bit away from cultivating the Great Sun painting to minor accomplishment, Su Qin whispered to himself. In this half a year, Su Qin had already swallowed all the fire elemental demonic pills and all the golden crows in the system space. As a result, he had fiercely advanced a part of the cultivation of the picture of the Great Sun, but he was still a distance away from the true minor accomplishment. Do I have to wait a few more years and sign in enough fire attribute demonic cores before breaking through? Su Qin frowned slightly. Now, with the continuous recovery of the vitality tide, coupled with the continuous arrival of the peak mythical aura from the overseas major sects, Su Qin suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Su Qin was not afraid of the Wanjian school, a major sect that has only existed for more than 4,000 years, but Su Qin was still a little afraid of the other major sects, especially the major sects that have existed since the last vitality tide era. He didn't know how much heritage these major sects have, and maybe they have the means of an earth immortal. Just as Su Qin was thinking. Buzz. Between the vast heaven and earth, the vitality was surging, as if it had undergone some kind of sublimation, reaching a certain critical point and began to rise rapidly. Endless fire elemental power gathered from all directions and landed hundreds of miles away from Jianghu and city, forming a mountain range that was burning with raging flames. The mountain range was not very vast, but it was still dozens of miles. The endless power of fire condensed into fire dragons, constantly sweeping through every corner of the mountain range. Suddenly, all the martial artists in the upper realm and above looked up thoughtfully at the flame mountain range. The martial artists in the upper realm began to bear the world's essence chi, and they could faintly feel the majestic world's essence chi between heaven and earth. The endless world's essence chi consumed when the flame mountain was formed naturally attracted the attention of countless martial artists. That is. Inside the palace, the old man Fei Yu was overwhelmed with shock. His face was filled with disbelief. The Lao Dao practitioner from the Daoyi school felt the same way as Yan Hai Ruanqing and the others. They were in Jianghu city, so they naturally had a deep impression of the newly formed flame mountain range hundreds of miles away. This is the fire elemental origin, a fire elemental origin condensed by heaven and earth. The old man Fei Yu's voice trembled as he spoke in disbelief. 5 elemental sources such as the fire elemental source and the earth elemental source generally required thousands of years of nurturing before they could form. But now, under the continuous rise of the chi of heaven and earth, a fire elemental source that was hard to come by in 1,000 years was forming at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is an opportunity, a truly great opportunity. A great opportunity that only appears in the land of great struggle. Fei Yu's face was filled with fanaticism. The sources of the 5 elements were extremely rare. Even during the peak of the previous vitality tide, there were not many of them. Any fully matured source of the 5 elements could help a pinnacle myth more easily integrate his primordial spirit into the sea of vitality in the depths of the void. How incredible was this? It must be known that the further one goes in martial arts cultivation, the less help external forces can bring. It was simply shocking to think that the fire elemental source could increase the possibility of entering the earth immortal realm. Not good. Trouble. After the excitement, the old man Fei Yu's face suddenly changed. Over the past 6 months, mythical martial artists from the major sects had entered the Empire of Tang. Although the Emperor of Tang was concerned about this, as long as these mythical martial artists from the major sects didn't cause any trouble, he wouldn't stop them. Firstly, he was worried that it would cause the dissatisfaction of all the overseas major sects. Secondly, if the Empire of Tang really wanted to catch up with these major sects, it must have more contact with them. And under the deterrence of Su Qin, these mythical martial artists from the major sects, after entering the Empire of Tang, were well behaved. Even the Kuragenkyo disciples who had always liked to kill, didn't dare to kill in the Empire of Tang for fear of attracting Su Qin's attention. However, the old man Fei Yu knew that the premise of these mythical martial artists not attacking was that the Empire of Tang didn't have anything to attract them. But now, this newly formed fire elemental source was enough to arouse the greed in the hearts of all the mythical martial artists. Moreover, because the fire elemental source was only a few hundred miles away from Chang'an City, the aftermath of the fight between these mythical martial artists was very likely to spread to Chang'an City. As for Su Qin's deterrence, in front of the fire elemental source, it would definitely attract the full force of the major sects. How could they give up because of Su Qin? Just when the old man Fei Yu's face turned ugly, a faint voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It turned out to be a newly formed fire elemental source. Su Qin's figure appeared silently beside him, looking in the direction of the Flame Mountain range and said softly, "My lord." The old man Fei Yu's heart tightened, and he immediately bowed to Su Qin. "Get up." Su Qin waved his hand, and his eyes flashed with a hint of fiery passion. Now his great sun painting was still a little short of minor accomplishment. Originally, Su Qin thought that it would take a few more years to get enough fire elemental treasures to devour before he could step into minor accomplishment. But now the appearance of this fire elemental source made Su Qin overjoyed. The fire elemental source was condensed from the endless fire elemental energy between heaven and earth, and it was the best fuel for cultivating the great sun painting. A complete fire elemental source would definitely allow the cultivation of the great sun painting to advance by leaps and bounds. Not to mention great accomplishment, at least minor accomplishment wouldn't be a problem. Once the great sun painting reached minor accomplishment, Su Qin could use it to integrate his primordial spirit into the sea of vitality and take that step. "Come with me for a while." Su Qin glanced at Fei Yu and said casually. After all, the old man Fei Yu was a peak myth, and his strength wasn't weak. When Su Qin was devouring the fire elemental source, if there was anything, he could instruct Fei Yu to do it. "Yes." Hearing this, the old man Fei Yu said respectfully. At the same time, in front of the Flame Mountain range, with the rise of heaven and earth's essence Qi, a group of powerhouses had already rushed here. These powerhouses basically came from the major sections. When the heaven and earth's essence Qi was sublimated, they happened to be nearby so they could rush over immediately. "Here, is this the legendary fire elemental source?" A tall man with a faint flash of lightning in his eyes looked at the Flame Mountain range in front of him with a burning gaze. He was Elder Raytheon, a fifth heavenly layer myth. Naturally, he knew what the fire elemental source meant. "That's right. It's exactly the same as what was recorded in the sect. Legend has it that when the vitality tide recovers, an unprecedented opportunity will appear in the land of great battle. Now it seems that the rumors are true." Another man with a cold face sighed with emotion. As myths, they should be able to control heaven and earth, but at this moment, in front of this Flame Mountain range, they had an illusion that they were as small as dust. The cold man knew that this was entirely because the fire elemental source was formed by the convergence of the endless fire elemental energy of heaven and earth. Facing the fire elemental source was like facing the endless fire elemental energy of heaven and earth. In front of a real vitality ocean, even earth immortals were like dust, let alone them. It's indeed the fire elemental source, but don't forget that this is the territory of the myth of the Empire of Tang. Do you think you can snatch the fire elemental source from him? At this time, a woman who was the furthest away from the fire elemental source sneered. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Half a year had passed, and the news of Su Qin destroying Wanjian School had already spread to their ears. Everyone present knew about Su Qin's methods. "That's right. It's indeed difficult for us to resist the myth of the Empire of Tang. Speaking of this, the cold man suddenly changed the topic. But although the myth of the Empire of Tang is powerful, we are not afraid of him. Just now, I have already sent a message to the sect, and some ancestors are already rushing here. As the cold man spoke, he looked at the Flame Mountain range with incomparable greed. Although it was impossible for him to enjoy the fire elemental source, the credit of discovering the fire elemental source was enough to raise his status in the sect, and he even had a chance to compete for the position of the sect leader. Although many of the sect leaders of the great sects had to deal with trivial matters, they also received the most distribution of martial arts cultivation resources. That's true. So what if the myth of the Empire of Tang has transformed his primordial spirit? So what if he destroyed Wanjian school? The real heritage of the great sects that we have accumulated for thousands of years is not something that can be subverted by a single martial artist. Elder Raytheon, who was the first to speak, said slowly. His words immediately resonated with the others. The great sects had stood at the top of the overseas martial arts world for thousands of years. What kind of glory was that? Even in the era where there were earth immortals, these great sects still stood tall. No matter how strong Su Qin was, could he be stronger than an earth immortal? Even an earth immortal could not do anything to the great sections. What could Su Qin use to shake them? The reason why many of the great sects did not take action before was entirely because they did not have enough benefits. In addition, they were afraid of each other and kept each other in check. That was how they maintained the current situation. They sat back and watched the Empire of Tang occupy the most important territory in the land of the Great Battle. But now, the appearance of the fire elemental source gave many of the great sects a good reason to come forward. Moreover, in the face of the fire elemental source, many of the great sects would completely abandon their previous grudges and join forces to deal with Su Qin. After all, in the eyes of the great sects, no matter who the fire elemental source belonged to, it could only be chosen among them. As for Su Qin, an outsider, what right did he have to get his hands on such a treasure? If that legend from the Empire of Tang dares to appear, my sect's ancestor will definitely make him unable to return. Elder Raytheon had a proud look on his face. He knew very well that half a year ago, Ancestor Lei Xing had already arrived at the land of the Great Battle. As early as 1,000 years ago, Ancestor Lei Xing had already transformed into a primordial spirit. Moreover, compared to Kanzu, who had a physical body, Ancestor Lei Xing's physical body was still there and could exert his strongest combat strength. With a veteran legend like Ancestor Lei Xing who had transformed his primordial spirit, why would Raytheon need to be afraid of Su Qin? However, just as everyone was discussing the ownership of the fire elemental source, a terrifying aura, like an ancient divine mountain, shrouded down. Under the cover of this aura, everyone present felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They all knelt on the ground as if they were welcoming a supreme immortal god. Who is it? Elder Raytheon raised his head with difficulty and looked into the distance. He saw that at the end of his line of sight, a slender and tall figure was walking towards him unhurriedly. Everything in the world seemed to be under his feet, as if an immortal king was patrolling the sky, overlooking the three realms. Chapter 289. In front of the Flame Mountain Range. Just when many legends were looking at the source of fire in front of them with a fiery gaze, a slender silhouette walked over from 100 miles away. It was as if an immortal king was patrolling the heavens, magnificent and vast. Although he was still 100 miles away, his terrifying aura swept across, causing all the legends to tremble in their hearts. They couldn't muster up any intention to resist. It's the legend of the Empire of Tang? The man with a cold face stammered, his teeth chattering. When the others heard this, their hands and feet suddenly went cold, as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Although they showed strong confidence just now, at this moment when they really faced such a peerless expert who had destroyed Wanjian school, everyone realized how ignorant they were just now. Perhaps the major sects behind them could barely stand at the same height as Su Qin, but for them, in front of Su Qin, they were like ants. How did this legend of the Empire of Tang come so quickly? Someone swallowed, his face full of shock. Dong, dong, dong. In an instant, under everyone's gaze, Su Qin crossed 100 miles and came to the Flame Mountain Range. Greetings, Senior. The legends who had long knelt on the ground could no longer bear it and hurriedly bowed. Su Qin stopped and ignored the legends who were kneeling on the ground. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the Flame Mountain Range in front of him. Is this the source of fire? Su Qin felt the surging power of fire in the mountain range and his face was thoughtful. The 5 elemental sources were divided into 5 elements, and the forms they showed were different. For example, the earth elemental source was in the form of a hill, valley, or even a mountain range, while the water elemental source may be a lake, a river, or even an ocean. The most peculiar ones were the thunder elemental source, yin elemental source, yang elemental source, and so on. They had no specific form at all and could be a thunderbolt or a wisp of yang qi, yin qi, and so on. However, the fire elemental source in front of him was obviously much more flamboyant than the earth elemental source that Su Qin had encountered. The aura of the source of earth element in the pantheon of Buddhas in the western desert had been restrained to the extreme. Even Su Qin might have overlooked it if he was not careful. However, the source of fire element in front of him had exposed its aura. As soon as it appeared, it shocked the empire of Tang. My lord, this fire elemental source shouldn't have been successfully nurtured yet. Fei Yu, the old man at the side, observed carefully and said in a low voice. Not bad. Su Qin nodded slightly and said indifferently, but it will be soon. This source of fire element was self-manifested when the tide of vitality reached a certain critical point. Its cultivation speed was far faster than the other sources of the 5 elements. According to Su Qin's estimation, after a few days, the source of fire element would be completely cultivated. In fact, the moment Su Qin saw the source of the fire element, he could feel that the stone tablet that symbolized the Great Sun diagram in his body suddenly stirred, as if it was yearning for something. As expected, the source of fire element is one of the best resources to cultivate the Great Sun diagram. Su Qin touched his chin and stabilized the Great Sun diagram stone tablet that was constantly vibrating. Although the Great Sun diagram was now eager to devour the source of fire element, Su Qin knew that only when the source of fire element was completely mature would it be able to exert its greatest effect. At that time, devouring it would be of the greatest help to him. Next, after Su Qin took a few more glances at the source of fire element, he set his eyes on the many myths kneeling on the ground. Just now, you wanted me to come here but never return? Su Qin looked at Elder Raytheon not far away and said calmly. Long before coming to the source of fire element, Su Qin had used the power of his spirit to cover a radius of hundreds of miles. The conversation between the many myths on the field naturally fell into Su Qin's ears. No, senior, I was wrong, please spare my life. Elder Raytheon was scared out of his wits and kowtowed again and again. Logically speaking, you are not a peak myth, I am bullying you. Su Qin looked down at Elder Raytheon and said slowly. Yes. Senior's mind is as vast as the sea, your magical power is endless. Elder Raytheon was overjoyed and quickly said. When the other myths on the field heard this, their hearts suddenly rose with hope. If Su Qin disdained to bully the weak and let Elder Raytheon go, he would not have attacked them. In other words, these myths were able to save their lives in front of a peerless former who had at least transformed his spirit. However, before everyone could finish rejoicing, Su Qin kept shaking his head and said, It's a pity. In Su Qin's eyes, a cluster of flames suddenly ignited. The flames continued to soar and finally burst out, burning Elder Raytheon in front of him into nothingness. Su Qin stepped into the martial Tao for decades, and the last thing he cared about was bullying the weak. Otherwise, when the Meng Yuan Empire invaded, he would not have directly burned the Meng Yuan Empire's millions of foreign troops. For Su Qin, cultivating martial Tao and constantly becoming stronger was to follow his heart and follow his heart. How could he be constrained by other things? The rest of the myths on the field listened to Elder Raytheon's screams and bowed their heads. Their bodies trembled more and more, fearing that in the next moment, the flames that burned everything would fall on them. None of the myths thought of running away. As disciples of the major sects, everyone on the field knew that in front of a powerhouse like Su Qin, the only way to survive was to show their respect. As for running away, what can you use to escape? Even if you do your best and use all kinds of secret and forbidden techniques, can you escape from the domain? Can you escape from the spirit's scan? Next, Su Qin raised his hand and killed a few more people. These people had just said that when their old ancestor appeared, they would make the empire of Tang surrender under their feet. Finally, Su Qin looked at the man with a cold face. Senior, aren't you afraid that the old ancestor will take revenge on you? The cold man's voice trembled, but he still mustered up his courage and said. The cold man was very clear in his heart that if he didn't speak, he was afraid that he would be turned into ashes like the previous people. Under the pressure of life and death, even if the cold man knew that his words were very likely to anger Su Qin, he couldn't care less. Anyway, if he didn't speak, he would definitely die. If he spoke, at most he would die. But if there was a trace of fear in Su Qin's heart, it would be his hope to live. Revenge? Just based on your Black Source sex group of trash who are neither human nor ghost? A trace of sarcasm appeared on Su Qin's face. The man with a cold face was one of the Kuragenkyo elders, but at this moment the Kuragenkyo man who claimed to be able to transform between illusion and reality at will, under the gaze of Su Qin, was completely cut off from the illusion, and even moving was extremely difficult. In an instant, under the desperate look of the cold man, his body began to burn again and quickly turned into nothingness. Just when all the myths were trembling in their hearts. In an instant, a voice suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. Trash? Fellow Taoist, you really have a big tone. My Kuragenkyo has been at the top of the world for thousands of years, but in the mouth of fellow Taoist, we have become trash? The sky suddenly darkened, and an incomparably deep, but illusory figure slowly walked over. This figure seemed to be walking between illusion and reality, as if the two coexisted, but also as if the two were separate, giving people a very contradictory feeling. That is that the Kuragenkyo's abyssal ancestor? The moment many myths saw this figure, their scalps suddenly exploded, and cold sweat quickly emerged on their foreheads. Compared to other peak myths who have transformed into primordial spirit, the Kuragenkyo's abyssal ancestor is an extremely terrifying existence. The Kuragenkyo's cultivation method has flaws, and it can't transform into primordial spirit, let alone enter the earth immortal realm. But if the Kuragenkyo's fundamental devil cultivation method is cultivated to the extreme and one step further, they can transform themselves into the nightmare form. In the nightmare form, they will obtain the power of nightmare, which is enough to compete with the power of primordial spirit, and even in a strange degree, it is several times more difficult to deal with than the ordinary power of primordial spirit. This is also the reason why the Kuragenkyo has been standing overseas for thousands of years. Although the Kuragenkyo has never had an earth immortal, but for thousands of years, there has been an ancestor in the nightmare form. The deterrent power of an ancestor who maintains the nightmare form is definitely above the ordinary peak primordial spirit myth. Su Qin looked at the Kuragenkyo's abyssal ancestor. With Su Qin's eyesight, he naturally saw through the abyssal ancestor's details at a glance. At this time, the aura that the abyssal ancestor showed was much stronger than that of Kanzu from Wanjian school. This is normal. After all, Kanzu has lost his physical body for hundreds of years, and the power of his primordial spirit has already begun to decline. How can he be compared to the abyssal ancestor? You dare to stand in front of me alone? Aren't you afraid that I will refine your nightmare form? Su Qin's expression was calm as he lightly said. If he had not transformed into primordial spirit, he could have defeated the abyssal ancestor with only half a step into the level of Dharma body, but it would have been difficult to make him stay. Is that so? What if I join in? Another cold voice was heard, and everyone looked over subconsciously, only to see a woman standing in the world of ice slowly walking over. To be precise, the woman was not standing in the world of ice, but with every step she took, a terrifying aura spread in all directions, forcibly lowering the surrounding temperature. This is? Suddenly, everyone's expression changed greatly. The disciples of the snow god's palace almost jumped for joy. Greetings, ancestor. Immediately, a disciple of the snow god palace turned his head and kowtowed loudly. Another legend who has transformed into a primordial spirit? Fei Yu, the old man next to Su Qin, looked solemn. However, before the old man Fei Yu could react, the rumbling sound of thunder suddenly rang out. At the end of the sky, a terrifying thunderbolt suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt descended in front of everyone and turned into a tall man. His aura was like the power of heaven spreading all over the place. I heard that you are good at the way of thunder. Today I, Raytheon, would like to ask you for advice. Is your way of thunder superior to the world, or is my thunder technique that has been passed down for thousands of years better? The tall man looked at Su Qin and said word by word. With the appearance of the tall man, there was an instant uproar. Countless people were dumbfounded and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Thunder god sex ancestor Lei Xing? The old man Fei Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to the previous two people, ancestor Lei Xing's fame was much greater. After all, lightning was a kind of heavenly might. When experts of the same level fought, there were very few who could block the terrifying power of lightning. Something big has happened, Fei Yu murmured in a low voice. Chapter 290. In front of the Flame Mountain Range. Everyone was shocked. Although the Kuragenkyo's ancestor Yuan had not transformed into a primordial spirit, his strength was not weaker than that of an ordinary primordial spirit powerhouse. Coupled with the Snow God Palace and Raytheon, a total of 3 primordial spirit transforming legends were gathered here. It was simply earth-shattering. Even overseas, such a major event had not happened for hundreds or thousands of years. It must be known that the time of a primordial spirit transforming legend was precious. Which one of them was not cultivating in seclusion to take that step forward? How could they casually appear in front of the world? It is recorded in the ancient books of my sect that 900 years ago, many of the great sects and clans fought for a certain item. They used all their resources, and the lives of myth realm martial artists in that era were like grass. Is the scene from 900 years ago going to repeat itself? A myth realm martial artist's voice trembled, and his face was full of horror. Once a myth realm martial artist who had transformed into a primordial spirit made a move, under the collision of the power of the primordial spirit and the power of the domain, even if it was an insignificant aftershock, it was enough to crush these martial artists who had not even stepped into the myth realm. Raytheon? Su Qin raised his head and looked at Ancestor Lei Xing. Among the 3, Ancestor Lei Xing's aura was the strongest, as dazzling as a bright thunderbolt. Whether it was the Kuragenkyo's ancestor Yuan or the Snow God Palace's ancestor Yuan, they were all weaker in front of Lei Xing. This kind of weakness was not a weakness in the level of strength. After all, everyone had transformed into a primordial spirit and were at the same level. It was that the aura of Ancestor Lei Xing was too strong. Your Excellency, we came here together not to make things difficult for you, but this source of fire will belong to us. In addition, you have the core area of the battlefield occupied by the Empire of Tang. As long as you hand over this area, we can let you live. The Kuragenkyo's ancestor Yuan said faintly. Although a deputy leader and an ancestor of the Kuragenkyo had fallen in the hands of Su Qin, it was nothing to the ancestor Yuan. The Kuragenkyo had always been selfish. Why would they care about this? Not bad. In the distance, the ancestor of the Snow God Palace, who seemed to be standing in a world of ice, spoke softly. No matter what, Su Qin was a pinnacle legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit. If the 3 of them joined forces, they might be able to suppress him, but they could not guarantee that they would be able to survive Su Qin's counterattack. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them would be seriously injured or even killed. Once a pinnacle legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit went all out, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. You killed Kenzu, and although you are not weak, Kenzu's mortal body has long decayed and only his Yuan Shin is left. He has the Yuan Shin level but not the strength of his Yuan Shin. How can he be compared to our mortal bodies in Yuan Shin? Ancestor Lei Xing sneered as he looked at Su Qin with confidence. When the other 2 patriarchs heard this, they immediately nodded slightly. Obviously, they agreed with Patriarch Lei Xing's words. It was true that the soul could break free from the shackles of the body, but if it lost the body, the battle prowess that the soul could unleash would definitely be reduced, and it would be unable to use many of its abilities. Of course, whether it was Patriarch Lei Xing or the other 2 patriarchs, they had never thought that Su Qin did not transform into a primordial spirit when he killed Kenzu. If they knew about this, they would definitely turn around and leave, not daring to stay for even a moment. Even if he lost the nourishment of his mortal body, his primordial spirit was still a primordial spirit. The power of the primordial spirit was vast and mighty, and it could easily defeat all the pinnacle legends who had yet to transform into a primordial spirit. It was simply unbelievable that Su Qin could kill Kenzu's primordial spirit with the strength of a primordial spirit that had yet to transform into a primordial spirit. Su Qin's expression did not change in the face of the pressure from Patriarch Lei Xing and the other 2. Instead, he asked calmly, "When I left the sea, the 3 of you were the ones following behind me, right? Why didn't you attack back then?" Su Qin looked at the 3 of them with interest. "What does the destruction of Wanjian School have to do with us? As long as you don't continue to destroy other great sects, it's fine." The Kuragenkyo Patriarch looked indifferent. "But this fire elemental source and the core area of the Land of Great Battle are very important to us, and even related to whether we can pass it down for generations. If we hand it over to you again, we will feel very uneasy." Black Origin Sect's abyssal ancestor only said a few words to clearly explain their intentions. To put it simply, there were not enough benefits. At their level, which one of them would not weigh the pros and cons? Before Su Qin left the sea, no one stopped him because it was not worth it. Even if they attacked Su Qin at that time, what was their purpose? To avenge Wanjian School? How was this possible? But now, the fire elemental source in front of them was enough for them to fight. Even if they had to pay a price for it, they could bear it. After all, this was a fire elemental source. In the previous era of vitality recovery, even Earth Immortals would fight for it. Even for Earth Immortals, the 5 elemental sources were precious. Even if they did not use it themselves, they could give it to their younger disciples. I see. Su Qin looked up at the 3 of them. In that case, all of you can stay. Since the transformation of the primordial spirit, Su Qin had been thinking about how strong he was. He did not expect that now there would be 3 peak myths who had transformed into primordial spirits. This was exactly what Su Qin wanted. Oh. It seems that you do not agree with the conditions that we have offered? The Kuragenkyo Patriarch's face sank, and a huge power rose into the sky in an instant, covering 100 miles in an instant. Once a peak myth who had transformed into primordial spirit releases his power, how terrifying would it be? All the myths on the scene were pale, and even a peak myth like the old man Fei could not stand still. Boom. The next moment, not only the Kuragenkyo Patriarch Yuan, but also the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace and Raytheon's Patriarch Lei Xing began to release their power, faintly suppressing Su Qin. In an instant, within 100 miles, all living things bowed their heads. Even in Chang'an City, hundreds of miles away, millions of people could faintly feel an oppressive aura passing over, as if the heavens were angry. Not good. Retreat. Many legends struggled to break free, and their legs went soft as they fled into the distance. When everyone retreated dozens of miles away, they reluctantly stopped and looked at the battlefield with palpitations. Do you think that the myth of the Empire of Tang can withstand the joint attack of the 3 patriarchs? A myth whispered. The myth of the Empire of Tang is powerful, but the 3 of them are at the same level. This is an eternal trap. Almost all Earth Immortals have the possibility of dying. How can the myth of the Empire of Tang be an exception? Just as everyone was discussing in a low voice. On the battlefield, the aura of Raytheon's Patriarch Lei Xing and the other 2 became heavier and heavier, as if the sky was pressing down and overturning everything. What a pity. The Patriarch of the Snow God Palace shook his head slightly at Su Qin. You had the hope of becoming an Earth Immortal. With the strength that Su Qin had shown, coupled with his vigorous blood and qi and Shoyuan's strength, he might really have the hope of taking that step under the recovery of the vitality tide. But the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace said that it was a pity. What was the reason? Everyone on the scene understood. This time they would certainly go all out. Even if Su Qin did not die, he would be suppressed and cut off the possibility of further progress. Su Qin still stood quietly in the same place, his expression was still indifferent. When the aura of the 3 patriarchs fell 10 feet around him, it suddenly turned into a breeze and gently brushed his face. The Kuragenkyo Patriarch Yuan found that something was wrong. Su Qin's expression was too calm, as if he was not facing the killing trap set up by the 3 of them, but just an ordinary scene. Let's attack together. The Abyss ancestor of the Dark Source sect took a step forward. His figure changed and he turned into a 3-meter-tall monster. The monster's body was illusory, but its aura was deep. It was like a black abyss swallowing all the chi in all directions. Body of succubus? The people watching the battle dozens of miles away immediately recognized the means of the Patriarch Yuan. The incubus physique was even more powerful and strange than the demonic illusory physique. If the demonic illusory physique was merely a transition between reality and illusion, then the incubus physique was a complete separation from the human race and a transformation into another race called the incubus. Platter. As the Patriarch Yuan showed the body of succubus, a strange and terrifying aura slowly spread out. The world seemed to have come from reality to a dream. Compared to the movement caused by the Patriarch Yuan's attack, the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace was much calmer. An icicle suddenly appeared in front of her. The icicle was only the size of a palm, but its whole body was as vast and magnificent as an ice field. An aura that could freeze the world circulated around the icicle. Finally, Raytheon's Patriarch Lei Xing attacked. The terrifying and dazzling thunderbolt power suddenly burst out, and the world seemed to be filled with endless thunderbolts. Even the Abyss ancestor's power of nightmare was overshadowed by this thunderbolt and kept retreating. Rumble. The 3 peak legends who had transformed into the primordial spirit attacked together. This kind of power was simply earth-shattering. Even the many legends who were watching the battle dozens of miles away felt that the internal force was changing slowly. Obviously they were affected. It's too terrifying. The legend of the Empire of Tang will definitely die. One of the legends said resolutely. No one could think of the possibility that Su Qin could break the killing trap. However, In the face of this earth-shattering scene, Su Qin's expression didn't change. His eyes were still calm. He raised one hand and clenched his palm into a fist. The terrifying power of qi and blood gathered in his right fist, and then a large amount of primordial spirit power was constantly poured in. Suddenly, it was as if an ancient god was hammering the sky. Su Qin's fist lightly hit the patriarch Lei Xing and the other two. Crack crack. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the body of the patriarch Yuan of the Kuragenkyo who attacked first suddenly exploded. Endless power of the patriarch Yuan flashed and finally condensed into a new patriarch Yuan a few miles away. But at this moment, the patriarch Yuan's face was as pale as paper and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. But this was not the end. Then the patriarch of the Snow God Palace shot out an icicle and the remaining fist instantly imprinted on her body. Suddenly her body began to collapse. Only an illusory primordial spirit quickly escaped and stared at Su Qin in horror. Only the patriarch Lei Xing of the Raytheon, who was the furthest away from Su Qin, barely resisted the punch. But even so, he was still in a mess and his aura was constantly fluctuating. Apparently he was still injured. There was dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded as if they had seen a miracle. Su Qin had seriously injured 3 peak legends who had transformed into the primordial spirit with just one punch? How incredible was this? Chapter 291. A legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit was already at the top of the overseas world. In the era where there were no land immortals, they could dominate the overseas world. For example, Jianghu from 1,000 years ago had suppressed the overseas world for 200 years. How powerful was that? How domineering was that? But in the face of such pinnacle experts, Su Qin was able to fight against 3 of them alone. Moreover, he was able to severely injure the 3 pinnacle legends who had transformed their primordial spirits. Especially the patriarch of the Snow God Palace, whose physical body was shattered and only his primordial spirit managed to escape. This was because the patriarch of the Snow God Palace had underestimated his opponent and did not have time to activate his life-saving means, but it also showed how terrifying Su Qin's punch was. What a pity. Su Qin slowly retracted his right hand and sighed. The punch he had thrown just now had gathered the power of qi and blood, the power of the primordial spirit, and many of his divine arts. It could be said that he had used all his strength except for the dozens of trump cards, but he still could not completely kill the 3 patriarchs. In any case, the 3 patriarchs were legends who had transformed into a primordial spirit and had rich combat experience. When Su Qin threw out that punch, they had already sensed that something was wrong. Only the patriarch of the Snow God Palace did not have time to use his life-saving means and suffered a great loss. However, the Kuragenkyo patriarch Yuan and Raytheon Lei Xing all escaped unscathed. If my physical body completes the 7th metamorphosis and becomes a Taoist body, the power of this punch will increase by at least 10 times. By then, not to mention 3 immortal soul stage elders, even 6 or 10 of them will be reduced to ashes and not a single trace of them will be left. Su Qin thought to himself. Although his physical body was already half a step into the Dharma body realm, it was not a real Dharma body after all. It was easy to deal with a legend like Jianghu who was only left with his primordial spirit, but he could not crush the 3 patriarchs who had both physical bodies and primordial spirits. If the 3 patriarchs knew what Su Qin was thinking at the moment, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Su Qin was not satisfied with fighting against 3 patriarchs alone and severely injuring them. He wanted to completely kill them with one punch? Such powerful qi and blood? You've become an earth immortal? Patriarch Raytheon's pupils constricted as he spoke in disbelief. From Su Qin's punch, he could feel the power of qi and blood as vast as the ocean. In the face of such a power of qi and blood, even an expert like him would be shocked. Impossible. If you were an earth immortal, we would have been reduced to ashes under the coverage of your domain. Would you still need to swing your fist? Patriarch Lei Xing quickly calmed down and stared at Su Qin. If an earth immortal wanted to kill them, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The Kuragenkyo patriarch Yuan also came to his senses. He took a step forward and approached Patriarch Lei Xing. He looked at Su Qin with incomparable fear. The power of nightmares belonged to the evil category and was naturally countered by the power of blood. If it was the qi and blood of an elite of the same level, with the power of the Abyss Ancestor's nightmare, he would not be afraid. At most, it would just be a little troublesome. However, Su Qin's qi and blood power had obviously exceeded the level of an elite of the same level. It had reached another level. Sorry to trouble you. Looks like we have to go all out. Patriarch Lei Xing said in a deep voice. Although he could see that Su Qin had not stepped into the realm of an earth immortal and only his physical body had barely touched that level, it was still extremely terrifying. If he did not go all out, not to mention fighting with Su Qin, even escaping would be a problem. From the beginning to the end, whether it was Patriarch Lei Xing, the Kuragenkyo Patriarch Yuan, or the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace who only had his primordial spirit left, none of them had thought of escaping. When experts fought, in addition to their own strength, what was more important was the battle of momentum and beliefs. Once they had the intention to retreat, what awaited them was only the path of being chased by Su Qin. Of course. Most importantly, Patriarch Lei Xing and the Kuragenkyo Patriarch Yuan realized that although Su Qin's strength was terrifying, he was still on the same level as them. The gap between the two sides was not insurmountable. Otherwise, if Su Qin showed the power of an earth immortal, Patriarch Lei Xing and the other two would definitely turn around and leave. You destroyed my physical body. I want you to die. The Patriarch of the Snow God Palace stared straight at Su Qin and said coldly. Although the primordial spirit could break free from the shackles of the physical body and exist independently, and even possess a body to be reborn, a primordial spirit expert with a physical body and a primordial spirit expert without a physical body were two completely different concepts. Even if he possessed a body to be reborn, how could someone else's physical body be suitable for his own, which had been tempered thousands of times? Su Qin glanced at the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace and sneered, "How dare you speak in front of me?" The next moment, Su Qin took a step forward, raised his right hand, and pressed it toward the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace. Rumble. A gigantic hand that covered the sky quickly condensed and slowly descended like the vault of heaven. Stop him. The Patriarch of the Kuragenkyo shouted and turned into the body of a succubus again. The endless power of the succubus turned into an abyss and swallowed the huge hand that Su Qin pressed down. It wasn't that the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace was worried about the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace, but if the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace died in the hands of Su Qin, the pressure on them would definitely increase greatly. Even if the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace was only left with his primordial spirit, he was still a primordial spirit expert and could restrain some of Su Qin's attention for them. If the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace died, Su Qin would use all his energy to deal with the two of them, which was obviously not what the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace wanted to see. Patriarch Lei Xing of the Raytheon obviously thought of this as well. His expression became serious and he attacked without hesitation. Rumble. The terrifying power of thunder began to vibrate. The sky was instantly covered by dark clouds and light blue thunder flashed continuously. Thousand Thunder Technique. After Patriarch Lei Xing said these three words, his aura began to weaken rapidly. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky became denser and denser. Rolling thunder flashed continuously as if it could pierce the sky. In a trance, heaven and earth seemed to be angry and wanted to send down thunder to punish Su Qin. This is the Thousand Thunder technique that Raytheon has used to deter overseas for tens of thousands of years. It can control the real thunder and punish on behalf of heaven. Dozens of miles away, many legends who were watching the battle from afar were amazed. Even the elder Fei Yu, who had always had great confidence in Su Qin, turned pale at this moment. No matter how strong Su Qin was, how could he fight against the real heaven and earth? Not to mention Su Qin, even an earth immortal was like dust in front of the real heaven and earth. An earth immortal was only 1,000 years old, Shuyuan, but heaven and earth had existed for more than tens of thousands of years. Rumble. With the sound of thunder, the dark abyss formed by the Patriarch of the Abyss's power of nightmares covered the sky. And at this moment, the power of thunder controlled by Patriarch Lei Xing didn't care and struck toward Su Qin's body without hesitation. In Patriarch Lei Xing's view, Su Qin had two choices. One was to withdraw the giant hand and resist the thunder with all his strength. The second was to bear the power of the thunder and deal with the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace. No matter which of these two choices was within Patriarch Lei Xing's expectations. If Su Qin chose the former, the danger of the Snow God Palace's Patriarch would naturally be solved. But if he chose the latter, even an Earth Immortal's Dharma body would be injured after rashly bearing the power of the thunder. Su Qin's body was strong, but it was obvious that he had just touched the Dharma body level. He would at least be seriously injured after bearing the power of the thunder. Using the life of the Snow God Palace's Patriarch in exchange for the chance to seriously injure Su Qin was completely profitable. At this moment, the dark power of the Patriarch of the Abyss swept in all directions and came into contact with the giant hand pressed down by Su Qin. The two sides kept colliding. The giant hand was like the palm of an ancient god, eternal and indestructible. It easily broke through the terrifying power of the abyss. No! The patriarch of the snow god palace let out a shrill scream. Under the suppression of the giant hand, his primordial spirit collapsed layer by layer and was completely annihilated. Ah! You're finished? No matter how strong your body is, you're finished. Patriarch Lei Xing was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. Su Qin insisted on killing the patriarch of the snow god palace, which was equivalent to bearing the mighty power of the thunder alone. It was exactly what he wanted. Then, under everyone's gaze, the terrifying thunder that descended from the dark clouds in the sky completely enveloped Su Qin. With Su Qin as the center, the area within a few hundred meters seemed to have turned into a sea of thunder. The thunder surged and emitted a terrifying aura. Even Patriarch Lei Xing did not dare to get close to the sea of thunder that had just formed and was only a few hundred meters in size. The so-called Sea of Thunder was formed by the power of endless thunder and had the power to destroy the world. Even Raytheon, who was known as the Thunder Master, did not dare to bear a Sea of Thunder with his body. The Sea of Thunder will last for half an hour. By then, the Sea of Thunder will dissipate and the legend of the Empire of Tang will definitely be seriously injured. Let's join forces and kill him directly once and for all. Patriarch Lei Xing of Raytheon looked at the Patriarch of the Abyss and said word by word. I see. I'll use a forbidden art later. The Patriarch of the Abyss was silent for a moment and nodded. The strength that Su Qin had shown had completely exceeded his expectations, but since they had already surrounded and killed Su Qin, there was no turning back. They could only kill him completely. Otherwise, if they let Su Qin go out alive, there would definitely be endless trouble in the future. Can this Sea of Thunder really injure him? The Patriarch of the Abyss hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice. Don't worry. Patriarch Lei Xing sneered. The Thousand Thunder art is the secret art of Raytheon. Once hit, almost no one below the earth immortal can survive. If it weren't for the legend of the Empire of Tang showing a body that is close to the Dharma body, I'm afraid that this Sea of Thunder alone can completely annihilate him. Patriarch Lei Xing's tone was full of strong confidence. Suddenly, at this moment, the Sea of Thunder in front of him was constantly twisting and a human figure vaguely appeared on the surface of the Sea of Thunder. This is? Patriarch Lei Xing's words came to an abrupt end. However, before Patriarch Lei Xing could react, a right foot slowly stepped out of the Sea of Thunder, followed by the torso, hands, face and finally the left foot. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the figure that walked out of the Sea of Lightning at a steady pace suddenly disappeared. Then a slender and powerful hand grabbed Ancestor Lei Xing's neck and lifted him up. It tastes good. Su Qin looked at Patriarch Lei Xing, who had a face full of shock, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 292. It tastes good. Su Qin narrowed his eyes as if he was enjoying something. The Thousand Thunder art that Patriarch Lei Xing used summoned thousands of thunderbolts, forming a 100-meter sea of thunder. It was terrifying and even Earth immortals were unwilling to resist it. After all, this was no longer Patriarch Lei Xing's own power, but the vast heavenly might. But for Su Qin, it was just nourishment for cultivating the Five Thunder God Fist. The Five Thunder God Fist was obtained by Su Qin when he signed in at the palace. It was a Thunder Path divine art. It could allow Su Qin to truly bathe in the heavenly thunder, so how could he care about a mere 100-meter sea of thunder? The power of heavenly thunder that ordinary earth immortals were afraid of was just a breeze in Su Qin's eyes. How is this possible? Patriarch Lei Xing was grabbed by Su Qin by the neck, but he still felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He couldn't understand why the 100-meter sea of thunder, which was enough to kill all peak mythical level experts, couldn't do anything to Su Qin. Heavenly thunder is useless against me. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Unless it was the real Nine Heavens divine thunder, it couldn't hurt him at all. The Five Thunder God Fist not only allowed Su Qin to master a powerful attack method, but it also gave him a certain degree of immunity to thunder. Of course, the immunity here was only relative. Even heavenly thunder was divided into different levels. If it was the legendary Nine Heavens divine thunder that could destroy everything, Su Qin might not be able to resist it even if he had the Five Thunder God Fist. However, how rare was the Nine Heavens divine thunder? Only earth immortals of the thunder lineage could borrow a trace of it. Lei Xing. Not far away, the Kuragenkyo ancestor Yuan had an ugly expression. Just now, Patriarch Lei Xing had vowed to wait for the Sea of Thunder to dissipate before joining hands to kill Su Qin. In the end, such a drastic change happened in less than a moment. Not only was Su Qin not injured in the Sea of Thunder, but he also walked out of the Sea of Thunder unscathed and suppressed Patriarch Lei Xing in an instant. It was simply shocking. Compared with the dignified ancestor Yuan, many legends who were watching the battle dozens of miles away were completely shocked. In their eyes, Ancestor Lei Xing was already like an immortal god that commanded lightning and carried out punishment on behalf of the heavens. How awe-inspiring was that? But at this moment, such a great deity was being held in Su Qin's hand like a chicken, unable to move at all. This strong contrast almost gave birth to inner demons in the hearts of many myths. Ancestor. Several of Raytheon's disciples saw their old ancestor being humiliated in such a way, and all of their faces were filled with sorrow, but none of them dared to step forward to stop him. On the battlefield where 4 pinnacle primordial soul-level pinnacle myths fought, just the aura that was spontaneously formed was enough to make it difficult for ordinary pinnacle myths to move, let alone them. I underestimated you. At this moment, Patriarch Lei Xing, who was grabbed by the neck by Su Qin, suddenly calmed down. Although Su Qin's right hand was only on his neck, the terrifying suppressive power it brought about caused Grandmaster Lei Xing's true essence to almost stop. This was also the reason why Grandmaster Lei Xing could not break free. He was the ancestor of a sect, but he was actually lifted up by someone. This was tantamount to a great humiliation. However, Grandmaster Lei Xing had no choice. At this moment, his true essence and divine sense were suppressed, and it was extremely difficult for him to even move, let alone resist. In that case, let's die together. Grandmaster Lei Xing knew that he would not be able to escape. With the strength that Su Qin had displayed, even if he was not as good as a real Earth immortal, he was probably not far from it. In addition, his body had already begun to transform into a true Dharma body. If this dragged on, he might not even have the chance to perish together with him. The next moment, Grandmaster Lei Xing began to burn his life force without hesitation. Shoyuan, in an instant, the power that burst out was simply beyond everything. In an instant, he broke free from Su Qin's suppression. Thousand Thunder. Attract. Grandmaster Lei Xing's body began to collapse, and the terrifying power of thunder immediately began to gather crazily. The sky was dark and gloomy. If the Thousand Thunder art was Raytheon's secret art, then the Thousand Thunder attraction was a killing move that would perish together with him. Using the body as a guide to trigger the power of the heavenly thunder, it was more than 10 times stronger than the Thousand Thunder art. Rumble. Endless power of thunder surged. In a flash, it enveloped Su Qin. In an instant, it formed a 1,000-meter sea of thunder. It kept bobbing up and down, emitting an aura that could destroy all things. This 1,000-meter sea of thunder was just floating in the air, but it had already begun to suppress all living beings. Its terrifying heavenly might was vast and magnificent, looking down on all living beings. Whoosh. Before the 1,000-meter sea of thunder was formed, Grandmaster Lei Xing's primordial spirit suddenly jumped out and heaved a sigh of relief. After using the Thousand Thunder attraction, his body would definitely be torn apart by the vast power of thunder immediately, but his primordial spirit would have a chance to escape. Grandmaster Lei Xing's primordial spirit had abandoned his body before the 1,000-meter sea of thunder descended, and he was lucky enough to survive. After losing my body, even if I possess a new body, I'll need decades to get used to it. Grandmaster Lei Xing sighed softly in his heart, but in the blink of an eye he became excited. Compared to being completely suppressed by Su Qin, this was already an excellent outcome. At least his primordial spirit was still alive. And for a peak legend at the primordial spirit level, the primordial spirit was more important. I've long heard that Raytheon's Thousand Thunder attraction is a shocking killing move. Now, it seems that it really lives up to its reputation. In the distance, the Kuragenkyo ancestor Yuan looked at the 1,000-meter sea of thunder that was slowly bobbing up and down. There was still a hint of shock on his face. Grandmaster Lei Xing shook his head and sighed. If it weren't for the fact that I had no choice, why would I use this killing move? Thousand Thunder attraction was a killing move that sacrificed one's body. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no way out, no one would be willing to do so. After all, this was equivalent to sacrificing 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. So what if he killed the enemy? Wouldn't his body still be shattered under the mighty thunder? That's right. The ancestor Yuan also deeply agreed. Su Qin was too strong. Not only had his body begun to transform into a true Dharma body, but his blood and chi were soaring. The attack methods he had mastered were even more incredible. Just a casual palm strike was enough to shatter the primordial spirit of the Grandmaster of the Snow God Palace. This ability was simply shocking. This is Raytheon's Thousand Thunder attraction. Dozens of miles away, many legends saw the rapidly forming 1,000-meter sea of thunder. They swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, "Is Thousand Thunder attraction very strong?" A legend with less experience asked cautiously. "It's more than strong." Another legend sneered, 2,000 years ago, an Earth Immortal fought Raytheon. As a result, 10 awakened Grandmasters of Raytheon joined forces to use Thousand Thunder attraction, which triggered a 10,000-meter sea of thunder and forced the Earth Immortal to retreat. Even the Earth Immortal was forced to retreat. Do you think Thousand Thunder attraction is strong? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. In everyone's eyes, an Earth Immortal was already an invincible existence. To be able to force an Earth Immortal to retreat was enough to show the world-shaking power of Thousand Thunder attraction. My lord is in danger. The old man Fei Yu's face was solemn. He had also heard that Raytheon used Thousand Thunder attraction to force an Earth Immortal to retreat. Of course, it was Raytheon's 10 Grandmasters who joined forces and triggered a 10,000-meter sea of thunder. It was far more than Grandmaster Lei Xing alone who only triggered a 1,000-meter sea of thunder. But Su Qin was not a real Earth Immortal. Under this kind of killing move, it was really hard to say whether Su Qin could block it. Even if Su Qin barely survived the 1,000-meter sea of thunder, he still had to face the Kuragenkyo ancestor Yuan who was eyeing him covetously. Buzz. As the 1,000-meter sea of thunder continued to shake and undulate, the aura of destruction quickly spread out. "He should be dead, right?" Grandmaster Lei Xing and the Kuragenkyo ancestor Yuan stared at the 1,000-meter sea of thunder. Although the two of them were very confident in Thousand Thunder attraction, the strength that Su Qin displayed just now was too terrifying. Whether it was Grandmaster Lei Xing or the Kuragenkyo ancestor Yuan, they still had a trace of worry in their hearts. This was already a killing move of mutual destruction, and Grandmaster Lei Xing had even sacrificed his body for this. If they still couldn't deal with Su Qin, they really had no other way. At this moment, the 1,000-meter sea of thunder began to surge and distort. A slender and tall figure still walked out of the sea of thunder unhurriedly. It was Su Qin. At this moment, Su Qin was untainted, as if the terrifying 1,000-meter sea of thunder did not affect him at all. How is this possible? Grandmaster Lei Xing and the Kuragenkyo ancestor Yuan's expressions changed when they saw this scene. They had already predicted any outcome that Su Qin would walk out of the killing move of 1,000 lightning summoning, alive. But even so, he would still be seriously injured. How could he be strolling leisurely like he was now? "I told you. Heavenly thunder is useless against me." Su Qin shook his head again. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, Su Qin opened his mouth slightly and took a deep breath. In an instant, the 1,000-meter sea of thunder behind Su Qin began to shake and distort, and finally turned into terrifying lightning power that surged into Su Qin's mouth. The 1,000-meter sea of thunder that Grandmaster Lei Xing had summoned at the cost of his body was actually devoured by Su Qin without leaving a single drop behind. Just a little more. After Su Qin swallowed the 1,000-meter sea of thunder, he felt it carefully for a while and then a look of regret appeared on his face. If there were 10 or 20 more 1,000-meter sea of thunder like this, he could use them to cultivate the 5 Thunder Divine Fist and use the power of the 5 Thunder Divine Fist to refine his body. He might be able to complete the 7th transformation of his body and become a real Dharma body. Monster. You are a monster. After Grandmaster Lei Xing saw that the 1,000-meter sea of thunder was completely swallowed by Su Qin, a huge wave of emotions surged in his heart. The power of lightning symbolized destruction. Even a great sect like the Thunder God sect, which specialized in using lightning as its foundation, would not touch the heavenly lightning directly with their physical bodies, let alone swallow all the power of the heavenly lightning. Although a martial artist's body was strong, their internal organs were still very fragile. How could they withstand the power of heavenly thunder? But Su Qin had easily swallowed the 1,000-meter sea of thunder. This behavior only showed one thing. Su Qin's body had completely exceeded their imagination. Even his already fragile internal organs had been tempered like Vajra, and could ignore the power of heavenly thunder. Thinking of this, Grandmaster Lei Xing and the Kuragenkyo Patriarch Yuan suddenly felt despair. With Su Qin's body that could devour thunder, even if he stood there and let them hit him, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. However, as long as they were casually touched by Su Qin, they would be severely injured. The two were completely unequal. Su Qin was in an invincible position. As long as they made a mistake, they would be doomed eternally. Run. Ancestor Lei Xing and the Abyss Ancestor of the Black Source sect looked at each other, then suddenly turned into two phantoms and fled in two different directions. Grandmaster Lei Xing was only left with his primordial spirit now. Without the restraint of a physical body, his speed was extremely fast. In almost an instant he appeared dozens of miles away. The Kuragenkyo Patriarch Yuan transformed into the incubus body, which was also shapeless and formless. He was almost no slower than Grandmaster Lei Xing. Want to leave? Do you think you can? Su Qin sneered. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it into the depths of the void. A strange long blade that was shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon was pulled out by him. It was the demon god's blade. This peerless demon blade, which was obtained from the cave world and suspected to be related to the demon gods in the depths of the cave world, suddenly bloomed with an abyss-like light. The world suddenly turned pitch black, leaving only a pitch-black blade light that looked like a crack in the sky. The blade light of the demon god's blade was extremely fast. Coupled with Su Qin's current strength, it instantly opened up a distance of dozens of miles and appeared behind Grandmaster Lei Xing. Grandmaster Lei Xing seemed to have noticed something and immediately urged the power of his primordial spirit to form dozens of layers of barriers behind him. However, under the sharpness of the demon god's blade, the barrier condensed from the power of the primordial spirit was like a thin piece of paper that shattered upon contact. In the end, under the horrified gaze of Patriarch Lei Xing, the primordial spirit was forcefully cut into two. The primordial spirit was originally formless. After being cut in two, the power of Grandmaster Lei Xing's primordial spirit was still struggling, trying to restore to its original state. Unfortunately, in addition to the extreme sharpness of the demon god's blade, it also carried an aura from the abyss of hell, which was enough to corrode everything. It was the nemesis of illusory things like the primordial spirit. Rip rip rip. In the midst of Grandmaster Lei Xing's wailing, his primordial spirit gradually collapsed and turned into nothingness. Grandmaster Lei Xing is dead? Seeing this scene, many legends were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Grandmaster Lei Xing, who had dominated the sea for an era, had fallen so easily? At this moment, taking advantage of the time when Su Qin slashed out with the blade, the Kuragenkyo Grandmaster had already fled hundreds of miles away. Although the demon god's blade was extremely sharp, it was impossible to truly ignore distance. Within hundreds of miles, the blade light of the demon god's blade could maintain its greatest power, but once it exceeded hundreds of miles, its power would rapidly decline. Safe. After the Kuragenkyo Grandmaster sensed that Grandmaster Lei Xing had completely fallen, he was terrified, but at this moment he also heaved a sigh of relief. At this time he had already fled hundreds of miles away. At such a long distance, even if Su Qin slashed out with the blade again, he might not be able to catch up with him, let alone kill him. However, the next moment, Su Qin's gaze turned, and he kept the demon god's blade back into the system space, and turned to look in the direction of the Kuragenkyo Grandmaster. Immediately afterward, Su Qin took a step forward, stretched out his right hand, and clenched it slightly toward the void. Buzz. Layers of divine light converged. In an instant, a bow-shaped void formed entirely of divine light appeared in Su Qin's hand. The next moment, Su Qin held the bow in his right hand and put his left hand on the string. Bang! The bow was drawn to a full moon. Boom! The world's essence chi within a radius of several miles and dozens of miles suddenly became violent, forming a monstrous wave of world's essence chi that continued to surge toward Su Qin. To be precise, it was converging toward the 9 Yao bow in Su Qin's hand. This scene was extremely shocking. A terrifying aura spread in all directions in an instant. All the mythical level martial artists felt a great sense of oppression descending. That is, hundreds of miles away, the Kuragenkyo Grandmaster, who was secretly rejoicing, turned pale. At this moment he could almost feel a terrifying murderous intent that had locked onto him. What the hell happened? The Kuragenkyo Grandmaster looked shocked, and his whole body trembled. Not only the Kuragenkyo Grandmaster, but all the mythical level martial artists around felt a shocking murderous intent condensing. The Kuragenkyo Grandmaster's scalp exploded. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Su Qin. With just one glance, he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw that Su Qin held a bow made entirely of divine light in his right hand, and his left hand pulled the bowstring that bloomed with bright light. Endless world's essence chi gathered and formed an illusory arrow on the 9 Yao bow. As soon as the arrow was formed, it quickly condensed from illusory to real. A trace of shocking murderous intent lingered and collided on the arrow, bursting out countless flashes of light more terrifying than thunder and lightning. Subsequently, under the shocked gaze of the Jianghu Grandmaster, Su Qin's left hand released the bowstring. Clang! A terrifying divine light instantly penetrated thousands of miles. Under this shocking divine light, the Jianghu Grandmaster's body and primordial spirit were turned into nothingness. Chapter 293. The heaven and earth essence chi slowly calmed down, and the terrifying aura that was constantly vibrating and spreading gradually disappeared, leaving only the flame mountain range standing there quietly, exuding a scorching aura. Whether it was the many legends watching the battle from dozens of miles away, or the ancestors of the great sects who were secretly observing from hundreds of miles away, they all looked at the sky in a daze. There was a tall and slender figure standing there, holding a large bow composed entirely of divine light in his hand. He was like a celestial being in the myths and legends who could trample the heavens and earth. In fact, Su Qin was indeed no different from an immortal god at this moment. 3 legends at the primordial spirit level joined forces to attack and set up an eternal killing trap to suppress Su Qin, but they were killed instead, which was simply shocking. Especially in the end, the Jianghu ancestor Yuan had already escaped hundreds of miles away, but he was still killed by Su Qin's arrow. Such a powerful means. Not an immortal god. What was it? Although a distance of a few hundred miles was nothing to a mythical martial artist, any pinnacle mythical martial artist could easily reach a distance of a few hundred miles with a casual strike if they wanted to. But any attack that crossed hundreds of miles would have its power weakened to the extreme, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it would not survive. But Su Qin's arrow, after crossing hundreds of miles, directly killed the ancestor Yuan, and the aftermath penetrated thousands of miles, almost shaking the world. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that some earth immortal had made a move. They're all dead. Many of the legends who were watching the battle were at a loss, not knowing what to do. Before Ancestor Lei Xing and the other 2 ancestors came together, they were almost certain that Su Qin was destined to be suppressed. Even if there were any accidents, Su Qin would be lucky enough to escape, but he would also be seriously injured. How could it be like now, where the side that died was actually 3 ancestors? My lord is too powerful. Even the old man Fei Yu was shocked at this moment. Su Qin fought against 3 ancestors alone, and not only did he not show any signs of weakness, but he also killed the 3 ancestors. The divine power he displayed was simply like stepping into the realm of earth immortals. And at this moment, Su Qin glanced at the 9 Yao Bao in his right hand, and with a thought, the divine Bao turned back into divine light and merged into the depths of the void. The 9 Yao Bao was a magic weapon that Su Qin obtained from the sign-in in the palace. Unlike magic weapons like the demon god's blade and demon suppressing seal, the 9 Yao Bao was a magic weapon on the spiritual level. As long as Su Qin's primordial spirit was strong enough, the power of the arrow shot could be infinitely increased. After Su Qin reached the 5th heavenly layer, he could already use the 9 Yao Bao to kill the army of kings thousands of miles away. Not to mention that Su Qin is now at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer, and his divine sense has also transformed into a Yuan Shen. Compared to the power of divine sense, the power of the Yuan Shen is much greater, and the improvement of the 9 Yao Bao is also more intense. It was because of this that Su Qin was able to kill the Jianghu ancestor Yuan from hundreds of miles away. In fact, if ancestor Yuan didn't choose to run away and fought with Su Qin head-on, he might be able to hold on for a while. After all, ancestor Yuan was a peak legend at the primordial spirit level. The body of succubus was invisible and intangible, and it was harder to kill than ordinary primordial spirits. But ancestor Yuan ran away. Once he ran away, it was equivalent to taking the initiative to die. With the power of the 9 Yao Bao, unless ancestor Yuan was like Su Qin, his body or primordial spirit was half a step into the earth immortal level, he would die without a doubt. As for the body of succubus, the 9 Yao Bao was a magic weapon on the spiritual level, and it specialized in countering such illusory things. It could easily kill a body of succubus like ancestor Yuan. Just after Su Qin took back the 9 Yao Bao, he scanned with his primordial spirit and seemed to have found something. He looked at the place where ancestor Lei Xing died 100 miles away. After using the 1000 Thunder Guide, ancestor Lei Xing's body had already turned into powder under the 1000-meter Thunder Sea, leaving only his primordial spirit. Then, after being slashed by Su Qin's demon god blade, his primordial spirit collapsed. However, after Ancestor Lei Xing's primordial spirit collapsed, a piece of black wood fell to the ground. This piece of black wood was scorched black as if it had been hit by thousands of thunderbolts, but there were faint thunder patterns on the surface, which was extremely extraordinary. If that was all, Su Qin wouldn't care at all. But when Su Qin scanned it with the eye of truth, he found that there was an extremely abundant thunder chi inside this piece of black wood, which wasn't much weaker than the 1,000-meter thunder sea that Ancestor Lei Xing had paid the price of his body. Is this the thunder wood that Lord Donghai mentioned? Su Qin's primordial spirit shrouded it and grabbed the black wood and put it in front of him. The so-called thunder wood referred to a divine tree that was more than 10,000 years old. When it was about to transform into a human form, a thunder tribulation descended from heaven and earth. In the end, it didn't survive the thunder tribulation, and the tree body was destroyed under the thunder tribulation, but there were still a few branches left. And these branches that had experienced the thunder tribulation were the thunder wood. According to the jade stone left behind by Lord Donghai, the energy contained in a divine tree that had lived for 10,000 years had far exceeded that of an ordinary land immortal. However, it was restricted by its own race and could only be fixed in one place, unable to move freely. Only after experiencing the thunder tribulation could it get rid of the tree body, transform into a human form and fly into the sky, burrow into the earth and roam the sea. Any 10,000-year divine tree that had transformed into a human form was already standing at the top of the land immortals. In the last Vitality Tide era, there was a powerhouse whose body was a 10,000-year divine tree. Even Lord Donghai was unwilling to offend him. Unfortunately, in the final battle in the cave world, this divine tree powerhouse fell under the terrifying gaze of the demon god when he opened his eyes. No wonder Lei Xing had to bring this piece of wood out even if he had to abandon his body. It turns out that it's the thunder tribulation wood. Su Qin's eyes lit up as he thought quickly in his heart. Although the thunder tribulation wood was only the product of the failed tribulation of the 10,000-year divine tree, because it resisted the terrifying power of the thunder tribulation, it was already stained with a trace of the ninth heaven divine thunder aura. For a great sect like Raytheon that specialized in thunder, the importance of a piece of thunder tribulation wood was absolutely greater than any magic treasure. If one wore the thunder tribulation wood for a long time, they could slowly absorb the terrifying power of the thunder tribulation inside. It was equivalent to a peerless powerhouse close to a land immortal cleansing your body 24 hours a day. Such an opportunity was simply rare in the world. With this piece of thunder tribulation wood, my 5 Thunder God fist can definitely rise to another level. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face, and his essence spirit once again swept across the thunder tribulation wood. Just as Su Qin was about to put away the thunder tribulation wood, his expression changed slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed across his face. Come out. Su Qin's essence spirit power instantly penetrated the thunder tribulation wood, and immediately forced out a trace of essence spirit power. The essence spirit power floated above the thunder tribulation wood and condensed into the appearance of Ancestral Patriarch Lei Xing. At this moment, Ancestral Patriarch Lei Xing realized that he had been discovered, so he immediately begged for mercy. Don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to do anything. Ancestral Patriarch Lei Xing begged bitterly. No wonder you can survive. It turns out that you hid a trace of essence spirit power in the thunder tribulation wood. Su Qin glanced at Ancestral Patriarch Lei Xing thoughtfully. The demon god's blade was extremely sharp and contained a trace of aura from the abyss of hell, which could corrode any mental energy. However, Ancestral Patriarch Lei Xing hid his essence spirit in the thunder tribulation wood and used the 9 heavens divine thunder chi in the thunder tribulation wood to resist the corrosion of the demon god's blade. The aura of the thunder tribulation wood was extremely restrained. Even if the essence spirit power enveloped it, it might not be discovered. If Su Qin hadn't scanned it with the eye of truth out of caution, Ancestral Patriarch Lei Xing might have really escaped. Although Ancestral Patriarch Lei Xing only had a trace of essence spirit power at the moment, and even if he survived, it was still troublesome. Noisy. Su Qin glanced at Ancestral Patriarch Lei Xing, who was full of fear, and directly raised his hand and crushed the remaining trace of essence spirit power. Then he checked the thunder tribulation wood inside and out again. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he put it away. At the same time, the old man Fei Yu also quickly rushed over. Except for the old man Fei Yu, the other legends who were watching the battle also followed behind him with trembling bodies. These legends were all disciples of the major sects, and more than a dozen of them were elders of the Kuragenkyo, Raytheon, and Snow God Palace. They watched their ancestral patriarch die in the hands of Su Qin, and their hearts were filled with grief and indignation. But no matter how sad they were, they could only return to Su Qin and wait for Su Qin's judgment. As for running away, even the Kuragenkyo's ancestral patriarch, who had escaped hundreds of miles away, was killed by Su Qin's arrow, let alone them. My lord. The old man Fei Yu walked to Su Qin and said respectfully. At the moment, Su Qin had returned to the Flame Mountain range and was looking at the source of fire in front of him. Get up. Su Qin glanced at the old man Fei Yu, then looked at the many legends behind Fei Yu and said with interest, What? You want to avenge your ancestral patriarch? As soon as these words came out, the scalps of the legends suddenly exploded, and the leaders shook their heads repeatedly. Senior's means are heaven-defying. How can we, mere mortals, dare to have the thought of revenge? Yes, it's our ancestral patriarch's honor to die in the hands of Senior. We can't thank you enough. How can we take revenge? Several legends' faces flushed red and quickly said. Su Qin's face was full of contempt. If this group of people stubbornly said that they wanted to avenge their ancestral patriarch, he might think highly of them and then crush them all. But at this time, seeing how these people were trembling, Su Qin suddenly felt too lazy to continue. These legends in front of him would find it difficult to enter the peak legend realm in their lifetime, and they couldn't even look up to Su Qin. Get lost. Su Qin was too lazy to continue to look at them, and looked at the source of fire again. Yes. Yes, thank you, Senior. Many legends felt as if they were pardoned and left respectfully. After all the legends left, the old man Fei Yu couldn't help but say, My lord, let them go. Today's matter will be passed back to the major sects. Speaking of this, a trace of worry appeared on Fei Yu's face. If Su Qin destroyed the Wanjian school, it would only shake the overseas, but there would be no future trouble. After all, the Wanjian school was destroyed. As for the other major sects, Su Qin didn't completely offend them, and Su Qin had shown enough strength, so these major sects naturally wouldn't make a move against Su Qin. But now, Su Qin killed the Snow God Palace, Kuragenkyo, and Raytheon in a row, which was equivalent to completely angering these three major sects. Putting aside the Snow God Palace and Kuragenkyo, Raytheon was extremely powerful, and had more than one Earth Immortal since the last Vitality Tide era. More importantly, Su Qin destroyed the Wanjian school, and then killed the three major sects' nascent soul-level ancestors without hesitation, which must have completely aroused the fear of the other major sects. If Raytheon's lobbying, it was very likely that all the major sects would join forces to besiege Su Qin again. At that time, Su Qin would not only be facing three nascent soul-level enemies, but also the foundation of all the major sects overseas, and even the Earth Immortals would be involved. Many of the major sects overseas had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and even in the era of Earth Immortals, they were still dazzling, and the meaning they represented was enough to crush everything. In particular, the great sects that had been passed down from the previous Vitality Tide era, such as the Witchcraft sect, Dao Yi School, Thunder God sect, and so on, had an unknown amount of heritage in their sections. Perhaps they had some terrifying means left behind from the previous Vitality Tide era. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Su Qin didn't care, and his expression was still calm. As the Vitality Tide continued to recover, there would be a battle between him and the major sects overseas sooner or later. Unless Su Qin was willing to give up the battlefield and give up everything in the Empire of Tang. But how was that possible? The battlefield was the core of the recovery of the Vitality Tide, and played an unimaginable role in promoting Su Qin's cultivation. Unless it was a last resort, Su Qin would not give up the battlefield. Although Su Qin had the system, sooner or later he would become an Earth Immortal or even stronger. But becoming an Earth Immortal in 500 years and becoming an Earth Immortal in 100 years were two completely different concepts. If Su Qin took 500 years to become an Earth Immortal, his family and friends would have died of old age. At that time, no matter how strong Su Qin was, he would only be alone. As expected of the source of fire, the vastness of the fire element's vitality is simply incredible. No wonder the ancient records say that the source of the five elements can help martial artists communicate with the Vitality Sea. Such a huge amount of fire element's vitality, even if placed there, can form a connection with the Vitality Sea in the depths of the void. Su Qin took a few glances at the source of fire and marveled in his heart. Although Su Qin had devoured a source of earth before, that source of earth had not been completely nurtured. How could it compare to the source of fire that was almost complete? I'm going to go into seclusion for a while, you guard outside. Su Qin glanced at the old man Fei Yu, thought for a moment, and said faintly. With the majestic fire element's vitality contained in the source of fire, it was more than enough to push the picture of the Great Sun to the minor completion realm. And the minor completion picture of the Great Sun, even if it could not allow Su Qin to transform into the strongest divine beast of the fire element, the three-legged golden crow, it could still allow Su Qin to obtain part of the three-legged golden crow's divine ability talent. With these divine ability talents, Su Qin was enough to sweep away all the peak myths. Even if he encountered a real Earth immortal, he might be able to exchange a few blows. This was also the reason why Su Qin brazenly killed 3 peak myth ancestors of the primordial spirit realm. At this moment, Su Qin was already able to kill primordial spirit realm ancestors at will, not to mention devouring the source of fire in front of him. Yes. The old man Fei Yu bowed respectfully and said. Su Qin slowly walked to the entrance of the source of fire. When he was about to step in, he turned his head again and looked at the outside world. When Su Qin walked out again, he would be truly invincible in the world and look down on the world. Chapter 294. When Su Qin fought with the 3 primordial soul stage-old ancestors, the area covered by the aura alone was more than 100 miles. How big was the movement? Even ordinary mortals could faintly feel it, let alone the other old ancestors who had been secretly watching from afar. Therefore, not long after the fall of the 3 primordial soul stage-old ancestors, the news had already spread to many major sections. Coupled with the return of the legends from the source of fire, this news could not be suppressed at all. It was like a hurricane sweeping across the overseas martial arts world. Suddenly, the overseas martial arts world was shaken. The fall of 3 primordial soul stage peak legends in a row was an earth-shattering event no matter which era it was in. Especially not long ago, the Wanjian school was destroyed, and Kanzu also fell because of it. This meant that in a short period of time, a total of 4 primordial soul stage-old ancestors had fallen, and the one who did it was the same person. It was simply shocking. How strong is that legend from the Empire of Tang? Raytheon's old ancestor Lei Xing's strength, even in the primordial soul stage, is considered extremely strong. How could he fall just like that? Before the recovery of the vitality tide, the land of great battle was just a barren continent. How could it give birth to such a powerhouse? It's too terrifying, such a powerhouse. Even in the thousands of years of inheritance overseas, there aren't many, right? Countless overseas legends found it hard to believe. For a long time, the overseas martial arts world had been the absolute center of this world. Even when the vitality tide was still, it could continue to give birth to Earth immortals, which led these overseas martial artists to have a natural sense of superiority when facing martial artists from other continents. But at this moment, with Su Qin's continuous attacks, the overseas legends, primordial soul stage-old ancestors continued to fall, and their sense of superiority was shattered without a trace left. So far, many of the major sects overseas have not found a trace of Su Qin overseas, which means that Su Qin is not an overseas martial artist. Could it be that this legend from the Empire of Tang is the reincarnation of a certain Earth immortal? A martial artist was shocked and couldn't help but guess. As long as a martial artist transformed into a primordial spirit, he could use the power of the primordial spirit to be reborn or reincarnate. The primordial spirit of a land immortal had been tempered by the primordial Qi ocean. Compared to the primordial spirit of a peak legend like Patriarch Lei Xing, it was more than dozens of times stronger. For an Earth immortal, reincarnation was just a matter of a thought. However, generally speaking, unless there was no other choice, Earth immortals would not choose to reincarnate. This was because the Millennium Shoyuan of the land immortal was the Shoyuan of the primordial spirit. No matter how many bodies were changed, they could not achieve the effect of prolonging the Shoyuan. Another reason was that the Dharma body of an Earth immortal was precious. If he reincarnated, it would be equivalent to giving up a Dharma body with monstrous Qi and blood. Kuragenkyo. When the Abyss Ancestor fell, in the Kuragenkyo, the life fire that belonged to the Great Ancestor dissipated. Deep within the Kuragenkyo, an earth-shattering roar echoed in the ears of all the Kuragenkyo disciples. Soon after, in front of the Kuragenkyo sacrificial altar, a figure silently appeared. Although this figure stood there, it was as if he was standing in another world. A terrifying and serene aura continuously invaded the surroundings. First Ancestor. The Kuragenkyo sect master hurriedly rushed over and was respectful, as if he had seen the faith in his heart. Many of the high sects overseas were basically related to Earth immortals. They were either the orthodoxy left behind by a certain Earth Immortal or a disciple who became a Earth Immortal and then flourished the sect. Only the Kuragenkyo had never given birth to a Earth Immortal. Even so, the Kuragenkyo was still a great sect because of its first ancestor. Due to the flaw in the Kuragenkyo's technique, they were unable to transform their primordial spirit, much less step into the level of Earth Immortals. However, the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor opened up a new path and continuously expanded the height of his technique. He even borrowed from some special races in the previous era of the vital chi tide and transformed himself into these races. What exactly is going on? First ancestor's cold gaze swept across the Kuragenkyo sect master as he asked indifferently. First ancestor, Ancestor Yuan, Raytheon, and the two elders of the Snow God Palace besieged the legend of the Empire of Tang. The Kuragenkyo sect master's voice trembled as he hurriedly told him everything he knew. The legend of the Empire of Tang? First ancestor's voice was still cold, and there was no fluctuation in it. However, the Kuragenkyo sect master, who was kneeling at the side, could faintly feel a chill that seeped into his bones. Snow God Palace. The ice crystal palace on an ice island also started to tremble. A terrifying aura rushed into the sky as if a glacier was descending, intimidating the world. 10,000 Buddha's Hall. The 6th, 7th, and 9th ancestors sat facing each other. Humph. A bunch of mortals actually dared to defy the venerable of the world. 6th ancestor sneered. When Su Qin killed the 3 primordial spirit realm elders, he had taken a peek from afar and discovered that it was Su Qin's aura. Why don't we awaken the rest of the 7 ancestors? The 10 ancestors of our 10,000 Buddha Hall will come into being. Who cares about the high sects? We'll enlighten them and serve the venerable of the world. 7th ancestor's tone was filled with rage. Even Buddha had the wrath of a Vajra. When the high sects overseas were besieging Su Qin, one could imagine the fury in the hearts of the 6th, 7th, and 9th ancestors. Su Qin was the Buddha that 10,000 Buddha Hall had been pursuing for decades. If the high sects overseas wanted to deal with Su Qin, it was equivalent to trampling 10,000 Buddha Hall under their feet. There's no hurry. Although 6th ancestor was similarly furious, he still shook his head and said, since the venerable of the world didn't contact us, he doesn't intend for us to interfere. Once he said that, the 7th and 9th ancestors looked at each other and instantly felt that what 6th ancestor said made sense. Although the western desert was extremely far away from the 10,000 Buddha Hall, if Su Qin wanted to contact them, it would only take a moment. The reason why Su Qin hadn't informed them until now must be because he had a plan. If they forcefully intervened and ruined the venerable of the world's plan, wouldn't they be blamed for it? Even if the venerable of the world didn't contact us, we still have to be prepared. As long as the venerable of the world gives the order, we'll let the high sects overseas witness the Buddhist Dharma of reincarnation. 6th ancestor changed the topic and said, that's good. The 7th and 9th ancestors nodded slightly. Raytheon. Lei Xing is dead? I, Raytheon, have overlooked the overseas region for thousands of years. Who dares to provoke me, Raytheon? A certain Raytheon patriarch who had just woken up from a deep sleep couldn't be exposed. In this battle, compared to the Kuragenkyo and the Snow God Palace, Raytheon had suffered the greatest loss. Not only had they lost Patriarch Lei Xing, a powerful primordial spirit expert, but they had also lost a peerless treasure like the Thunder Calamity Wood. One must know that the Thunder Calamity Wood didn't belong to Patriarch Lei Xing, but was jointly owned by all the Raytheon patriarchs. Every 20 years, a patriarch would take away the Thunder Calamity Wood for cultivation. Once the 20 years were up, the Thunder Calamity Wood would be returned. And these 20 years were the 20 years that Patriarch Lei Xing had taken away the Thunder Calamity Wood for cultivation. But now that Patriarch Lei Xing had fallen, wouldn't the Thunder Calamity Wood that had fallen into Patriarch Lei Xing's hands be gone as well? Thinking of this, the Raytheon patriarch who had just woken up had an extremely gloomy expression. The Thunder Calamity Wood was related to the success of one of Raytheon's secret arts. Once the Thunder Calamity Wood was lost, it was equivalent to this secret art being completely cut off. How could he not be angry? As for finding a new piece of Thunder Calamity Wood, the world was vast. Even in the previous era of vitality recovery, there were only a few divine trees that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Those that were ready to go through the Thunder Calamity were even rarer. Even if they failed to go through the Thunder Calamity Wood, there would still be branches left behind that were bathed in the power of thunder, which only existed in legends. Raytheon was lucky enough to obtain a piece of Thunder Calamity Wood by chance. It was already considered a great fortune. Wanting to obtain a new piece of thunder calamity wood was tantamount to a fool's dream. At this time, another patriarch opened his mouth and said, "We will directly use our trump cards to kill our way over and take back the thunder calamity wood from the Empire of Tang." This legend of the Empire of Tang is powerful. He was able to destroy the Wanjian school and even kill 3 primordial spirit patriarchs by himself. Even if I, Raytheon, have countless trump cards, if I want to take back the thunder calamity wood from such an existence, it would be fine if I succeed, but if I fail, the third patriarch said in a low voice. Although the thunder calamity wood was precious, it was inferior to Raytheon's 10,000 years of inheritance. It was obviously not worth it to put Raytheon in danger just for a piece of thunder calamity wood. Then contact the witchcraft sect, Dao Yi sect, and other high sects to meet this legend of the Empire of Tang together. The eyes of the first patriarch Raytheon were cold and murderous. Many of the high sects had used their trump cards and joined forces to besiege them. Unless it was a real Earth Immortal who could stop them. Just when many of the high sects overseas were shocked by Su Qin alone. At this moment, Su Qin had already walked into the source of fire element. The terrifying fire element Yuan Qi condensed into fire dragons that constantly soared, bursting out an aura that could burn mountains and boil the sea. Not bad. Such rich fire element Yuan Qi, worthy of being the source of fire element. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Around him, the fire element power, which was enough to easily burn a legend, was very well behaved. Although Su Qin's great sun painting was only at the beginner level, the 3-legged golden crow was the most powerful divine beast of fire element. Even if Su Qin was only touched by a wisp of the 3-legged golden crow's aura at this moment, ordinary flames couldn't do anything to him. Even the fire element killing array arranged by the Eastern Sea True Lord couldn't hurt Su Qin, let alone the power of fire element. By the way, the sources of the 5 elements are gathered by heaven and earth, and there is a large amount of Dao accumulation. Although this source of fire element was only born at a certain critical point in the recovery of spirit aura, and it hasn't been long, but logically speaking there should be Dao accumulation for me to sign in. Su Qin's heart suddenly moved and he thought quickly. Now that the source of fire element was already in front of him, he could devour and absorb it at any time. Compared with this, Su Qin was more concerned about what treasures he could get by signing in at this source of fire element. The last time he signed in at the earth element in the western desert, he obtained the earth element technique, Wutu flag and other treasures. What about this source of fire element? Thinking of this, Su Qin pondered for a moment, then said in his heart, "System, sign in for me." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained fire element pill. Chapter 295. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received fire source pill. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Fire source pill? Su Qin was slightly stunned. This pill. Su Qin's mind quickly merged into the system space and quickly found a divine pill shining with fire in a corner. In terms of aura, the fire element energy inside is about 10 times that of the Lihua divine pill. Su Qin touched his chin and guessed in his heart. It seems that this place of fire element was formed too recently after all, and it didn't accumulate much Dao accumulation. Su Qin shook his head slightly. According to Su Qin's decades of experience, the treasures obtained the first time in every new sign-in place were often the most precious. For example, the Buddha's palm of the Shaolin Temple, the 12 divine beasts of Immortal Abode Island, and so on. Even the source of the earth element in the western desert, which has yet to take shape, gave Su Qin a magical power the first time he signed in. As for the fire element source in front of him, he only got a fire source pill. Of course, this didn't mean that the fire source pill was bad. A fire element divine pill that was 10 times stronger than the Lihua divine pill was enough to make a peak earth immortal like Lord Donghai fight for it. But compared to the reward of at least one divine ability, the fire source pill was obviously not enough. One had to know that divine abilities could grow with the owner. For example, the Eye of Truth that Su Qin obtained when he signed in when he was a 9th-rank martial artist was still an important skill even now. How could a mere pill compare to it? But I'm cultivating the great sun painting, so the more fire element divine pills like this, the better. No matter how much I want, it won't be enough. Su Qin nodded slightly. Even if Su Qin devoured this fire element source and made the great sun painting a minor accomplishment, what about the great sun painting? The fire element energy needed was still as vast as the sea, so this fire source pill wasn't useless. Okay. Next, it's time to cultivate the Great Sun painting. Su Qin's gaze shifted away from the fire source pill as his expression suddenly turned solemn. The picture of the Great Sun was the first stone picture of the 12 divine beast pictures. It symbolized the strongest divine beast of the fire element, the three-legged golden crow. Once Su Qin mastered the picture of the Great Sun, he could easily transform into the three-legged golden crow. Of course, with Su Qin's current strength, even if he really transformed into the three-legged golden crow, he would only be in the state of a cub. It was impossible for him to immediately have the power of a real three-legged golden crow that could burn the world. Otherwise, cultivating the picture of the Great Sun would not only require fire attribute divine pellets. But even if it was just a cub, the cub of a divine beast was enough for Su Qin to easily crush most Earth Immortals. Earth Immortals like true Lord Donghai were naturally suppressed. In front of Su Qin he couldn't even raise his head, let alone resist. However, if I devour this fire elemental source and use it to strengthen my physical body instead of cultivating the picture of the Great Sun, I might be able to complete the 7th transformation and let my physical body completely enter the Dharma body level. Su Qin's heart skipped a beat. After devouring the earth elemental source in the Western Desert's 10,000 Buddha Hall, Su Qin's physical body had already reached the peak of the 6th transformation and could be considered to be half a step into the Dharma body level. If he devoured another fire elemental source this time, he might really transform his physical body into a Dharma body. And a Dharma body level physical body would be able to defeat all martial artists below the Earth Immortal level just by relying on its terrifying chi and blood. It was extremely terrifying. Forget it. I'll just use it to cultivate the picture of the Great Sun. Su Qin hesitated for a while and gave up on this idea. Although a Dharma body level physical body was terrifying, it was ultimately incomparable to a real Earth Immortal. And once the picture of the Great Sun was at minor completion, not only would it allow Su Qin's primordial spirit to integrate into the deeper level of the primordial Qi, but after minor completion he would obtain part of the three-legged golden crow's innate divine ability, which would be stronger than a mere Dharma body. That was the innate divine ability of the three-legged golden crow, the most powerful divine beast. Even if it was just a part of it, it would still be far superior to a mere Dharma body. After all, as long as one entered the Earth Immortal level and endured the erosion of the primordial Qi, their physical body would naturally transform into a Dharma body. But the innate divine ability brought about by minor completion of the picture of the Great Sun was boundless, and only the three-legged golden crow could possess it. The two were not on the same level at all. Thinking of this, Su Qin slowly closed his eyes. In the depths of Su Qin's mind, a stone diagram that connected heaven and earth began to revolve. On the stone diagram, there seemed to be an eternally burning sun, and in the depths of the sun, there was a faint three-legged divine bird roaring at the sky. Bus. Just as the stone diagram revolved, among the tens of thousands of light spots on the surface, more than 90 light spots slowly lit up at the edge of the diagram. This was also the effect of Su Qin continuously consuming fire elemental divine pills and demonic pills over the past few decades. If one light spot lit up, it was the beginning of the picture of the Great Sun. Then, hundreds of light spots lit up, it was the minor completion of the picture of the Great Sun. As for the tens of thousands of light spots on the stone diagram, it was the great completion of the picture of the Great Sun. On that day, Su Qin would completely master the picture of the Great Sun and obtain all the innate divine abilities and physical body of the three-legged golden crow. Boom. As the Great Sun stone diagram revolved, the endless fire elemental energy in the fire elemental source turned into fire dragons and poured into Su Qin's body. And on the picture of the Great Sun, a dim light began to slowly light up as the fire elemental energy poured in. In just a moment, Su Qin was enveloped by a ball of flame, and in the flame, fire dragons were constantly entwining between Su Qin's hands and feet, constantly fusing into Su Qin's body, causing his aura to become more and more scorching, as if a newly born sun was sleeping. Time passed slowly. The time Su Qin spent in seclusion this time far exceeded the time spent when he devoured the earth elemental source. Devouring the earth elemental source was when Su Qin integrated all the earth elemental energy into his body. Coupled with the fact that the earth elemental source had yet to take shape, the earth elemental energy it contained was far inferior to the fire elemental source. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, the old man Fei Yu had been patiently guarding the fire elemental source. His aura has weakened again? The old man Fei Yu raised his head and looked at the flame mountain range in front of him, thinking silently in his heart. If it was said that the fire elemental energy contained within the fire mountain range was boundless like a vast sea of fire a year ago, then now it was at least 10 times weaker. The boundless fire elemental energy seemed to have been swallowed into an abyss as it continued to decrease. Why hasn't the Lord come out of seclusion yet? Those great sects are probably about to make their move. A trace of anxiety flashed across the old man Fei Yu's face. During this year he personally felt one vast aura after another descending from the sea to the land of great battle, and at the edge of the land of great battle, they were faintly locked onto the empire of Tang. Fei Yu knew very well that they were the ancestors of those great sects. These ancestors had been sleeping for thousands of years with a self-sealing secret technique, and they were all peak legends at the primordial spirit level. There were even several auras that were like heaven and earth, almost half a step into the earth immortal level. Although Earth Immortals were extremely rare and hard to come by in 1,000 years, there were still some peak legends who had condensed a domain and transformed into a primordial spirit. These peak legends would choose to try to break through to the Earth Immortal level before the end of Shouyuan's life. Most of the peak legends who failed to break through died on the spot, but there were still some lucky ones who survived by chance. These peak legends who survived did not succeed in breaking through, but during the breakthrough their primordial spirits had already integrated into the Sea of Vitality, which was equivalent to half a step into the Earth Immortal realm, and comprehended some of the methods of the Earth Immortal. Generally speaking, this kind of peak legend was between the Earth Immortal and the Legend Martial Artist, beyond the Legend Martial Artist but not the Earth Immortal. Many martial artists overseas called this realm half-step Earth Immortal. Although they were not Earth Immortals, they were only half a step away from Earth Immortal. Previously, Su Qin's body was equivalent to half a Dharma body, and his chi and blood were soaring. Even if he had not broken through to the Earth Immortal level, he had far surpassed the peak legends, which was equivalent to a half-step Earth Immortal. This was also one of the strongest foundations of many large sections. In the era where Earth Immortals did not exist, it was the half-step Earth Immortals world. However, every half-step Earth Immortal was a peak legend who had survived after failing to break through to the Earth Immortal level. Shouyuan was almost exhausted, unlike Su Qin who was full of chi and blood and Shouyuan who was full of chi and blood. But no matter what, a half-step Earth Immortal was still a half-step Earth Immortal. Although he was still far from a real Earth Immortal, the great power he had was beyond the reach of a legend martial artist. The old man Fei Yu did not expect that the large sects would be so desperate this time. They were almost ready to use all of their foundations. One had to know that although a half-step Earth Immortal was powerful, he could only attack a few times. Is it because my lord has already threatened those large sects? The old man Fei Yu's face was solemn. If it were not for the fact that it was difficult for these half-step Earth Immortals to awaken and needed time to recover their strength, those large sects would have already attacked them. Even so, the old man Fei Yu felt that they wouldn't be able to drag this out for much longer. The earliest would be today, the longest would be a month, and the earliest would be today. At that time, if Su Qin is still in seclusion with the current strength of the Tang Empire, these major sects will be crushed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I hope it's not too late. The old man Fei Yu took a deep breath. With the ruthless means of those large sects overseas, they would definitely not let him go if they really destroyed the empire of Tang. While the situation in the outside world was changing, Su Qin, who was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the fire elemental source, had no idea what was going on. At this moment, Su Qin's body was shrouded in scorching flames. Countless fire elemental energy turned into fire dragons and poured into Su Qin's body and merged with the great sun engraving in his mind. Suddenly, at this moment, a stone engraving suddenly appeared behind Su Qin's back. There were tens of thousands of light spots on the stone engraving. At this moment, there were 99 light spots on the edge of the stone engraving that were emitting a faint light. In addition, as a large amount of fire elemental energy poured in, the 100th light spot slowly lit up. Boom! As if it had broken through a certain shackle, the great sun engraving suddenly shook the moment the 100th light spot lit up. An aura that seemed to have come from the beginning of the primordial age slowly circulated. Chapter 296. Inside the source of fire element. When the 100th light spot slowly lit up on the great sun steel phantom behind Su Qin, the steel suddenly bloomed with a misty brilliance. An ancient and boundless aura filled the air, as if space had frozen and time had been reversed. In an instant, the great sun picture in the depths of Su Qin's mind suddenly burst out with a fire origin that was far deeper and more vast than ordinary flames. I swallowed so many fire attribute divine pills and demonic pills, emptied a large city in the cave world that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and finally swallowed an entire source of fire element to achieve minor accomplishment in the great sun picture. I'm afraid it was to condense this kind of origin power. Su Qin closed his eyes slightly, and his mind merged into the depths of his mind, looking at the great sunstone picture that was constantly spewing out a vast amount of fire origin energy. Although there was only a difference of one realm between minor accomplishment and minor accomplishment of the great sun picture. But it was a completely different concept. Minor accomplishment of the great sun picture only gave Su Qin a wisp of the aura of the three-legged golden crow, and it was the aura that had been infinitely weakened by the great sun picture, which allowed Su Qin to have a certain degree of perception and immunity to the power of fire. That was all. Although it was precious, it was not unique. At least in the previous era of the Vitality Tide, there were many fire attribute treasures that could do the same. However, the minor accomplishment of the Great Sun picture directly allowed Su Qin to inherit some of the innate magical abilities of the three-legged golden crow. The innate magical abilities of a supreme mythological beast, even the weakest one, were enough to shock the world. In addition to inheriting the innate magical abilities, once he stepped into the minor accomplishment of the Great Sun picture, Su Qin's body naturally began to undergo some kind of transformation in the direction of the real supreme mythological beast of the fire attribute. Just as Su Qin's thoughts were turning rapidly, the deep and vast origin of fire that gushed out from the depths of the Great Sun picture quickly merged into Su Qin's body. Boom! Su Qin only felt a sudden roar in his mind, as if he saw the scene of the birth of heaven and earth and the sun in the sky. Immediately after, Su Qin's body continued to be infused with the fire origin. Suddenly there was a thunderous explosion. His entire body began to swell, as if there was an even more vast power being nurtured inside. My body is being modified? Su Qin's expression changed slightly. Once the picture of the Great Sun was completed, one would be able to transform into the true supreme divine beast, the Great Sun Golden Crow. However, with a human's physical body, to bear the power of a Great Sun Golden Crow, even if it was just a cub, it was far from enough. One would need to undergo a transformation from the inside out. This kind of metamorphosis did not completely transform Su Qin into a different race. Instead, it continuously improved the foundation of his human body until he could completely bear the power of the Great Sun Golden Crow. Of course, this kind of sublimation was slow, and it started from the small success stage of the Great Sun diagram, which was why this scene appeared. Just as Su Qin was carefully feeling the changes in his body, boom! Su Qin's hands exploded at the same time. His skin and flesh exploded, but in the next moment, countless pieces of flesh flew into the air. A large amount of the fire origin continued to pour in, continuously reconstructing Su Qin's flesh and blood. In less than a moment, a pair of white jade-like hands formed again. His 5 fingers were long and slender, and he could vaguely control the fire elemental power in the world. As these hands formed again, the entire fire elemental source shook violently, and countless fire elemental power surged in. This is... Su Qin looked at his newly formed hands in disbelief. These hands were basically no different from before, but there were subtle changes. It was with these changes that Su Qin felt as if he could control the fire elemental power in the world. Previously, although Su Qin could use his domain primordial spirit to control the power of heaven and earth, but that control was forced. Once Su Qin lost his domain primordial spirit, or his strength fell, this control would naturally disappear. But at this moment, when Su Qin formed these hands, he suddenly felt that he had completely transformed into a god of fire. Even if he did not use a trace of his domain primordial spirit, he could still command the fire elemental power. It was extremely incredible. However, in the next moment, Su Qin had yet to react. His 2 arms also exploded and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. But under the continuous influx of fire elemental power, his arms quickly recovered to their original state, becoming more slender and powerful. Like his hands, they faintly formed a connection with the endless fire elemental power in the world. Next, the soles of his feet exploded, his calves exploded, his thighs exploded, his body exploded, and his chest exploded. Su Qin's entire body began to explode inch by inch, as if he was enduring the cruelest punishment in the world. Even with Su Qin's willpower, he still felt incomparable pain. Under the continuous infusion of the fire elemental power, Su Qin's perception was also infinitely raised. Correspondingly, the pain that Su Qin felt also increased by 10 times or 100 times. This was the change brought about by the initial success of the Great Sun picture. Su Qin's body would begin to transform, reassemble and recondense under the origin power of the Great Sun picture. Although he was still of the human race, he had already undergone a fundamental change and stood at a height that surpassed the human race. Time passed slowly. Wisps of deep and vast origin power constantly surged out, reconstructing Su Qin's flesh and blood, then his skin and hair. It only slowly stopped when it was almost restored to its original state. At this moment Su Qin, although he looked the same as before, there were great changes in the subtle areas. Countless subtle changes overlapped with each other, making Su Qin look completely different from before. Like a sun god, his entire body emitted a scorching and violent aura. Especially in between his eyebrows, there was a faint round mark that connected with the endless fire elemental power in the world. Is this the initial success of the Great Sun picture? Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were pitch black like a baby's, but in the depths of his pupils, there was a faint burning sun that constantly emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Su Qin stood up and looked at his palm again. His palm was smooth and delicate like a weak scholar's, but when he waved it, the surrounding fire elemental power naturally began to surround it, as if it had seen an emperor and prostrated itself in worship. At this moment, my body has probably been completely promoted to a Dharma body. Su Qin sighed softly, and an inexplicable emotion appeared on his face. The Dharma body that he had always desired was actually naturally achieved after the initial success of the Great Sun picture. Now, my body should have already surpassed the category of a Dharma body. It's more appropriate to call it the Golden Crow Divine Body. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. Ever since the initial success of the Great Sun picture, some additional memories appeared in his mind. These memories were similar to inherited memories that appeared out of thin air, but were deeply rooted in Su Qin's mind, as if he had experienced them before. In these new memories, Su Qin knew that his current body had been modified by the origin of fire, and was completely different from an ordinary Dharma body that had been washed by a sea of vitality. It was more inclined towards the Golden Crow Divine Body. The so-called Divine Body was a type of constitution, which was equivalent to another direction of a Dharma body. It's a pity that although the Great Sun picture is already at the initial success level, it's still very far away from the real great success level. Su Qin's mind entered his mind and glanced at the Great Sun picture that connected the heavens and the earth. On the stone picture, there were tens of thousands of light spots, and at this moment, among these tens of thousands of light spots, 100 light spots at the edge had been completely lit up, which was also the sign of the initial success level of the Great Sun picture. Next, if Su Qin wanted to reach the final success level of the Great Sun picture, he would need to light up the remaining 9,900 light spots as well. According to the experience that Su Qin had from lighting up 100 light spots, the resources needed to cultivate the Great Sun picture to the final success level would be 100 times more than the initial success level of the Great Sun picture. And according to Su Qin, it took him more than 10 years to barely cultivate the Great Sun picture to the initial success level. If he wanted to continue cultivating it to the final success level, it would take him more than 1,000 years to sign in. Of course, it wasn't calculated like that. As Su Qin's strength continued to grow, he was qualified to go to more dangerous places to sign in, and the gains he obtained were naturally far from what he had before. But even so, according to Su Qin's estimation, it would take decades or even 100 years for him to reach the final success level of the Great Sun picture. Let's see what changes there are in the initial success level of the Great Sun picture. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes and felt all the movements in all directions. He didn't use his domain, nor did he use his primordial spirit, just relying on his physical perception, he continued to spread out into the distance. Suddenly, under Su Qin's 5 senses, the whole world was different. He could control the power of fire and feel every little thing within a radius of hundreds of miles. From the aura of a legend to the low cries of ants and flies, everything seemed to be close to his ears. Even Su Qin felt that his body seemed to have completely integrated with the endless power of the 5 elements. Even if he was sleeping, a large amount of fire element power continued to pour into his body, slowly improving his cultivation. It is recorded in ancient books that some divine beast cubs don't need to cultivate at all. They just need to sleep all day, and when they reach adulthood, they will naturally have the power to destroy the world. Su Qin opened his eyes with a look of amazement. Originally he thought that this saying was just a rumor. How difficult is it to cultivate one step at a time? How can it be possible to improve one's cultivation just by sleeping? But now, through his own feelings, Su Qin had already believed most of it. He was now only at the small success level of the Great Sun picture, and only obtained a part of the three-legged golden crow's innate divine ability, but it had such a slow improvement effect. How terrifying would the cubs who had truly inherited all the innate divine ability of the divine beast be? But this kind of improvement is not suitable for me. It's too slow. Su Qin shook his head slightly and thought silently. According to his current speed of improvement, even if he did nothing and just slept, in another few hundred years, he would naturally enter the Earth immortal realm. But a few hundred years was probably enough for Su Qin to break through to a higher realm. Why waste it on sleeping? And that sun? Su Qin slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. Although there was the obstruction of the fire element source, Su Qin could still feel the burning sun hanging in the sky. At this moment, Su Qin looked at the sun, and a desire rose in his heart, wanting to get closer to the sun that seemed to be burning eternally. Of course. Su Qin stopped himself in time. Su Qin knew in his heart that the reason why he had this feeling was entirely because after cultivating the Great Sun picture, especially after the small success level of the Great Sun picture and the transformation of his body into the Golden Crow divine body, it produced an unrealistic instinct. How high was the temperature of the sun? Although Su Qin had reached the small success level of the Great Sun picture, he was still not a real three-legged golden crow and was far from being able to withstand the temperature of the sun. That's right. After the small success level of the Great Sun picture, I should be able to obtain some of the three-legged golden crow's innate divine ability. Su Qin suddenly thought of something and his eyes suddenly lit up. The Golden Crow divine body was a natural transformation after the small success level of the Great Sun picture, so it should not be counted as an innate divine ability. In other words, in addition to the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin should have mastered at least one other divine ability. One had to know that Su Qin had thoroughly enjoyed the benefits of divine abilities. Su Qin had signed in for decades and only obtained a few divine abilities. From this, one could see how precious divine abilities were. Thinking of this, Su Qin slowly closed his eyes and felt the aura in his body. In his meridians, true essence flowed like a river. This true essence faintly revealed a scorching aura, like burning fire dragons, constantly flowing in Su Qin's body. Su Qin had a feeling that the destructive power of his true essence should have greatly increased at this moment. If an ordinary peak mythical creature was slightly touched by his true essence, their entire body might be ignited. It's understandable that my true essence is approaching the fire element. After all, my current body is already the Golden Crow divine body, so it's normal for it to affect the attributes of my true essence. But I want to know, in addition to these changes, what kind of divine ability has the small success level of the Great Sun picture brought me? Su Qin was looking forward to it. 4 divine abilities, the more the better. No one would complain about having too little. I don't need the Grand Sun primordial flame or the Inferno Emperor's indestructible body. Just give me an offensive fire element divine ability. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. Among the few divine abilities that Su Qin had mastered, they were basically all ancillary. The only divine ability that could barely be considered offensive was the Wind and Rain Summoning Technique, which was also a group attack divine ability. It had a miraculous effect against those weaker than Su Qin, but against powerhouses of the same level, it didn't have much of an effect. Rumble, when Su Qin's mind completely integrated into his body, suddenly the slowly burning great sun in the depths of his eyes rose rapidly. The terrifying heat increased rapidly, and even the fire element source near Su Qin began to melt. This is? Su Qin hurriedly stopped activating the divine ability and focused his mind on his eyes. A divine ability? Su Qin's heart trembled slightly. Strictly speaking, the Eye of Truth was also an eye divine ability, but the function of the Eye of Truth was only to observe qi and couldn't increase Su Qin's strength. But the divine ability that Su Qin activated just now was terrifying to the extreme. Before it was completely activated, it could already merge with the fire element source, which was simply shocking. One had to know that the fire element source was the convergence of the fire element power between heaven and earth. Logically speaking, its tolerance for flame should be extremely high, but at this moment, it was quickly melting. This showed how terrifying this divine ability was. Not bad, not bad. Su Qin looked satisfied and turned his head to look outside. The Great Sun picture has reached the small success level. There's no need to stay here anymore. It's time to leave. Su Qin took a step and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 297. Outside the fire elemental source. Elder Fei Yu was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, at this moment, Fei Yu seemed to have discovered something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the fire elemental source. This is. Elder Fei Yu's face changed slightly. At this moment, the fire elemental source that was originally filled with dense fire elemental power had completely quieted down. Countless fire elemental power quickly converged and finally gathered on a figure that had appeared at the entrance of the source. Sir? Elder Fei Yu looked at the tall and slender figure. He immediately opened his eyes wide in disbelief. At the entrance of the fire elemental source, there was a handsome man standing there. The man stood there quietly and began to guide the vast and endless sea of primordial qi in the depths of the void. In his eyes, there was a faint burning grand sunday. The man's appearance was 90% similar to Su Qin in Fei Yu's memory. However, there were slight changes. It was because of these slight changes that caused the man's temperament to suddenly change. He was like a burning sun god. Perfect. Wild. It's me. Su Qin glanced at Fei Yu and said indifferently. Although his voice was still the same as before, it had become deep and powerful. When Elder Fei Yu heard it, he actually felt that his blood and true origin had the tendency to burn. It's really, sir? Elder Fei Yu was dumbfounded. He quickly calmed himself down and suppressed his qi and true origin. There was a huge wave in his mind. In just a short year, Su Qin appeared in front of him as if he had been reborn. That's right, the only thought in Fei Yu's mind was to be reborn. If the previous Su Qin was like an abyss that was unfathomable, then now he was like the grand sun in the sky, burning fiercely as if he could burn the heaven and earth. Fei Yu would never have thought that there would be someone in the world who would undergo such a huge change. If it wasn't for the great similarity between Su Qin's eyebrows, he would have thought that they were two different people. In fact, Fei Yu was not wrong. Su Qin had indeed been reborn. After the grand sun picture was completed, the fire elemental source had completely transformed Su Qin's body. Now, although Su Qin still had his original body, it had been reorganized by the fire elemental source and became the Golden Crow divine body. Congratulations, sir, for stepping into the earth immortal realm. Elder Fei Yu thought quickly and immediately knelt down and congratulated him. Su Qin's transformation was simply too great. From inside to outside, even his temperament had changed. Aside from the legends, there was no other possibility for him to break through the shackles of the myth realm and enter the land god realm. Only a breakthrough of such a large realm could completely change a person. Earth immortal? Su Qin pondered for a moment, looked at his hands and shook his head. I'm not an earth immortal yet. Not earth immortal? Elder Fei Yu blinked and didn't react for a long time. Although I'm not an earth immortal, but... Su Qin clenched his fist and a strange light appeared on his face. Even if a real earth immortal comes, I can still fight him. The small success of the Great Sun painting was of great help to Su Qin. Originally, Su Qin thought that the Grand Sun picture could only allow him to exchange 2 blows with an earth immortal. But now, with the condensation of the Golden Crow divine body and the awakening of the Fire Elemental Eye divine ability, Su Qin was confident that he could even fight an earth immortal. In the state of the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin's strength, speed and defense had increased by many times. His qi and blood were majestic like the ocean. Even an earth immortal's domain could not suppress it. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Although he had all kinds of trump cards before, there was no lack of divine scriptures that could reach the level of an earth immortal, such as the Buddha's palm. But in the end, it only reached the level of an earth immortal in terms of power. But now, Su Qin had stepped into the realm of an earth immortal in all aspects. His every move was like a real earth immortal. Of course, this did not mean that the Buddha's palm was inferior to the 12 divine beasts picture, but that the two were good at different aspects. Cultivating the 12 divine beasts picture to the extreme could only allow Su Qin to transform into a divine beast and grasp all the power of a divine beast. But that was not the case for the Buddha's palm. The power of the Buddha's palm could be infinitely increased. If both were cultivated to a deeper level, the Buddha's palm would be stronger. To put it simply, in the early stage the 12 divine beasts picture gave Su Qin a greater improvement, but in terms of the real upper limit, the 12 divine beasts picture was weaker than the Buddha's palm. However, I can't maintain the state of the Golden Crow divine body without any restrictions. I need to consume qi and blood? Su Qin carefully sensed his body and deduced. Under the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin's speed, strength and defense had increased by dozens or hundreds of times. His qi and blood were vast, but it was not without a price. Instead, it was slowly consuming Su Qin's qi and blood. At this rate, Su Qin's qi and blood would be exhausted in a few months. Forget it. I'd better leave the Golden Crow divine body state. Su Qin's thoughts moved, and the aura in his body began to quickly converge. The great sun that seemed to be burning eternally in his eyes began to slowly extinguish. The origin of fire gathered in the ancestral aperture between Su Qin's eyebrows, turning into a palm-sized three-legged divine bird that landed on the shoulder of his Yuan spirit. I can quickly return to the Golden Crow divine body state with a thought? Su Qin touched his chin and nodded slightly. At this moment his qi changed again. He returned to his normal state from the dazzling sun god. Sir, the old man next to him blinked and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qin, who was under the Golden Crow divine body, gave him a strong sense of oppression as if he was close to a furnace all the time. Even with Fei Yu's strength as a peak legend, he still felt extremely uncomfortable, as if it was the most essential pressure from the depths of his life. But now, after Su Qin returned to normal, Fei Yu was much more relaxed. Although the pressure was still there, it was no longer as dazzling as before. Let's go back. After Su Qin returned to the Golden Crow divine body state, he continued to walk slowly toward Chang'an City. This time, after devouring a complete origin of fire and the picture of the great sun, it took a year for his body to be transformed. Yes. The old man Fei Yu immediately followed. Soon. Su Qin and Fei Yu returned to the imperial palace. The powerful primordial spirit power swept through and the entire imperial palace appeared in Su Qin's eyes. Not bad. There are dozens more peak grade 1 experts and 3 mythical martial artists? Su Qin raised his eyebrows. During the 1 year he was in seclusion, his vitality tide reached a critical point and rose again. With the blessing of the world, the bottleneck between the 9th grade of martial arts and the myth realm loosened a little, leading to the birth of 3 myth realm martial artists in the palace. Ha! Li Wan has also entered the myth realm? Su Qin's expression flashed with a hint of surprise. More than a year ago, Wanjian School brought Li Wan back overseas as a body for Kenzu to possess. In order to make Kenzu's possession more successful, Wanjian School naturally used all means to improve Li Wan's cultivation as much as possible. Countless divine pills and spirit medicines were sent to Li Wan. As a result, by the time Su Qin brought Li Wan back, she was already a grade 1 great grandmaster. However, what Su Qin didn't expect was that in just 1 year, Li Wan had crossed the 4 bottlenecks of her body transformation, divine sense transformation, internal strength transformation, and the ultimate breakthrough and entered the myth realm. Is it because of that sword will? There was a thoughtful look on Su Qin's face. Aside from countless divine pills and spirit medicines, Kenzu had also imbued a sword will into Li Wan's body. That sword will was the legacy Kenzu had obtained from the 10,000 Swords Taoist. That's right. After all, it's a technique left behind by a terrestrial immortal. Su Qin shook his head slightly, immediately understanding. What kind of existence were terrestrial immortals? With the word immortal attached to their name, even if they were not true immortals or gods, their abilities were unimaginable. Wanjian School was originally a small island with a radius of several miles, but because the 10,000 Swords Taoist kept reclaiming land from the sea, the 10,000 Swords Island had expanded into a small continent with a radius of several hundred miles. Such a method was simply beyond the imagination of a myth martial artist. Of course, helping Li Wan transcend the myth realm bottleneck was already the limit of that sword will. After all, this sword will had existed for thousands of years, and the sword progenitor had used up most of it and left the sword will for Li Wan, which had pushed her to myth realm quickly. As for the remaining 9 tiers of myth realm, Li Wan had to rely on herself to get there step by step, and she could not use any tricks to get there. Su Qin's gaze was calm as he took another step forward, and his figure appeared on the stargazing tower in the imperial palace. The stargazing tower was the tallest building in the imperial palace of the Tang Empire. It was the place where the emperors of the Tang Empire used to watch the stars. However, when Su Qin stood there, he was not looking at the stars in the sky, but overlooking the lights of Chang'an City. The old man Fei Yu was obediently following beside Su Qin, not daring to say a word. Just as Fei Yu thought that Su Qin would keep watching like this. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin did not raise his eyes and said leisurely, "You've been watching for so long, why don't you come out and meet me?" Su Qin's words were unusually calm, but in the ears of the old man Fei Yu, it was no different from a loud bell. "Someone is beside me?" The old man Fei Yu's scalp tingled and he carefully looked around. The next moment, under the incredulous gaze of the old man, Fei Yu. A tall man in a simple wizard robe slowly walked out of the darkness. The man's long hair draped over his shoulders, and he was extremely free and easy, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Even if he stood in front of Fei Yu, he could not feel anything. Who is this person? Fei Yu calmed down, and panic suddenly rose in his heart. However, when Fei Yu thought that Su Qin was beside him, he was slightly relieved. Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight. The man in the wizard robe looked at Su Qin and said with a smile, Witchcraft Qing Mang came uninvited. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The man named Qing Mang bowed slightly to Su Qin. He bowed not because he was afraid of Su Qin, but out of respect and recognition. Witchcraft. Qing Mang? Your Magus Master Qing Mang? When the old man, Fei Yu, heard this name, his mind suddenly rumbled, and he subconsciously exclaimed. I didn't expect that after 2,000 years, there would still be people in the world who can remember me. Qing Mang glanced at the old man, Fei Yu, and said in an extremely gentle tone. Magus Master Qing Mang? Su Qin looked at the man in the wizard robe not far away, and his thoughts fluctuated slightly. He would occasionally listen to the Lao Dao from the Dao Yi sect talk about overseas matters. Since the end of the last vitality tide, the overseas martial arts world had experienced more than 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, the most dazzling were the dozen or so land immortals. In every era with land immortals, they dominated the world. Even great sects like the Dao Yi sect and Raytheon, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, did not dare to show disrespect in front of any land immortals. Other than these dozen or so land immortals, the witchcraft master Qing Mang followed closely behind. More than 2,000 years ago, the Qing Mang master Qing Mang appeared out of nowhere and swept through the world. In just 400 years he had formed his domain and primordial spirit. He was the peak legend of that era who was most likely to become a land immortal. Unfortunately, the Qing Mang master Qing Mang failed to break through in the end. His qi and blood began to weaken, and his primordial spirit slowly collapsed. He fell like a dazzling meteor. However, now it seemed that the Qing Mang master Qing Mang did not die at that time. Instead, he survived and slept until now with a self-sealing secret art. You came alone. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Su Qin was not afraid of the Qing Mang master Qing Mang. Putting aside the fact that the Qing Mang master Qing Mang was no longer in his prime and his qi and blood had weakened, even the Qing Mang master Qing Mang from 2,000 years ago would be torn apart alive if he encountered Su Qin, who had the golden crow divine body. Ha 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 ha. Everyone says that the legend of the Empire of Tang killed wantonly and destroyed sects and cities. His behavior was no different from that of the Kirigenkyo. However, I know that you never attack for no reason. The Wanjian school was destroyed because the Wanjian school captured your descendants. The Qing Mang master Qing Mang laughed. Oh. Su Qin raised his eyes and glanced at the Qing Mang master Qing Mang again. He did not expect the Qing Mang master Qing Mang to have such thoughts. However, what the Qing Mang master Qing Mang said was not wrong. Since Su Qin's debut, he had not been afraid of killing. However, the people he killed were those who had provoked him. If I'm not mistaken, you should have touched that barrier, right? The Qing Mang master Qing Mang's eyes flashed as he stared at Su Qin. In the eyes of the Qing Mang master Qing Mang, although Su Qin's body was extremely restrained, there were still wisps of aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Huh? Su Qin shook his head slightly and did not answer. Instead he asked, Qing Mang master Qing Mang, you didn't come here just to meet me, did you? Su Qin looked at the Qing Mang master Qing Mang with a faint smile. Although the Qing Mang master Qing Mang believed that Su Qin would not kill innocent people indiscriminately, how could the Qing Mang master Qing Mang personally take the risk when it concerned his own life? That's right. I did come here for another matter. The Qing Mang master Qing Mang nodded slightly and admitted frankly. When the old man Fei Yu heard this, his heart beat faster. Even if he thought with his feet, he knew that it must be something important for the Qing Mang master Qing Mang to come here personally. Say it. Su Qin looked down at Chang and City and said lightly. It's very simple. The Qing Mang master Qing Mang paused for a while and then said with a solemn face, I'm here to deliver a message to you on behalf of others. It's up to you to decide whether to fight or to make peace. Chapter 298. Is it war or peace? Su Qin was non-committal. As soon as he noticed that the Green Mang Magus Lord was hiding in the palace, Su Qin had already guessed the other party's intentions. That's right. The Green Mang Magus Lord said solemnly, the land of the great battle is the core of the recovery of the tide of vitality. It is of great importance. It is absolutely impossible for us to sit back and watch you occupy the land of the great battle. The Green Mang Magus Lord paused for a moment before continuing, now that the first critical point of the tide of vitality has arrived, and the great world is about to begin. If you are willing to hand over 80% of the area you currently occupy, we will not make things difficult for you. The Green Mang Magus Lord said seriously. In fact, leaving 20% of the area to Su Qin was already a great sacrifice for the great sections. It should be known that the great sects were not monolithic, and they also needed to divide up the land of the great battle. Su Qin occupied 20% of the area, which was absolutely comparable to the area of the great battle that the great sects like witchcraft, which had a history of tens of thousands of years. Is that so? I have killed so many people from your great sects and you don't care anymore? Su Qin's expression did not change and he asked casually. Wanjian School was not mentioned after all, it had been completely destroyed. Even if there were still disciples of Wanjian School overseas, they would not be able to do anything. Even if Su Qin did not take action, there would be others who would take action to take them down and interrogate them about the inheritance of Wanjian School. When the Wanjian School was still there, it was famous overseas. Naturally, there were not many martial artists who dared to take action against the disciples of the Wanjian School. But now that the Wanjian School had been destroyed, the disciples of the Wanjian School who were stranded outside were no different from moving treasure troves for those overseas mythical cultivators. But in addition to the Wanjian School, Su Qin had also killed Ancestor Lei Xing, Ancestor Yuan, and other peak mythical cultivators at the primordial spirit level. Not only Raytheon but the Kuragenkyo still existed. They knew that their ancestor had died at the hands of Su Qin. Would they let it go? As long as you're willing to give up 80% of your territory, I'll help you persuade Raytheon and the other major sections. The Green Glow Magus Master seemed to have thought of this problem and said without hesitation. In the eyes of Raytheon and Kuragenkyo, the fall of a peak mythical being at the level of primordial spirit could be said to be a great loss to the world, but at worst they could just give them more areas when dividing up the land of the great battle. If he could avoid fighting with an expert like Su Qin, it would definitely be a gain for Green Mang Shaman Lord. Even if Green Mang Shaman Lord believed that his strength was not weaker than Su Qin, but after all, there was not much Shoyuan left. Compared with Su Qin, who was full of vitality and could attack without restraint, he was inferior. Even if Green Mang Shaman Lord had several other friends of the same level behind him and had the advantage of numbers, he would still lose 800 of his own to kill 1,000 enemies. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. What if I refuse? Su Qin's tone was calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Refuse? Green Mang Shaman Lord frowned. He did expect that Su Qin would refuse, and this was the scene he did not want to see the most. If you refuse, then we can only fight. Although my friends and I are in our later years and our vitality is not as strong as yours, if we join forces, unless you have already stepped into the realm of Earth Immortal, you should not be able to defeat us. When Green Mang Shaman Lord said this, a trace of pride appeared on his face. As a peak myth who had once tried to reach the realm of Earth Immortal, his primordial spirit had even integrated into the vital Qi Si, and he had glimpsed some of the techniques of the Earth Immortal realm. Strictly speaking, Green Mang Shaman Lord was no longer in the myth realm. Instead, he was between the Earth Immortal realm and the myth realm, also known as the half-step Earth Immortal. If it were not for the fact that Green Mang Shaman Lord's vitality was declining, even if he sealed it with a secret technique, he would not be so afraid of Su Qin. Earth Immortal? Are you so sure that I'm not an Earth Immortal? Su Qin slowly turned around, looked at Green Mang Shaman Lord and said lightly, Are you referring to the source of fire element? Green Mang Shaman Lord kept shaking his head and said, Before I came, I already felt that the source of fire element was almost sucked dry. I think it must be your doing? However, although the source of fire element can help a peak myth break through the shackles and step into the realm of Earth Immortal, it is only useful for the primordial spirit to integrate into the vital Qi Si in the depths of the void. As for the next step, drawing on the power of the vital Qi Si to transform the body, even if everything goes smoothly, it will still take 10 years. You only took a year to walk out of the source of fire element. I think you must have tried to break through but failed in the end? Green Mang Shaman Lord's eyes flickered and he said word by word, Once you fail to break through to the realm of Earth Immortal, you will inevitably suffer a backlash from the vital Qi Si. Your vital chi will be greatly damaged and your vitality and primordial spirit will begin to collapse. In the worst case, your body and spirit will be destroyed on the spot. Even if you have the help of the source of fire element and blocked most of the backlash, you must be injured at this moment. Green Meng Shaman Lord paused slightly, and his eyes were fixed on Su Qin. This was also the reason why he rushed to the palace alone. First, he was confident in his own strength. Although he might not be able to defeat Su Qin, at the very least, he would have no problem retreating unscathed. Second, Green Meng Shaman Lord inferred from the source of fire element that Su Qin was injured and could not attack with all his strength. Under such circumstances, even if he and Su Qin fell through, he could bear the consequences. Ha! Su Qin chuckled. From a certain point of view, Green Meng Shaman Lord was right. Su Qin was indeed not an earth immortal. He did not have a domain or a dharma body. However, Su Qin had condensed the Golden Crow divine body. With the Golden Crow divine body, even if an earth immortal was face to face, he would not be afraid at all. All right. You can leave. Su Qin could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Green Meng Shaman Lord. If it were not for the fact that Green Meng Shaman Lord did not hurt anyone after sneaking into the palace and had never thought of threatening the lives of the people in the palace, how could he still talk to Su Qin so calmly at this moment? Naturally, Green Meng Shaman Lord did not know that his unintentional actions had saved his life. In fact, the reason why Green Meng Shaman Lord did not threaten Su Qin with the lives of the people in the palace was that in Green Meng Shaman Lord's opinion, for experts like them, they had long achieved the great indifference. Is fellow Taoist refusing? Green Meng Shaman Lord sighed softly. The scene that he did not want to see the most had come. Even if he speculated that Su Qin was injured, it was only a speculation and not 100% certainty. He had just said this with the intention of sounding out, but Su Qin did not reveal the slightest bit, so he could not judge. Besides, even if Su Qin really failed to break through with the protection of the source of fire element, he would only suffer less than 10% of the backlash. If he was desperate, he could still burst out with power close to that of an earth immortal. In that case, I hope fellow Taoist won't regret it in the future. Green Meng Shaman Lord said solemnly. It was related to the ownership of the land of the great battle. Not only him but the other great sects also had no way out. This was a great opportunity involving the opportunity of an earth immortal or even a higher realm. It was the greatest treasure in the world. Not to mention that Su Qin was not an earth immortal. Even if Su Qin had really stepped into the earth immortal realm, the great sects would still bite the bullet and take a gamble. They would not just watch the opportunity slip away and the treasure go away. What? Are you threatening me? Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of inexplicable aura began to leak out. I wouldn't dare. Green Meng Shaman Lord immediately denied. My fellow Taoist, you are very powerful. How would I dare to threaten you? It's just a pity. After all, if you agree to our proposal, there may be no need to fight and kill. Since my fellow Taoist doesn't agree, I'll take my leave first. Thank you for your hospitality. As Green Meng Shaman Lord spoke, his figure quickly merged into the darkness and then completely disappeared. In Su Qin's perception, Green Meng Shaman Lord leaped out of Chang and city at a terrifying speed. Interesting escape technique? Similar to the Thousand Buddha Hall's divine feet escape technique? Su Qin carefully felt it and thought silently in his heart. The Thousand Buddha Hall's divine feet escape technique was a Buddhist escape technique created by a powerful Buddhist in the previous era of vitality recovery. Although it was still far inferior to the divine feet escape technique, it was still far better than the ordinary escape technique. However, the method Green Meng Shaman Lord used to leave just now was similar to the divine feet escape technique. However, this is the first time I've seen someone from the gate of witchcraft. Su Qin's expression was thoughtful. He is somewhat similar to the moon god I saw in the moon-worshipping cult in Nanzhou. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Decades ago, the saintess of the moon-worshipping cult sneaked into Chang and city to control the family Su and then the empire of Tang. After Su Qin learned about it, he killed the saintess of the moon-worshipping cult. Not long after, he went to Nanzhou alone and destroyed the moon-worshipping cult with one palm. Then Su Qin discovered that the moon god worshipped by the moon-worshipping cult was actually a strand of divine thought of a legendary martial artist. Could the moon god be from witchcraft? Su Qin's expression was normal as he stopped thinking about it. Whether the moon god worshipped by the moon-worshipping cult was really related to witchcraft or not, Su Qin no longer cared about it. Even if the moon god was really a disciple of witchcraft, so what? Would witchcraft dare to seek revenge on Su Qin for a mere myth-realm disciple? After Green Mang's shaman lord left completely, the old man Fei Yu finally mustered up the courage to say, "Sir, Green Mang Shaman Lord is one of the strongest forces of witchcraft. Are you going to let him go just like that?" The old man Fei Yu looked at Su Qin carefully. Although Su Qin and Green Mang Shaman Lord didn't talk much, it was obvious that they didn't reach an agreement. Instead of dealing with Green Mang Shaman Lord in the future, it was better to keep him in Chang and city forever. "It's fine." Su Qin shook his head slightly and didn't care. If Su Qin's picture of the Great Sun had not been completed and he still hadn't formed the Golden Crow body, he would have kept Green Mang Shaman Lord in order to reduce the pressure in the future. But now Su Qin was invincible. Even if an Earth Immortal came, he would have to fight to know the winner. Why would he care about Green Mang Shaman Lord? Besides, if Green Mang Shaman Lord died in Chang and city, it would definitely make the rest of the half-step Earth Immortals suspicious. They might not even dare to come to Chang and city again. This was the difference in strength and confidence. The way they chose to do things was also different. Seeing this, Fei Yu didn't dare to say anything. He stood beside Su Qin respectfully and watched the lights of Chang and city together. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period, Su Qin was basically experiencing the skyrocketing power in his body. Although the Golden Crow body was powerful, Su Qin needed time to completely adapt to this power. After all, Su Qin was not a real three-legged golden crow, nor was he a powerful divine beast. In addition to adapting to his power, Su Qin was also thinking about his next step. Now Su Qin had two choices. Completely abandon the identity of a martial artist and focus on the path of a divine beast. The picture of the 12 divine beasts symbolized the 12 most powerful divine beasts in the world. Now, just the first picture of the Great Sun had brought Su Qin so much improvement. If he continued to cultivate, he would definitely have great potential. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed Earth Immortals. Compared to the path of a martial artist, the path of a divine beast was obviously much easier, and the improvement it brought was far more than the former. For example, if a martial artist wanted to enter the Earth Immortal realm, he would definitely have to go through a lot of difficulties. But for a divine beast, a newborn three-legged golden crow had the strength to defeat most Earth Immortals. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Almost all the martial artists in the world couldn't reach the starting point of a divine beast's baby in their lifetime. The path of a divine beast is certainly much easier, but the upper limit is fixed. But the path of a martial artist has unlimited potential, and there is the possibility of becoming an immortal ancestor in the future. Su Qin thought for a long time, and his heart suddenly became firm. If divine beasts were really invincible, then how was the picture of the 12 divine beasts created? The picture of the 12 divine beasts could allow people to easily transform into the 12 most powerful divine beasts. They must have a deep understanding of these 12 most powerful divine beasts. The existence who created this divine art might have reared a group of divine beasts for research and finally created the picture of the 12 divine beasts. Therefore, just from the picture of the 12 divine beasts, it showed that divine beasts were not really invincible. Perhaps in the early stage, divine beasts had unimaginable convenience. They were the starting point of most humans at birth. But the higher the level, the smaller the gap was. Of course, this was also because Su Qin had the system and his potential was much higher than other martial artists. Otherwise, no matter how confident Su Qin was, he wouldn't dare to say that he would surpass an adult divine beast in the future. The picture of the 12 divine beasts is just a means. I still need to be a human martial artist as the foundation. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and he began to seriously consider. Since I want to walk the path of a martial artist, what I need to do now is to break through the shackles and enter the Earth Immortal realm. Su Qin thought quickly. For other martial artists, the Earth Immortal realm was like a legend. Even in the eyes of Magus Master Qing Mang, the Earth Immortal realm was an unattainable realm. Once, they were infinitely close to the Earth Immortal realm, but in the end they failed and fell. But Su Qin felt that the Earth Immortal realm was not difficult. Now that his realm was complete, and with the support of the Golden Crow divine body, his body was like a small sea of fire element vitality. It was easy for him to draw the sea of vitality in the depths of the void. Su Qin was now thinking about how deep he could reach if his primordial spirit merged with the sea of vitality. Chapter 299. When an ordinary peak mythical creature became an Earth Immortal, It was already a blessing for their primordial spirit to be able to integrate into the primordial spirit sea. How would they dare to have other requests? However, Su Qin was thinking about how to integrate into the primordial spirit sea. The primordial spirit sea existed in the depths of the void. Like the war god temple, it did not exist in the world. It was difficult for ordinary living beings to come into contact with it in their entire lives. Only when a peak mythical creature broke through the shackles, perfected their essence, energy and primordial spirit would they have a chance to break through the layers of the void and feel the vast and endless primordial spirit sea. Although the primordial spirit sea was not an ocean, it was similar to an ocean. It was an ocean formed by the endless primordial spirit between heaven and earth. When an ordinary peak mythical creature broke through, their primordial spirit would only touch the surface of the primordial spirit sea. Although the primordial spirit sea contained boundless primordial spirit sea, compared to the depths, it was much weaker. Of course, for ordinary peak mythical creatures, they did not care about this because just integrating into the primordial spirit sea on the surface had already exhausted all their strength. However, Su Qin was different. With the support of the Golden Crow divine body, even if he did not integrate into the primordial spirit sea, Su Qin could still have the combat strength of an earth immortal. If he was just like other peak mythical creatures who only had a shallow taste, then why did Su Qin want to become an earth immortal? The primordial spirit of heaven and earth is like an ocean. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure you will bear. It will be more dangerous to integrate into it. If you are not careful, you will be crushed into powder by the entire primordial spirit sea. Su Qin's expression turned solemn. This was also the reason why he did not immediately try to break through after condensing the Golden Crow divine body. Su Qin's body was unbelievably powerful, even incomparable to the Dharma body of an ordinary earth immortal, but his primordial spirit had not undergone a qualitative transformation. Besides, even if Su Qin's primordial spirit had transformed, unless he could destroy the world with a thought, he would still be weak in front of the primordial spirit sea that symbolized the primordial spirit of the world. The primordial spirit sea is recovering, and the primordial spirit sea in the depths of the void has also begun to rise. At this time, if my primordial spirit fuses into it and encounters some rising waves, I'm afraid that it will be smashed into pieces, Su Qin thought. The recovery of the primordial energy tide had caused the primordial energy sea to become active. When a peak mythical broke through, it was easier to sense the fluctuations of the primordial energy sea and fuse with it. However, there were pros and cons. Where there were benefits, there were also risks. Once I maintain the Golden Crow divine body, I can easily control the fire elemental power of heaven and earth, and I'm extremely sensitive to the primordial chi ocean in the depths of the void. Su Qin looked slightly emotional. In this case, if it weren't for the sake of being foolproof, Su Qin would have entered the earth immortal realm with just a thought. The reason why the origin of the five elements could help a pinnacle myth break through was that it possessed a huge amount of five elements power. It could faintly sense the vital chi ocean in the depths of the void. This way, for a pinnacle myth, it was equivalent to having a direction. There was no risk of getting lost in the depths of the void. But now, Su Qin's body had replaced the effect of the five elemental sources. Not only that, compared to the other five elemental sources, the Yuan Chi ocean that the Golden Crow divine body could sense was more detailed and more accurate. No matter how precious the origin of the five elements was, how could it compare to the body of the legendary divine beast? Even if Su Qin's body was still that of the human race in some aspects, it was already the favorite of the fire elemental power. Just as Su Qin was thinking about how to enter the earth god realm without any risk. Outside the empire of Tang. In a valley with a medicinal fragrance. The Green Glow Magus Master appeared here silently. Green Glow, how was your trip? Did the myth of the Empire of Tang accept our proposal? Not long after the Green Glow Witch Master appeared, an old voice was heard. An old man in a white robe slowly walked to the Green Glow Witch Master and asked. Not only the old man in the white robe, but several other figures also appeared and stared at the Green Glow Witch Master. It seems that you've recovered well, Medicine Master? The Green Glow Witch Master glanced at the old man in the white robe and smiled. He then shook his head and said, the myth of the Empire of Tang didn't accept our proposal. Since he didn't accept it, then die. If we join forces, we can even face an earth god. Why would we be afraid of a mere peak myth? Before the Medicine Master in the white robe spoke, a cold voice suddenly came from a figure next to him, as if announcing Su Qin's fate. That's right. We've already given that Taoist friend of the Empire of Tang a chance. The old man in the white robe nodded slightly, and a look of pity appeared on his face. Unfortunately, that Taoist friend's appetite is too big. He wants to swallow the land of the great battle alone. When the other figures heard this, a look of agreement appeared on their faces. Su Qin's strength was indeed very strong. To be able to completely kill Ancestor Thunder Xing and the other two peak myths in the primordial spirit realm, he was probably already half a step into the earth god realm like them. However, no matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than the great sects that had been passed down for thousands of years? If it was any other treasure or opportunity, the great sects might have given it up. However, the land of the great battle was different. When should we go to the Empire of Tang? At this moment, another voice sounded. 7 days later. The Green Mang Shaman Lord pondered for a moment and said, I still need a few days to adjust myself. Although the Green Mang Shaman Lord's strength had almost recovered after a year of cultivation, he still needed some time to adapt to the changes in the outside world after sleeping for more than 2,000 years. All right. Then let's set it for 7 days later. Let that legend of the Empire of Tang live for another 7 days. At the beginning, the cold voice sounded again. As soon as this was said, no one, including the Green Mang Shaman Lord, refuted it. It was as if in their hearts, once they joined forces to go to Chang'an City, it would be the time of Su Qin's death. In fact, it was exactly so. With more than 5 half-step earth gods joining forces, coupled with the treasures of their respective sects, who could defeat them other than a true earth god? No matter how vigorous Su Qin's qi and blood were, he had not truly stepped into the earth god realm. Under such suppression, how could he survive? The Empire of Tang. Chang'an City. Su Qin naturally did not know that in the eyes of those half-step earth gods of the major sects, he was already a dead man. Even if Su Qin knew about it, he would still smile faintly. The reason why he did not show his strength in front of the Green Mang Shaman Lord was that the Green Mang Shaman Lord did not make a move in the palace. More importantly, Su Qin wanted to wipe out all the major sects in one fell swoop. If Su Qin directly made the Green Mang Shaman Lord stay, the remaining half-step earth gods would not dare to continue fighting. At that time, if they were to hide in the dark and secretly attack the Empire of Tang, Su Qin would have to spend time hunting them down. Wouldn't that be troublesome? On this day, Su Qin was strolling around the palace with Su Yueyun and the Emperor of Tang. Ever since he formed the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin finally had the confidence to face many major sections. In addition, he was thinking about how to step into the earth god realm without any mishaps. Therefore, he temporarily suspended his cultivation and spent his time with his family. Third brother, those overseas martial artists said that you destroyed Wanjian school. Is that true? Empress Su Yueyun could not help but ask. Now that the recovery of the vitality tide had intensified, more and more overseas legendary martial artists had entered the Empire of Tang. There were even some legendary martial artists from small overseas sects who sought refuge with the Empire of Tang. In the overseas martial arts world, the major sects looked down on all living beings. However, other than the major sects, there were still some small sections. These small sects were far inferior to the major sections. Therefore, they sought refuge with the Empire of Tang. The Empire of Tang naturally agreed. With Su Qin's deterrence, these small sects did not dare to play any tricks at all. Su Yueyun learned about Su Qin's magnificent feat overseas through these martial artists who took the initiative to seek refuge with the Empire of Tang. As soon as Su Yueyun's voice fell, the Emperor of Tang immediately pricked up his ears. Obviously, he was very curious about this matter. With constant contact with the overseas martial artists, the Emperor of Tang became more and more aware of the importance of the major sects overseas. Even the weakest major sect had been passed down for thousands of years. It was comparable to several the Empire of Tang. If there was no Su Qin, any disciple from the major sects would be enough to sweep the Empire of Tang and trample the Emperor of Tang under his feet. It should be true. Su Qin smiled and said casually. After receiving Su Qin's affirmation, the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun looked at each other. Their faces were still full of shock. Even if they had already confirmed this matter in advance, they still found it hard to control themselves when they heard Su Qin admit it. That was a major sect that had been passed down for thousands of years. It had countless resources and experts. How could it be destroyed just like that? Third brother, have you become an immortal? Su Yueyun calmed down and asked tentatively. I'm not an immortal. That's something that only exists in myths and legends. I'm just a martial artist. Su Qin shook his head. According to Su Qin's understanding of the martial arts cultivation system, even an earth immortal was not a real immortal. Not to mention that Su Qin was not even an Earth Immortal now. With the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin was comparable to an Earth Immortal, but he was not an Earth Immortal. When Su Yueyun and the Emperor of Tang heard this, they both nodded. Just as Su Yueyun was about to continue speaking, Su Qin suddenly raised his head and looked around with a smile on his face. "They're finally here," Su Qin said in a low voice. "They're all here? Third brother, who are you talking about?" The Emperor of Tang did not react. Apart from them, there were only some patrolling Imperial guards nearby. Who else could there be? Just as the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun were confused, an indifferent voice suddenly came from the void. "Haha, I've heard from Qing Mang that you have sharp senses. Now it seems that you are indeed extraordinary." Then, under the shocked gazes of the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun, one figure after another walked out from the depths of the void. In the end, 7 figures stood in the sky above the palace and looked down like gods overlooking ants. The moment these 7 figures appeared, their aura soared. They seemed to have broken through the barrier and came into contact with the vast and endless sea of vitality. Eugene. Chapter 300. In the sky above the Emperor of Tang Palace. The 7 figures were like gods and demons, standing high in the void. Their terrifying aura filled the air and shrouded everyone's heart like a natural disaster. "Greetings, Taoist friend." Among the 7 figures, the Magus Master of Qing Mang smiled and bowed slightly to Su Qin. As for the other 6 figures, they were either sneering, indifferent, or calm. They sized up Su Qin in different ways. "Is this the last trump card of the upper sects?" Su Qin shook his head slightly. The Magus Master of Qing Mang was not the strongest among the 7 figures. The aura of the other 6 figures was extremely deep and was not much weaker than that of the Magus Master of Qing Mang. They were all peerless experts who were half a step away from Earth Immortals. "Taoist friend, you seem to have something to rely on?" The Magus Master of Qing Mang chuckled. The moment Su Qin rejected his proposal, the Magus Master of Qing Mang knew that Su Qin must have some trump card. However, in the Magus Master of Qing Mang's mind, no matter what trump card Su Qin had, there was no way he could survive under the joint forces of the upper sects. Su Qin had a trump card, but did the upper sects not have one? Compared to Su Qin's hundreds of years of accumulation, the upper sects had thousands of years of inheritance. How could Su Qin compare? This is not the place to fight. Su Qin glanced at the Emperor of Tang and the others who looked solemn. He took a step forward and disappeared. However, in the perception of the Magus Master of Qing Mang and the others, Su Qin had already appeared thousands of meters above the sky. "That's right." The Magus Master of Qing Mang also glanced at the Emperor of Tang Palace and nodded slightly. If they fought here, the aftermath of the battle would definitely turn the entire Chang and city into ruins. Once Chang and city was destroyed, the Empire of Tang would be in chaos. It would not be good for the upper sects to take over the land of the battle. The other 6 figures did not have any objections. For them, the Empire of Tang was already in their bag, so they were naturally happy to do so. After the 7 figures disappeared, the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun were slightly relieved. Just now, when the 7 figures stood in the void, it was as if they had really become the embodiment of the vast world. Even if they stood still, they still exerted great pressure on the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun. This kind of pressure was not the pressure of aura, but a pressure that came from the essence of life. It was as if the 7 figures had completely surpassed ordinary humans in terms of life level. That was indeed the case. Half-step land immortals might not be able to command heaven and earth like real land immortals, but they could still see some of the true meaning. In fact, how could a pinnacle myth compare to them? "Third brother, you must not lose." The Emperor of Tang clenched his fists and murmured in a low voice. Although the Emperor of Tang did not know the origin of the 7 people, it was obvious that they were unfathomable. Under their joint efforts, they had obviously set up a killing trap for Su Qin. "Third brother will definitely win," Su Yueyun said nervously. Thousands of meters above the Emperor of Tang Palace. At this time, 8 figures were standing leisurely. The astral wind that could tear apart a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster was extremely obedient in front of these 8 figures. They could not get within 100 meters of them at all. "We have all been sleeping for thousands of years using self-sealing secret techniques. I don't think you have heard of us." The Green Mang Shaman Lord's tone was gentle. It was as if they were not working together to kill Su Qin, but were chatting as if they were good friends. "This is Ancestor Snow of the Snow God Palace. She is the direct disciple of the land immortal of the Snow God Palace 2,800 years ago. Although she failed to break through to the land immortal realm, her methods are rare in the world. She has received the true teachings of the land immortal of the Snow God Palace. The Green Mang Shaman Lord looked at a woman in white among the seven and introduced her unhurriedly. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Ancestor Snow's face was covered with a veil. Compared to the other ancestors of the Snow God Palace, Ancestor Snow was much more ordinary. Her aura was almost completely restrained and did not leak out at all. She had completely returned to her original state. This is the Thunder God Sect's Thunder Ancestor. In his era, an Earth Immortal was born, and the Thunder Ancestor had fought with that Earth Immortal before he reached the Tao. His name had shaken the seas for hundreds of years. The Green Mang Shaman Lord looked at a man and said, "The Lightning Ancestor was a tall man. His eyes seemed to be surrounded by lightning, and he was extremely extraordinary. Ordinary peak myths would feel a piercing pain in their eyes even if they only looked at him from afar. Even their divine thoughts could not get close to him. It was extremely terrifying. As for this, he is the Kurajenkyo's first ancestor, and the Medicine God Sect's medicine master." The Green Mang Shaman Lord quickly introduced the six figures. Medicine God Sect. Su Qin looked at the white-robed old man and shook his head. "Your Medicine God Sect pursues the pinnacle of alchemy. Why do you want to get involved in this mess?" Among the many exalted sects overseas, the Medicine God Sect had a very special status. Even great sects like Raytheon and Witchcraft, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, did not dare to be rude to the Medicine God Sect. This was not because the Medicine God Sect was the orthodoxy left behind by a land immortal of alchemy and had an unfathomable foundation. It was more because the Medicine God Sect controlled most of the sources of pills overseas. In martial arts cultivation, talent and comprehension were important, but pills were also indispensable. Su Qin did not expect that the Medicine God Sect, which had always ignored the outside world, would join forces with the Green Mang Shaman Lord and the others at this moment. With the Medicine God Sect's status overseas, as long as they were unwilling, the Green Mang Shaman Lord would definitely not dare to force them. The only possibility was that the Medicine God Sect also had their eyes on the land of the Great Battle. Under the recovery of the Vitality Tide, only the land of the Great Battle will produce thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, or even legendary divine herbs. If my Medicine God Sect wants to refine a shocking pill, we have to come. The Medicine Master looked at Su Qin with a solemn expression. Although the Medicine God Sect was addicted to alchemy, there were many other methods besides alchemy. As the orthodoxy left behind by a land immortal of alchemy, if they only knew how to refine pills, they would have been conquered by the other exalted sects long ago. I see. Su Qin sighed softly. Even the transcendent Medicine God Sect could not completely see through the word benefit. Witchcraft, Raytheon, Kurajenkyo, Medicine God Sect. Su Qin chuckled and changed the topic. Why didn't the people from Taoist sect come? At this moment, the Green Mang Shaman Lord and the others came from almost all the exalted sects overseas, but the 10,000 Buddhas Hall and the Taoist sect did not send anyone. It was understandable that the 10,000 Buddhas Hall did not send anyone. After all, after Su Qin made a move in the Western Desert, the 10,000 Buddhas Hall regarded him as a true Buddha. But the Taoist sect. The Taoist sect was also a great sect that had been passed down since the recovery of the Vitality Tide. Its foundation was definitely not lower than the Witchcraft and Raytheon. There must be a half-step land immortal patriarch in the sect. The Taoist sect. The Green Mang Shaman Lord's smile gradually faded. He had visited the Taoist sect, but they were unwilling to attack Su Qin. Even when the Green Mang Shaman Lord promised to divide the battlefield in the future, the Taoist sect was unmoved. Are the seven of us not worthy of your attention? The Green Mang Shaman Lord said slowly. Although the Taoist sect was not involved in this alliance, the half-step land immortals including the Green Mang Shaman Lord, Ancestor Snow, and the Medicine Master were the strongest powerhouses of their respective sections. The seven of them joined forces and gathered the strongest powerhouses of many exalted sects. In the era where there were no land immortals, the seven of them represented a sweeping force. It would be easy for them to destroy a great sect like the Wanjian school. If other legends were here, perhaps they would have already trembled in fear. The Green Mang Magus Lord and the other 6 legends not only represented invincible strength, but also represented the great sect behind them. It was simply the strength of the entire overseas martial arts world. Cut the crap. If you want to live, hand over the Thunder Calamity Wood. Otherwise, be careful of being struck by lightning and your body and soul will be destroyed. The lightning ancestor said word by word, his voice like rolling thunder. He joined forces with the Green Meng Shaman Lord this time. In addition to besieging Su Qin and redividing the battlefield, the other purpose was to take back the Thunder Calamity Wood in Su Qin's hands. Since the Thunder Calamity Wood ancestor Lei Xing fell in the hands of Su Qin had become the target of the entire Raytheon. For Raytheon, not only could the Thunder Calamity Wood help them to cultivate their secret arts, but it also contained a trace of the ninth heaven divine thunder. It was the hope of Raytheon's disciples to step into the earth immortal realm. Without this Thunder Calamity Wood, Raytheon's disciples would not be able to withstand the vast power of the Thunder Origin Chi when their primordial spirit merged into the Sea of Origin Chi. Thunder Calamity Wood? Su Qin looked at the lightning ancestor and sighed. The power of thunder inside is really good. It took me a few days to completely devour it. How dare you? The lightning ancestor's eyes immediately widened when he heard this. Su Qin's words obviously meant that he had completely devoured the Thunder Calamity Wood. In other words, there was no more Thunder Calamity Wood in the world. How could the lightning ancestor not be angry? The aura of the ninth heaven's divine thunder in the Thunder Tribulation Wood was extremely precious. Even the Thunder God sect was trying to figure it out day and night. They didn't dare to waste the slightest bit. I will definitely extract your soul from your body and extract the aura of the ninth heaven divine thunder from your body. The lightning ancestor's eyes were like rolling thunder. Before his voice died away, the lightning ancestor raised his right hand and a terrifying thunderbolt fell like a dancing thunder dragon, instantly heading towards Su Qin. Although the thunder ancestor had only summoned a thunderbolt, its momentum was far stronger than that of the thunder ancestor. It could almost severely injure an ordinary primordial spirit realm pinnacle legend. Even the rest of the half-step Earth immortals had to be wary of it. However, under everyone's gaze, the thunderbolt disappeared when it was 100 feet away from Su Qin, as if it had never appeared. The thunderbolt summoned by the lightning ancestor couldn't even get 100 feet closer to Su Qin. The herb master, snow ancestor and the others who were originally relaxed gradually became serious. Based on this alone, Su Qin was qualified to be on par with them. Let's attack together. The lightning ancestor's expression didn't change at all. The previous attack was only used to test Su Qin, not to kill him. At this moment, as the lightning ancestor roared, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky as if there were thousands of thunderbolts roaring. The other six looked at each other and also prepared to attack. In that case, from today onwards, there will be no supreme sects in this world. Su Qin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and clenched his right hand into the depths of the void. Rip. The world suddenly turned dark and a saber radiance slashed down like a crack. There should be more in the afternoon. Also, I want monthly votes. Chapter 301. Just as the lightning ancestor and the others were fighting with Su Qin, they immediately attracted the attention of countless creatures in Chang'an City. As the vitality tide continued to recover, many overseas mythical warriors arrived at the battlefield one after another. And as the capital of the empire of Tang, Chang'an City naturally had many mythical warriors mixed in. However, due to Su Qin's deterrence, these overseas mythical warriors were well behaved and did not dare to claim to be mythical warriors. After all, under the eyes of a powerhouse like Su Qin who could kill them with a thought, who would dare to cause trouble? What's that? Right at this moment, an old man in cloth clothes who was walking with strong steps suddenly stopped. He raised his head to look at the sky, and his pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, the sky above Chang'an City was already covered with dark clouds. 7 auras were as dazzling as the sun, wantonly exuding a terrifying aura. If they were not too far away, perhaps just these 7 auras alone would be enough to make millions of creatures in Chang'an City kneel down. Peak mythical? No, it's not a peak mythical. How dare a peak mythical release such an aura here? The old man in cloth clothes thought quickly. With the means displayed by the mythical in the palace, ordinary peak mythical would be dead if they came. Even the dignified Wanjian school was destroyed in the hands of the other party. The old man in cloth clothes really couldn't think of which peak mythical would dare to be so presumptuous here. It's a half-step land immortal. The old man in cloth clothes was in disbelief. He was also a mythical warrior who came to Chang'an City from overseas. Although he was not a peak mythical, he still had the cultivation of the 6th heavenly layer. He could vaguely feel that the 7 auras standing in the sky were almost comparable to heaven and earth. Obviously, they had surpassed the limit of the mythical realm, but compared with the magnificent aura of a real land immortal, they were still a little lacking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 half-step land immortals joining forces to besiege. The old man in cloth clothes suddenly trembled. He was obviously frightened. Besiege the mythical of the Empire of Tang? The old man in cloth clothes realized this and suddenly turned pale. Apart from the mythical of the Empire of Tang, the old man in cloth clothes could not think of any other existence that was worthy of 7 half-step land immortals joining forces. In fact, it wasn't just the linen-clothed old man. In Jianghu and city, many of the legends who had sneaked in from overseas reacted and were dumbfounded. Something big has happened. 7 half-step earthly immortals. I'm afraid they've almost emptied the resources of those powerful sects, right? What exactly did that mythical being from the Empire of Tang do that made 7 half-step land immortals besieging him? Many overseas mythical creatures were trembling in fear. However, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the battlefield between the 7 half-step land immortals and Su Qin was thousands of meters above Jianghu and city. Since Su Qin was able to attract the cooperation of 7 half-step earthly immortals, it was obvious that he had also stepped into the half-step earthly immortal realm. Once the 8 half-step land immortals fought, even the aftermath of their attacks would be enough to destroy Jianghu and city. Even the mythical warriors would not be spared. But now the battlefield was thousands of meters in the air. At such a height, 99% of the aftermath of the battle would scatter to the sky. The remaining bit would span thousands of meters and its power would be greatly reduced. At least it wouldn't be able to destroy Jianghu and city. This is a half-step earthly immortal. Even when the news of the Immortal Gate spread 900 years ago, it only attracted the attention of a half-step earthly immortal. But now, 8 earthly immortals are fighting. The linen-clothed old man's hands were trembling. Even with his 6th heaven mythical state, he couldn't control himself. Grandpa, is it rare to see a half-step land immortal? Beside the linen-clothed old man, a tiger-faced little boy asked curiously. It's more than rare. The linen-clothed old man shook his head and calmed himself down. He then said, although half-step land immortals aren't real land immortals, they usually fail to break through and their blood, chi and essence spirit begin to collapse. If there's no other reason, why would they fight? Every time a half-step land immortal fights, it's equivalent to shortening his life. If it were you, would you fight with your life at stake? The linen-clothed old man's expression kept changing. At this moment he was already thinking about how to get out of Jianghu and city as soon as possible. With 7 half-step land immortals joining forces, even if that legend in Jianghu and city had the ability to reach the heavens, he wouldn't be able to stop them. After today, the land of the great battle would be taken over by the major sections. As for legends like them who didn't belong to the major sects, they naturally had to think of a way out for themselves. At this moment, thousands of meters high in the sky, the thunder ancestor of Raytheon controlled the heavenly thunder and roared like the thunder god. The first ancestor of Kurajenkyo transformed into a curtain of darkness that was everywhere and silently shrouded Su Qin. The snow ancestor of the snow god palace pointed out a finger, and a cold aura instantly spread out. Wherever it went, everything was frozen. In an instant, the 7 half-step land immortals attacked at the same time. They knew very well that when facing an expert of the same level like Su Qin who was full of chi and blood and had sufficient shoyuan, the biggest taboo was to drag things out. Therefore, when the 7 of them attacked, they were prepared to kill Su Qin as quickly as possible. However, in the next moment, the 7 of them saw Su Qin wielding the demon god's blade and slashing out a pitch-black saber ray. The pitch-black saber ray was like a crack in space as it tore through the air and easily split open the lightning summoned by the thunder ancestor. After all, the lightning summoned by the thunder ancestor was just an ordinary heavenly thunder. How could it be a match for Su Qin? The pitch-black saber ray flashed and didn't dissipate. Instead, it slashed towards the snow ancestor. Oh no. The snow ancestor's expression changed slightly. Su Qin's saber was extremely sharp and could even split open the lightning summoned by the thunder ancestor, let alone her. The saber ray flashed and arrived in front of her in an instant. The snow ancestor could only withdraw her finger and block the black saber ray. Puff. The snow ancestor grunted and her figure quickly dissipated and reappeared not far away. It was obvious that she had suffered a loss under the demon god's blade. Although she didn't suffer any serious injuries, she didn't feel good either. Buzz. The pitch-black saber ray slashed through the shadow left behind by the snow ancestor and slashed towards the remaining half-step land immortals. The dark sky curtain transformed by the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor was cut open like a piece of cloth under the pitch-black saber ray. The green glow shaman master's body shook as he dodged the saber ray. The medicine master of the medicine god sect's expression changed. He took out a fiery red elixir pill and threw it out without hesitation. He shouted in a low voice, "Explode!" Rumble. A terrifying explosion resounded in all directions as if the sky had collapsed. Under the explosion, the pitch-black saber ray barely dissipated. Even so, the saber chi left behind by the saber ray still penetrated dozens of miles away. It was extremely terrifying. None of them died? A trace of disappointment appeared on Su Qin's face. Su Qin had already used all his strength in that attack except for the hundreds of trump cards. In the end, none of them died? Compared to Su Qin's disappointment, the other 7 half-step land immortals were completely horrified. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Su Qin's one slash would cause them to crumble under their joint efforts. Even first ancestor of Black Source Sect, Ancestor Snow of Snow God Palace, and the others were injured to a certain extent. How was this possible? Su Qin fought against 7 half-step land immortals alone. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position, but he also forced them to retreat. It was simply unbelievable. How can he be so strong? The green glow shaman master's eyes were wide open. If it wasn't for the aura that Su Qin exuded that wasn't unity of heaven and man like a real land immortal, the green glow shaman master would have suspected that Su Qin had already stepped into the land immortal realm. Other than a real land immortal, who else could force them to retreat with a single saber strike? Guys, let's use that move. If we continue to hold back, we'll all die here, Ancestor Lightning said solemnly. The strength that Su Qin had just displayed was too terrifying. Just one saber strike was enough to make them panic. If there were a few more sabers, what was the point of fighting? Should they just kneel and beg for mercy? That's the only way. The other 6 people's faces turned solemn. They had already awakened more than a year ago. After such a long time, other than recovering their strength, they naturally had other preparations. In the next moment, the 7 half-step land immortals vaguely occupied a certain position while circulating a strange technique in their bodies. Instantly, the 7 people's strength quickly merged together and formed a whole. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst out as though it had broken through the restrictions of heaven and earth. Judging from the aura alone, the 7 half-step land immortals had almost completely stepped into the land immortal realm. Joint attack technique? Su Qin frowned. He had seen this joint attack technique in the jade stone left behind by the Eastern Sea's true lord. Between cultivators, even if they cultivated the same secret art, the true essence aura they cultivated would be different due to their different physiques. However, a joint attack technique was able to forcefully combine the different auras together and display a strength that far exceeded that of a single person. When the 7 half-step land immortals used the joint attack technique together, the increase in power was definitely at the threshold of an land immortal. Of course, the joint attack technique was not without its flaws. The essence of the joint attack technique was that the auras of different people began to merge. However, it was easy to merge but difficult to separate. Once the joint attack technique was used, it was equivalent to polluting one's own true essence aura. The consequences would be great. Only someone like the Green Radiance Shaman Master who had used a self-sealing secret technique and knew that he could not take that step would use such a joint attack technique. Just as Su Qin was pondering, the Green Radiance Shaman Master and the others had completed the joint attack technique. This power is too powerful. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor had an intoxicated expression on his face. At this moment, he had gathered the strength of 7 half-step land immortals and had almost taken that step. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor had a cold expression. He slowly raised his right hand and pressed it down on Su Qin. The Raytheon's lightning ancestor did the same. With a thought, he mobilized thousands of lightning bolts. There was even a thin purple lightning bolt that quickly covered Su Qin. The Snow God Palace's snow ancestor, the Witchcraft's Green Radiance Shaman Master, the Medicine God Sect's Medicine Master. Under the enhancement of the joint attack technique, the 7 half-step land immortals attacked almost at the same time. The terrifying power completely merged together and burst forth with a brand new power that far exceeded the limits of the world. The instant this power appeared, the air was suddenly torn apart. The surroundings within a radius of dozens of miles instantly turned into a blur, pitch black and deep. Su Qin was directly swept into this power. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The legend of the Empire of Tang should be dead by now. When the Green Radiance Shaman Master saw this, a smile appeared on his face. That's right. Our joint attack has already reached the level of Inland Immortal. It's enough to kill all the enemies in the world. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor nodded. It's a pity about that Thunder Calamity would. The lightning ancestor shook his head slightly. However, no matter how unwilling he was, Su Qin had already turned into ashes under their joint attack, let alone the Thunder Calamity would that Su Qin had devoured. If Su Qin had left his body, he could have tried to extract the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder aura from Su Qin's body. But now, in the lightning ancestor's eyes, Su Qin's body and soul were completely destroyed. The Thunder Calamity Wood's aura had probably dissipated. Just as the 7 half-step land immortals were about to return to Chang and City and completely take over the battlefield. In the middle of the blurry void, the slender figure of a man suddenly appeared. In an instant, the Green Radiance Shaman Master and the others felt a scorching aura enveloping the world as if there was another sun shining on the world. Before the Green Radiance Shaman Master and the others could react, they saw an unforgettable scene. The tall and slender man slowly walked out. In the depths of the man's eyes, an eternal sun was faintly burning. His skin was sparkling and translucent. With every step he took, the elemental energy of fire within a radius of hundreds and thousands of miles would tremble. It was as if the god of fire had descended to the world and controlled all the fire in the world. Under the shocked gaze of the Green Radiance Shaman Master, Su Qin looked up at them and said slowly, "Not bad. But I'm going to get serious." Third update. The third update is more than 3,000 words. It's equivalent to 10,000 words in total. I'm looking for monthly votes. I'm looking for double monthly votes these days. Chapter 302. After the 7 half-step Earth Immortals unleashed a joint attack that exceeded their limit, not only did they fail to kill Su Qin, they couldn't even injure him. This was something that none of the half-step Land Immortals had expected. Their attack just now had definitely reached the threshold of an Earth Immortal. Even if Su Qin was lucky enough to survive, he must have been seriously injured. How could he be fine now? Something's not right. He's different. Only Green Radiance Shaman Master's expression changed as he looked at Su Qin in disbelief. Even though Su Qin's appearance didn't change, there were subtle differences. It was this subtle change that caused Su Qin's aura to change. He was like a sun that was emitting endless light, burning eternally. Especially in the depths of Su Qin's eyes, there was a faint image of a sun. It made Green Radiance Shaman Master feel like he was facing the real sun. But how was this possible? The sun was high up in the sky. Even in the previous era of the recovery of vital qi, when there were strong practitioners who crossed the strong winds and headed to the void outside the domain, they never got close to the sun. Just as the 7 half-step Land Immortals were bewildered, Su Qin's aura started to rise infinitely. Terrifying qi and blood filled every inch of the air, making Green Radiance Shaman Master and the rest breathless. We can't wait any longer. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor struggled to break free. Even though he didn't know what had happened to Su Qin, what they needed to do now was to stop Su Qin from increasing his aura. Otherwise, Su Qin wouldn't even need to make a move. If this continued for an hour, they wouldn't even have the ability to resist when the joint attack ended. Curtain of Darkness. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor raised his right hand. In an instant, dense darkness shrouded them. Curtain of Darkness was a secret technique of the Kuragenkyo. It was a kind of divine art that was taken from a nightmare. With first ancestor's current abilities, once he executed Curtain of Darkness, even a half-step Land Immortal's mind would become unstable and might even get lost. After all, first ancestor's abilities had already reached the threshold of a Land Immortal under the amplification of the combined attack technique. Every move of his was enough to shake the world and crush everything. Boring. Su Qin's eyes were calm. Now that he had entered the state of the Gold Crow, under the coverage of his enormous perception, everything in the world could be seen clearly in his eyes. Su Qin stretched out his hands and casually grasped the curtain of darkness that was falling down. Then he gently spread it to the sides. Rip. There was the sound of air being torn apart. The pitch-black curtain of darkness was torn in two by Su Qin's hands like a piece of cloth. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if the entire space was being torn apart by Su Qin's hands. It was a shocking sight. How is this possible? The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, compared to the shock in his heart, the injuries on his corporeal body were nothing. First Ancestor looked at the collapsing curtain of darkness and felt a chill down his spine. He was in disbelief. The curtain of darkness was formless and formless. Even the power of the primordial spirit couldn't lock onto it. However, it was being torn apart by Su Qin's hands. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, First Ancestor wouldn't have believed it even if he died on the spot. 10,000 Lightning Guide. Just as the Kuragenkyo's First Ancestor was filled with shock, another voice rang out. Ancestor Lightning's expression was solemn as he spat out these 3 words with great difficulty. All of a sudden, the dark clouds exploded. 10,000 bolts of lightning seemed to have transformed into lightning dragons. They roared towards the sky and swooped down towards Su Qin. 1,000 Lightning Guide was already Raytheon's forbidden technique. As for 10,000 Lightning Guide, only land immortals of the Lightning Dao had the ability to execute it. Ancestor Lightning took advantage of the state of the combination technique. He had already crossed the threshold of land immortals to execute this move. Otherwise, without the combination technique, Ancestor Lightning's corporeal body and primordial spirit would have been torn apart by the enormous power of lightning the moment he wanted to summon the 10,000 lightning. However, Ancestor Lightning paid such a price to release 10,000 Lightning Guide. Its power was indeed destructive. If it wasn't for the fact that they were thousands of miles high in the sky, it would have been enough to turn a radius of hundreds of miles into a dead zone. Rumble. 10,000 bolts of lightning roared in unison. Heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning. How is he going to face this world-destroying lightning? When Green Radiance Shaman Master saw this, he immediately stared at the center of the sea of lightning. Even if Su Qin had displayed the power to tear the curtain of darkness apart, the 10,000 Lightning Guide summoned by Ancestor Lightning was simply too terrifying. Even a true land immortal would have to retreat in the face of this move, right? Ancestor Snow muttered to himself. Although land immortals were strong, they were not fools. How could they withstand the power of 10,000 lightning bolts? With the means of land immortals, there were countless ways to avoid the sharpness of 10,000 Lightning Guide. However, the next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the sea of lightning quickly dissipated as if it was constantly being devoured by an abyss. A moment later, when the last bolt of lightning entered Su Qin's body, everyone suddenly reacted. Didn't Lei Xing tell you that lightning is useless to me? Su Qin shook his head slightly. As early as decades ago, Su Qin could bathe in the sea of lightning with the 5 Thunder God Fist, let alone now. If Su Qin could ignore most of the fire element killer moves in the world with the Golden Crow Divine Body, even ordinary heavenly lightning would not be a threat to Su Qin except for the real 9th Heaven Divine Thunder. Oh. By the way, Lei Xing is dead, so I naturally can't tell you. Su Qin suddenly thought of something. He looked at Ancestor Lightning with a smile on his face and said, "Now it's your turn." Before his voice died away, Su Qin's figure had already disappeared. Oh no. Ancestor Lightning's figure suddenly retreated, his face livid. He thought that the 10,000 Lightning Guide that he released at a huge cost could suppress Su Qin, but in the end it was all devoured. Not only did it not have the effect of suppressing, but it also seemed to have replenished the opponent's consumption. But the next moment, Su Qin's figure had already appeared 10 meters away from Ancestor Lightning. 10 meters was a distance that even an ordinary person could cross with a leap, let alone the many experts present. It's over. Ancestor Lightning saw this scene and felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. According to the strength Su Qin had just shown, no matter how confident Ancestor Lightning was, he did not think that he could block Su Qin. Although he had the blessing of the joint attack and all the injuries he suffered would be distributed to the other 6, he would have to bear at least 50% of the injuries. Just as Su Qin's palm fell, Ancestor Lightning closed his eyes and waited for death. A man in a shaman's robe suddenly stood in front of the Lightning Ancestor. Then his body suddenly expanded, and the terrifying power of blood chi filled the air. He actually managed to block Su Qin's palm strike. When Ancestor Lightning saw this scene, he immediately retreated a few miles away and looked at Su Qin as if he had escaped from a tiger's mouth. Dharma body? Su Qin glanced at Green Mang Magus Lord and a smile appeared on his face. The one who blocked his palm was Green Mang Magus Lord. At this moment, Green Mang Magus Lord's robe had long been torn, and his chi and blood began to surge like an ocean. It was a Dharma body that only Earth Immortals could have. Witchcraft is good at physical bodies. As early as thousands of years ago, I had half a step into the realm of Dharma bodies with the divine medicine left by witchcraft. Now, with the help of the joint attack, I barely entered the realm of Dharma bodies. Compared to you, Taoist friend, it's not worth mentioning, Green Mang Magus Lord said with a calm expression. Among the many exalted sects overseas, some were good at swords, some were good at sabers, some were good at thunder techniques, and some were good at alchemy. However, witchcraft was good at physical bodies. Su Qin shook his head and said non-committally, "You shouldn't be able to live for long if you completely circulate your qi and blood, right? If Green Mang Magus Lord Shoyuan had enough, it would not be a problem to circulate his qi and blood. Just like Su Qin, he could attack without restraint. However, the Green Radiant Sorcerer Master had been sleeping for thousands of years. He did not have much lifespan left to begin with, and his qi and blood had already declined to the lowest point after thousands of years. Under such circumstances, if he continued to circulate his qi and blood with all his might, even with the help of the combined attack technique, he would still be courting death. If I don't do anything, we'll still die when you kill Ancestor Lightning and break the joint attack," Green Mang Magus Lord said softly. The 7 half-step Earth Immortals could barely resist Su Qin with the help of the joint attack. Without the joint attack, they would be killed in an instant by Su Qin. "In that case, let me see your witchcraft body." Su Qin smiled and took a step forward. He appeared in front of Green Mang Magus Lord and threw a punch. Whether it was the Ancestor Lightning or the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor, they were all using long-range attacks to deal with Su Qin. This made Su Qin a little angry. Although those long-range attacks could not do anything to him, how could it be as satisfying as close combat? Seeing this, Green Mang Magus Lord could only brace himself and fight. Boom, boom. In just an instant, the Green Mang Magus Lord was suppressed to an absolute disadvantage. If not for the fact that he had used the secret arts of the witchcraft sect, coupled with the art of combined attack that could disperse the power of Su Qin's attack, the Green Mang Magus Lord would have been suppressed on the spot. "Let's restrict him." Ancestor Snow and the others from the Snow God Palace immediately took action when they saw this. Chapter 303. He's too powerful. The remaining 6 half-step land immortals trembled as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. They thought they could easily suppress Su Qin after using the combined attack technique. After all, the 7 half-step land immortals had already crossed the threshold of a true land immortal. However, they did not expect Su Qin to be so powerful that he could ignore their attacks and directly punch through Qing Mang Grand Magus Master. How could they fight? No matter how they attacked, they could not affect Su Qin. However, Su Qin could easily kill Qing Mang Grand Magus Master, who had the strongest body among the 7 with just one punch. Facing such an expert made them feel hopeless. "Your body?" Qing Mang Grand Magus Master's body exploded, but his primordial spirit barely managed to gather together. Even after Kanzu's body died of old age, his primordial spirit could survive for so many years. He could even possess another body, let alone Qing Mang Grand Magus Master, who was more powerful than Kanzu. However, it was precisely because of this that Qing Mang Grand Magus Master realized how powerful Su Qin's body was. With the support of the joint attack technique, his physical body had barely entered the conjured physique domain. His vital energy and blood were strong. However, he was undoubtedly at an absolute disadvantage when facing Su Qin's punches and kicks. In the end, Su Qin's punch even penetrated his physical body. What did this mean? It meant that Qing Mang Grand Magus Master was completely defeated in the battle with Su Qin's body. The so-called Dharma body was far inferior to Su Qin's body at this moment. "You talk too much." Su Qin glanced at Qing Mang Grand Magus Master, raised his right hand again and pressed down on him. Since Qing Mang Grand Magus Master chose to attack, he was already a dead man in Su Qin's eyes. Of course he would not hold back. Rumble. Su Qin pressed down with his palm. It was as if the sun had fallen. Even if Qing Mang Grand Magus Master's body and primordial spirit were still intact, he would not be able to withstand it. Buzz. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Qing Mang Grand Magus Master's primordial spirit quickly dissipated. And at this moment, many legends who were watching the battle from afar in Chang and city were stunned. For ordinary people, it was impossible to see anything clearly from a distance of a few thousand meters, but the vision of a legend was extremely sharp. Coupled with the coverage of a legend's divine sense, even if they could not get close to the battlefield, they could still vaguely discern the extent of the situation just by relying on the aura that leaked out. Witchcraft's green mango shaman lord has fallen? Some of the disciples from the major sects were dumbfounded. Even though several thousand years had passed, the reputation of the Green Radiance Shaman Master was still circulating among the major sections. Now, in the face of the fall of this legendary figure, especially at the hands of Su Qin, everyone had the illusion that their beliefs had been shattered. Compared to the many legends in Chang'an City, the remaining 6 half-step land immortals on the battlefield were completely terrified. Once the Green Mang Shaman Lord was completely dead, it meant that their original joint attack technique was missing a link. This missing link could be slowly made up under normal circumstances, but at this moment how could Su Qin give them the time to make up for it? To put it simply, the fall of the Green Mango Shaman Lord had led to the complete collapse of the joint attack technique. In an instant, the world-shaking aura that was comparable to an land immortals suddenly dropped and finally divided into 6 weakened auras. Everyone Green Mango is dead. If we continue to hold back, I'm afraid we'll all die. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. At this moment, none of the 6 half-step land immortals thought of escaping. Not to mention whether they could escape or not, even if they were lucky enough to escape, what about the major sects behind them? They could escape, but the major sects were there and had almost never changed their positions for thousands of years. Therefore, not only for themselves but also for their respective sects, they had to fight to the death. Humph! Not far away, the lightning ancestor snorted coldly. Just now, the Green Mango Shaman Lord had blocked Su Qin's palm for him. At this moment, the lightning ancestor had finally recovered. Thunder! The lightning ancestor's eyes were solemn. In a trance, a fist-sized thunder appeared above his head. As soon as the lightning seal appeared, it exuded an extremely terrifying lightning aura. It was as if the fist-sized lightning seal contained a vast sea of lightning as vast as the ocean. Raytheon's heavenly thunder seal? I didn't expect the lightning ancestor to bring such a powerful weapon with him. The medicine god sect's medicine master's eyes suddenly narrowed. The heavenly thunder seal was a Dharma treasure passed down by Raytheon from the previous Vitality Tide era. Legend had it that a Thunder Dao land immortal went deep into the Sea of Thunder and absorbed the chi of heavenly thunder. It took him 200 years to refine it. In addition, after Raytheon, all the land immortals had refined it with their own blood. It could be said that the heavenly thunder seal had reached a certain level and was the most powerful Dharma treasure below the cardinal treasures. As the lightning ancestor took out the heavenly thunder seal, the other 5 half-step land immortals did the same. The snow ancestor of the snow god palace took out a miniature palace. The miniature palace spun and shone with layers of light, protecting the snow ancestor tightly. The medicine god sect's medicine master took out a medicine cauldron. There seemed to be flames burning in it and a faint pill fragrance leaked out. A cold smile appeared on Su Qin's face. It's too late to use these trump cards now. If the 6 half-step land immortals used all their trump cards without hesitation before the death of the Green Mang Magus Lord, they might still be no match for Su Qin. However, they would at least have a chance to escape. Among the 7 of them, perhaps 1 or 2 of them would be able to escape with a wisp of their essence soul. But now, without the support of the joint attack technique, the power of these Dharma treasures would be greatly reduced even if they were used. How could they threaten Su Qin? In the next moment, Su Qin took a step forward. His chi and blood surged like an ocean. The origin energy of fire within a few hundred miles started to vibrate. The entire world seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. Thunder come. The lightning ancestor's eyes flickered. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor was very sure that Su Qin was not an earth immortal. Not only him, but half-step earth immortals such as the Green Glow Magus Master, the Medicine Master of the Medicine God sect, and the Snow Ancestor of the Snow God Palace also confirmed this. Otherwise, if they realized that Su Qin was an earth immortal, they would have knelt down and begged for mercy. How could they dare to continue resisting? Although there was only a half-step difference between a half-step earth immortal and a real earth immortal, the gap in strength was like a natural chasm. However, from the beginning to the end, Su Qin did not have the majestic aura of being one with heaven and man like an earth immortal who could communicate with the Sea of Vitality. One had to know that any earth immortal had experienced the fusion of their primordial spirit into the Sea of Vitality in the depths of the void and could naturally guide the Sea of Vitality. However, Su Qin did not. It was obvious that he had never fused his primordial spirit into the Sea of Vitality. If he couldn't do this, It meant that Su Qin was not an Earth immortal. No matter how deep Su Qin went in the myth realm, he was only a half-step Earth immortal. His strength was similar to theirs. However, what the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor did not expect was that although Su Qin was not an Earth immortal, his methods were not weaker than ordinary Earth immortals. It was simply unbelievable. Even during the peak of the previous vitality tide, such an inconceivable thing had never happened before. If an Earth immortal could be surpassed so easily, could he still be called an Earth immortal? Go to hell. Su Qin naturally could not be bothered to answer the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor's question. He directly threw out another punch. Under the state of the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin's physical body had already surpassed an ordinary Dharma body. With just the strength of his physical body, he could compete with an Earth immortal. With a punch and kick, he could kill a half-step Earth immortal. Let's go all out. When the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor saw this scene, his heart trembled. He immediately began to circulate the Kuragenkyo's forbidden technique. In an instant, the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor's body expanded several times. He was like a small giant more than 10 meters tall, and his terrifying aura was still increasing crazily. In the next moment, Su Qin's punch arrived. Kacha-kacha. As if everything was shattering, the body of the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor collapsed and quickly turned into nothingness. In Chang'an City, countless legends who were watching the battle fell into dead silence. They could not react for a long time. If 7 half-step Earth immortals joined forces to kill Su Qin, it would be shocking enough. At least in the era when there were no Earth immortals, such a scene had never happened before. After all, other than a real Earth immortal, who else could be worthy of 7 half-step Earth immortals joining forces? But now, not only did Su Qin block the 7 half-step Earth immortals, but he also killed them in one fell swoop. The 7 half-step Earth immortals were all killed, and not even a trace of their primordial spirits escaped. Even the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor, who was known to be the best at escaping, was completely killed. It was simply shocking to the extreme. One must know that even in the era when Earth immortals existed, it was impossible for so many half-step Earth immortals to die. After all, the half-step Earth immortals were not stupid. How could they offend an Earth immortal? Since there was no conflict, the Earth immortals naturally would not make a move. For Earth immortals, they were already above all living beings. Unless it was necessary, they would not interfere in the secular world. Something big has happened, something big has happened. Some legends lowered their heads, not even daring to look up at Su Qin. Their hearts were in turmoil. The disciples of the major sects in particular, lowered their heads deeply. Most of the glory of their sects had been obtained by their half-step earthly immortals. Now that these half-step earthly immortals had fallen, their glory was also gone. Some rogue cultivators were horrified when they saw this scene, and at the same time they felt strange. For thousands of years, many of the major sects had been overlooking the living beings overseas like the heavens. But now, the fall of these half-step Earth immortals was tantamount to a declaration to everyone. The era of the major sects had passed. Grandpa, what's the situation now? 1. The tiger-faced little boy looked up at his grandpa. He tiptoed and looked at the sky. Unfortunately, he was not a legend. How could he see the situation thousands of meters above the ground? What's the situation? The old man in linen clothes lowered his head and stroked the little boy's head. He whispered in an inexplicable tone. He said in an inexplicable voice, "The sky is falling." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.